inflation over the same time. I would ask you, why have workers in Britain been expected to take a real terms pay cut since COVID? What is it that workers in Britain are doing
But there are factors out of the control of the management of TfL. They don't handle all of that, the managers of the London Underground. We also have an idea. Is it true that what hours week do you want to go down to?
The senior managers, by the way, Nick, of London Underground have had a 22% pay rise.
And you've been offered a 25%. Now, is it true that you want to go from 35? Is it you want to go from 35 to 32-hour week? Is that correct?
That is our policy, but we've made it absolutely clear to management in the course of these talks, and I say it now, that what we want to see is some real progress towards that. We do not expect to deliver that in a one-year pay deal.
A conversation with Gerard Wood to conclude Henry Riley's report. Thanks for that, Henry. Obviously, we'll have full coverage for on that on Monday. So, the answer to the accusation of intransigence, Nick Dent is Director of Customer Operations, London Underground, and leading negotiations with the RMT, joins me now. Thanks for coming on, Mr. Dent. OK, answer the charge, the allegation. Your colleagues, you're being intransigent. Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Thanks for having me on. No, that isn't the case at all. We have engaged all of the trade unions extensively throughout these negotiations. We've been very transparent about our financial position, very clear about what we can afford. We've listened to all of their pay claims. And most recently, since the RMT notified us of industrial action, we've met them 4 times, twice this week. We're absolutely open for further conversations, but the RMT have made it very clear that they're only prepared to discuss measures that reduce their working hours or more time away from work, so more holiday, for example. And we've been very clear with them that it's just not affordable and not good value for London.
You probably didn't hear the interview in full with the union representative, but his arguments are that there are shift workers, that they work 364 days a year, that they've contributed to the turnaround post-COVID, and that the company is taking lots and lots of money. Mr. Dent.
We have a fantastic team who do keep London moving. They work very hard, and of course they do work shifts. I mean, we run trains and open stations around the clock. We're an operational, customer-facing organisation. But the overall package, the benefits, the terms that our colleagues have, the amount of time away from work, the pay is very, very favourable and competitive in the industry. And we've been very clear with them that 3.4% is a fair offer. It's very similar to offers that the RMT have accepted elsewhere, and those offers didn't come with reduced hours. In terms of taking lots of money, I mean, it is very important that TfL generates an operational surplus. We're very pleased with the fact that we've been able to make our organisation financially sustainable over the last couple of years, but that surplus is invested in improving the network, and the more pressure we put on our operational budgets with excessive pay rises, that's less money to spend on the services that we're able to offer.
Final question. Should we be hearing more from the Mayor? Sir Sadiq seems to be quite silent about all this today.
Well, the RMT's dispute is with TfL. I lead the pay negotiations.
The ultimate boss of TfL is the Mayor, though, isn't it? As I understand it.
Yeah, but the operational business and leading negotiations with the trade unions is absolutely TfL.
But I mean, the Mayor's happy to say he doesn't want an arms fair at the Excel Centre. Shouldn't he have a view on the London Underground?
Well, the Mayor and his team will be doing everything that they can to support us in resolving this dispute. But it really is, in terms of leading the negotiations and resolving the dispute with the RMT, that is with TfL. That's
okay. But it's not going to be stopped, is it, Mr. Dent? You can't.
Well, it's not too late for the RMT to call this off, and we are urging them to put this offer to their members, which hasn't happened yet. They balloted their members. They actually announced their intention to ballot before we'd made any pay offers, and this ballot was open long before this offer was made. So that's what we think the RMT should do.
Well, good luck to you and your colleagues. Let's hope you can pull off almost an 11th hour deal. Nick Dent, you're Director of Customer Operations for the London Underground, and you're leading negotiations for the RMT. Now, my colleague Henry Riley shared some figures with the impact as regards the hospitality sector. Kate Nichols is Chair of UK Hospitality. Well, we heard the figures, Kate. This is truly shocking. What would the long-term effects be? Because, as we heard, London's just starting to feel a bit buzzy again. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Nick. Yes, this is devastating news for the hospitality sector. The last thing we need as we're coming back into the return to work in the city and across London, but also moving into that crucial 12th quarter of the year where we generate around 30 to 40% of our profits with Christmas parties, Christmas events, that busy trading season in the run-up to Christmas. this just dents confidence. Confidence for our customers, confidence for tourists, confidence for business. And while both sides are blaming each other, it is our businesses, their workers, their teams who are the collateral damage here. And we're taking a hit of almost half of the hit to the economy in London coming from hospitality.
And it's not
that
just
damaging long-term effect mustn't be underestimated.
And it's not just people who might want to come in and go to a bar or have a coffee or go for lunch. It's, of course, the staff themselves who have to get to the hotels and the restaurants and the pubs.
Absolutely. Our staff can't get to work. They are losing out. The businesses are quieter, inevitably, as you're seeing a hit on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in particular, when those rolling strikes take effect. The impact also then is on certainty of ability to travel. So you are also finding people cancelling events, cancelling meetings, even if they could possibly get into London, that cancellation impact. So it's a threefold hit to our businesses. And having already seen £4 billion lost over 2.5 years of rolling train and tube strikes across the UK in the sector, this is the last thing we need. And it's also a very worrying sign of what might be to come over the course of the winter. So we need all sides to come back round the table, avoid damaging the hospitality sector.
Thanks for your time on this story. Kate Nichols, your chair of UK Hospitality. The deal is extraordinary. £65,179, average salary of an RMT train driver, and they want a 32-hour week. What do they want? We should give them Bentleys driven to and from work as well. Where does it end? Your views on that. Plus, after the news, farewell to a man who dressed the world.
The Armani Code. Dragons for men.
Fragrance for women. Giorgio Armani.
Giorgio Armani setting up a global empire with a loan of just a few $1,000s. A company that took $2 billion just last year. How did he do it? 9:16 LBC News headlines. Dominic Ellis.
The Deputy Prime Minister is under further pressure after the conveyancing firm she used to buy a flat have denied giving her tax advice. Digital adverts warning migrants they could be deported if they try to reach the UK illegally are being rolled out in northern France. And LBC has been told next week's tube strikes in London could cost the hospitality sector up to £110 million. LBC weather, a drier day with sunny spells for most, the odd shower in the east, highs of 22 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. Severe delays continue on the M25 in two places. Firstly, clockwise, it's slow from before the QE2 bridge to junction 2 at the A2. It's all down to an accident when two lanes are closed. And then also clockwise, it's very busy from junction 17 at Maple Cross to 18 at Chorley Wood. And that was after an accident that happened earlier. Very busy on the A127 westbound to the M25 junction, and that's all down to an accident. And still slow on the A21 Seven Oaks bypass southbound towards the Seven Oaks turnoff, and that's also following an accident. No Gatwick Express trains running, no Lioness line between Euston and Kilburn High Road, and the Elizabeth line suspended from Paddington to Abbey Wood.
This is LBC.
Hey Sainsbury's, any way you can save me a few quid on my weekly shop?
Well, Jane, try Your Nectar prices. Every week in Your Nectar app, you can unlock up to 10 personalised discounts on things you love at Sainsbury's. A Janesbury's, if you will.
Sounds like my kind of place.
Get personalised discounts with Your Nectar prices. That's good food for all of us. Janesbury's. I mean Sainsbury's. 18 plus Nectar app required. Unlock up to 10 Your Nectar prices weekly. Available in supermarkets, online and in locals with Smart Shop. T&Cs apply.
Call Nick Ferrari now. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
People ask me, what's my good place? Down the park, having fun with Toby, my cockapoo. And knowing that my pension with Pension Bee is managed by experienced money managers. So, not chasing the stick then, Toby? No?
At Pension Bee, we believe that when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. Download the app or go to pensionbee.com and be pension confident. When investing, your capital is at risk.
How exciting is it to play the British Heart Foundation's weekly flutter? Ka-ching! Exciting enough to get your heart racing. Just a little bit. Like texting a mate. The same time they text you. Like flipping pancakes with majestic grace. Or spotting that last parking space. Yes! With the added joy of knowing the money you donate helps to fund life-saving research. £1 to play, £1,000 to win every week. Search British Heart Foundation Weekly Lottery. See? It's a little bit exciting.
Gamble responsibly. Over 18s only. T's and C's apply. Please see our website for more details. British Heart Foundation is a registered charity.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with Well Kid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The Well Kid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Coming to you, Stuart, you're going to be talking about this train driver stroke, tube workers strike. As Ty points out, if they're on £62,500 a year, that means they're in the top 10% earners in the UK. Surely they earn enough. Interesting one from here from Laura. Why doesn't Sir Sadiq cancel the congestion charge while the tubes are striking? Of course he won't do that. I remember many years ago when there were tube strikes, and then Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher ordered that all the London parks were to become car parks for the day. So you came in and you parked in, and there were people to help you, by the way. It wasn't just a free-for-all, everyone trying to park under a tree to get a bit of shade. It was very, very carefully arranged. And that was the determination and the will that there was back in, I don't know, late 70s, early 80s, I can't remember which year. But it was a regular feature. So every time the Underground went on strike, the ruling would come from number 10, open the parks. And we, because I did avail myself of the opportunity, we would just park in the parks. Now we have a mayor, let alone a prime minister, we have a mayor who won't even comment, and to Laura's point, is not even prepared to lift the congestion charge. Just run through the terms of condition of employment to be working on the tube now. As a driver, you'll earn £65,179. If you're a member of the RMT, since 2020, if you'll allow for what's offered on the table now, 3.4%, you will have got a 25% increase since COVID, since 2020. 8.4% in 22, 6.6% in 23, 4.6 last year, 3.4 this year. You also currently work a 35-hour week. Now, I heard what the union man was saying about shift work and working bank holidays, but plenty of people do shift work and they don't make £65,000 a year. If you're working as a firefighter, a police officer, a nurse, you clean hospital floors, you're not going to be making £65,000 a year, are you? And they managed to cope with it. And now, extraordinarily, 35 hours is too much. They wanted to go to 32-hour week. As one of my colleagues suggested, what is the number of hours they would actually want to go down to before they're happy? 2 hours a day and 1 for lunch? So 2 hours, would that keep them happy? I know they have responsibility. I know hundreds, possibly thousands of people on the trains they drive. I know there are 5 million journeys, not necessarily 5 million people, 5 million journeys a day. I get it. But surely this is just pure greed. We'll take your calls on that in just a minute. But we have been talking about marking the passing of a man who effectively dressed the world, and certainly dressed quite a few top movers.
No,
Tony Bennett singing Rags to Riches, the theme song for Goodfellas from 1990. Giorgio Armani tailored all the suits that captured the essence of New York's seedy criminal underbelly, but that's not. He dressed everyone. Richard Gere dressed David Beckham. Do you remember in those, what do they call them, teeny whities, skippy whities, whatever they're called, that extraordinary campaign? All this, he started an empire in the 1970s with less than £10,000. But last year, just last year, took £2 billion. Clearly a fashion genius. But what was his particular skill? Alexander Shulman, his former editor-in-chief of British Vogue, was the title's longest-serving editor, and now columnist at the Mail on Sunday. I regularly read you, Alexander, most every Sunday. Good to have you on board.
Thank you.
Come on, then, you know better than most. What was this man's unique skill, and how often did you meet him? Morning.
Morning. So I met Mr. Armani, as many people called him, many times. Practically every time I went to Milan, which was twice a year for 25 years.
What a fantastic opportunity.
That's quite a lot. And I would say that his great skill really was in having a very, very clear vision of what he wanted to do and knowing how to make money from it, really. I mean, he wasn't one of the world's greatest designers in terms of being a kind of visionary like maybe a Chanel or a Balenciaga or Christian Dior, I would say. I would say that he had this idea of how he thought people should look, but also their lives, how their lives should look. So he was one of the first people, as well as his clothes, he was one of the first people who started to do Armani hotels, who did Armani homeware, did Armani bed linen. He built a whole world which he very tightly controlled. And he never changed his mind. So whereas a lot of designers suddenly think, oh, everybody's gone all maximalist or grunge or whatever, we'd better change, he stuck to what he did. And I think that was the reason why he was so successful.
One newspaper, the Daily Telegraph, says he defined the chic of the 1980s. Fair comment?
Yes, probably was a fair comment. I mean, it was when he started, and his business has only grown and grown and grown. So I wouldn't call him a 1980s designer, but it's certainly where he came to kind of prominence, where people began to know who Giorgio Armani was. I mean, he was a great man.
Come on, you met him. You probably, I don't know, dined, had coffee, had glasses of wine and champagne with him. What was he like as a bloke, Alexandra?
Well, I wouldn't say he was a very touchy-feely character.
Really? How interesting.
He was quite stern, had these very piercing blue eyes. I always found it very interesting that he always had a translator with him. And he said, or they said, that he couldn't understand English. But actually, I think he understood English perfectly well. But he wasn't prepared to try and have a conversation in a language that he wasn't in control of. So, in a way, because of that, you were always at a bit of a distance from him. But he was intelligent, very driven, very determined. If he didn't like what you were doing, you just hadn't got to hear about it.
Sounds like some editors I've worked for. And just a word on the success of the company. As you rightly said, it wasn't just fashion design. It was all-encompassing, wasn't it?
It was all-encompassing, and I think one has to remember that he first made his mark with menswear, and really, the men's suiting was absolutely incredible. And then he moved into women's wear, and he always had that feeling that, in a way, women should be able to be like men while still being feminine. And I think that was an interesting and different point of view.
Alexandra, always enjoy speaking with you. Thank you. Alexandra Shulman, you were editor-in-chief of British Vogue. You were the title's longest-serving editor. You're now columnist with the Mail on Sunday. Mr. Armani initially studied medicine, but moved into fashion. He worked as a window dresser in Milan. Then in 1975, he and his partner, Sergio Gallotti, sold their Volkswagen car to start their own label. They managed to get 10 grand together. And the empire now, you count its value in its billions. You'll have Armani stories. Particularly if you're a woman, the power dresser. There's one columnist writes today, it was the costume she wore to work. It was like a battle costume. It's like a suit of armour. There was an extravagant style to it. You might want to share stories about Giorgio Armani's clothing, or indeed, of course, his scent, or even, and I'm not being cheeky, even his underpants. Mr. Armani's died aged 91. We might take stories on that. But we're tuning into your, I think in some instances, surprise that earning more than £65,000 with a 35-hour week is not enough. Mark's in Birmingham. Mark, good morning.
Morning, Nick. How you doing?
I'm all right, but I've got to say I'm a little perplexed about this, because I'm fortunate. I don't use the Underground that much, but many of my listeners do to get to and from their work, and it won't be around for much next week.
Yeah, it's frustrating. As I was just saying to your producer, I'm somebody who, born and raised there, it's very working class family, very much a trade union support. Was even a trade union rep myself for a while, for a short time. And I don't agree with this latest action. It's an overreach. The lack of flexibility from you guy that you had on earlier was deeply frustrating. I think the bigger issue for me as somebody who generally is on the side of trade unions and employees fighting for better pay, better conditions, is cases like this hurt the trade union movement as a whole. It hurts employees' rights as a whole. It's just frustrating. And like I say, as somebody on that side of...
Hey, let me ask you, now that you sort of hung up your union hat or something, what's the biggest challenge of being a union rep?
For me, it's the perception that we're all militant and that it's all about fighting the powers that be at every opportunity. The reality of sort of day-to-day union work back when I did it was dealing with kind of the very mundane issues of very real grievances or employees fighting plenary hearings or general queries on employment issues. And the frustration is cases like this put people off joining trade unions, which means employees are potentially missing out on important advice and important support in day-to-day work. It's not just about getting on, pickets and fight and the headline.
Mark, finally, also again, you've been in the room where it happens, whatever that song is from Hamilton. Are management always intransigent? Do they sometimes say, "Oh God, here we go. Come on, we can resolve this"? How does that dynamic work, Mark?
No, in all honesty, I would say it's 50-50. There have been times when heads have been butted, but the reality is, and I can only speak for the employer that I worked for and where I was a trade union rep, so it's difficult for me to give a wider view. But my experience was, as a general rule, the employers want a happy workforce, and
they do. Mark, I have to leave it there. I'm over time. Thank you for all your input. Have yourself a good weekend up in Birmingham. Jason, we're going to talk to you about Giorgio Armani after the news, and we're also going to be tracking back the timeline to a story broken over the bank holiday weekend. Yes, we go that far back for the Angela Rayner story. Probably just hours to wait now as to the verdict, but despite the protestations, this has been what we in journalism call a story.
I don't think there is a story here in any sense, Nick, other than the fact that Angela Rayner clearly lives rent-free in the heads of the shadow cabinet.
I understand she's answered all the questions put to her. These are her personal circumstances. I understand no rule has been broken.
Because she's done absolutely nothing wrong. Everything that she's done is fully within the law.
The triumvirate of ministers there, Matthew Pennycook, Stephen Morgan and Stephen Kinnock. The three of them would struggle to get a bus ticket. It's 9:31, breakfast with me, Nick Ferrari, here on LBC. News time, Dominic Ellis.
Angela Rayner is under further pressure after the conveyancing firm she used to buy a flat has denied offering her tax advice. It raises further questions over her account of why she underpaid stamp duty. Migrants in northern France are being targeted with adverts warning they could be returned to the country if they cross the channel in small boats. The Home Office has paid for the campaign as it prepares to deport the first people under a returns deal with Paris. And LBC has been told next week's tube strikes in London could cost the hospitality sector up to £110 million. RMT members plan to walk out from Sunday night to Friday morning in a row over pay and conditions. LBC weather and a drier day with sunny spells for most. The odd shower in the east, highs of 22 degrees.
Online Safety Day, this Monday on LBC.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, love. Just spoke to Zara from St James's Place.
Your financial advisor?
Yeah, we've made a plan. Retire early, travel more. Peru first.
Ooh, Dad.
Bless you. And Zara's plan means I can help more with your house deposit.
Thanks again, Dad.
Planning for the future calls for invaluable advice. Visit St James's Place to find your one-to-one financial advisor. St James's Place Wealth Management PLC is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. SJP approved 19th of Feb 25.
Summer's nearly over. It's time to get back to real life. Luckily, Cinch has got all the essentials sorted. And we're not talking about new textbooks. Let's see. The biggest range of cars to buy entirely online? Check. Free 90-day warranty? Sorted. And VAT-free Cinch servicing at a Marshall store near you? Absolutely cinched it. Everything you need and not a pencil case in sight. Cinch it for yourself today. Visit cinch.co.uk. Comparison against equivalent retailers. Visit cinch.co.uk/range code. Terms and exclusions apply.
At EDF, we don't just encourage you to use less electricity. We actually reward you. That's why, when you use less during peak times on weekdays, we give you free electricity on Sundays. How you use it is up to you. EDF. Change is in our power. Households who reduce their weekday peak electricity usage by 50% can earn up to 16 hours of free electricity per week, subject to fair usage. For all T's and C's, visit edfenergy.com/r-power.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
Good that we're going to talk about Giorgio Armani first with a bloke, because although perhaps many would say fashion is more for women, he was tremendous force
about fashion. Just think of those adverts with David Beckham and those tight pants, or the male perfume, I should say. What is it? Perfume that developed. So, Jason Mariband, come on, what's your experience with Giorgio Armani? Good morning.
I couldn't talk properly when I bought this first pair of jeans because they were so tight.
It's you!
Squeezed.
So I came to see Evita. I walked up to say hello to you and you weren't there.
That was my first question. I could ask, have you seen Evita?
Right, so you tell me, I'm there every day, I see her come out and sing on the balcony. Oh, Nick, there's a very charming young woman there who says, no, he's not here. Where were you in the crepe stalls?
When was this?
Oh, Lord, it was last week. I'm going to say Tuesday, but don't quote me. Tuesday or Wednesday of last week.
I think my wife's he's in his organisation. Would he be mucking around saying we've got to do this? He should have been gone. End of story.
This is a man who took a £10,000 part loan, £10,000, and last year his company took $2 billion. She wouldn't have graced the sides. She'd be out of there.
But it's about tunnel vision, and if you want to be successful, you look at all the successful people that we can name. They have a vision, and they have a direction, and they know exactly where they're going. You speak to our Prime Minister, and you'd never, ever get an answer from him that you actually understand what his direction is.
Jason, I'll leave you to it. Thanks for covering three stories in a sense. I will promise next time I'm in the area I'll come and see you. Let's come back. Thanks, Jason. Be well. Let's come back to that Angela Rayner story. Jonathan in Deal, I regularly read your notes and I'm always pleased to see him. And you're a very decent bloke. You say, I have to confess I'm on Angela's side, but if she has lied about being evidence, she has to go, and it is a shame. Well, we can't say she's lied, but certainly there have been moments where the truth has been hard to divine. Now, we go back to the bank holiday weekend. What is Alistair Campbell's great rule? 11 days is the cut-off point. If a story is 11 days or longer, normally the subject, the victim, is toast. We wait to see if she is, if she survives. But, as I say, kicked off over the bank holiday weekend a couple of weeks ago. There's a Mail on Sunday telling us that the DPM, Deputy Prime Minister, had shelled out £800,000 on a luxury flat in Hove, very desirable part of the country, prompting the headline, 3 Pads Rayner. The Daily Telegraph subsequently weighed in, reported she saved some £2,000 in council tax on her Grace and Favour home at Admiralty House here in central London because she'd suggested her house at Ashton-under-Lyne, Greater Manchester, remained her primary residence. So, understandably, for journalists, there were many questions to answer. And I couldn't wait to ask them. First up, Housing Minister Matthew Pennycook. This is the 26th of August.
I don't think there is a story here in any sense, other than the fact that Angela Rayner clearly lives rent-free in the heads of the shadow cabinet. Deputy Prime Minister's primary residence for council tax purposes is in her constituency, which she obviously visits to undertake her duties as a Member of Parliament. She pays the council tax on that property. She has a second home in Brighton and Hove. She complies with the council tax premium that council have introduced.
He couldn't edit a postage stamp, that man, could he? Just a few days later, further revelations came to light. Again, it was the Telegraph, revealing Mrs. Rayner had saved £40,000 in stamp duty by not paying the higher rate reserved for additional or second-hand purchases. So I put those new reports to Care Minister Stephen Kinnock. He said,
my understanding from the statement that's come from the Deputy Prime Minister's office is that she's done absolutely nothing wrong. Everything that she's done is fully within the law.
And it continued. Early Education Minister Stephen Morgan. He might need some lessons on journalism too. I spoke with him at the start of this month.
I understand she's answered all the questions put to her. These are her personal circumstances. I understand no rule has been broken.
But the questions and the media reporting went on and on. Rightly, journalists were not going to let go. And the scandal came to a head on Wednesday when the woman herself, Angela Rayner, or is it Angela Blamer, gave an interview to Sky News' Beth Brigley in which she admitted,
with all of the media reports that have been coming out, I took expert counsel advice on all of my affairs to ensure that everything was done proper. And that expert counsel said that the advice that I received was inaccurate. As soon as I knew that that was the case, I have alerted and referred myself to the independent advisor on the ministerial code to ensure that they can look transparently at what's happened, and also contacted HMRC to say that there is additional tax owing on this and that I'm prepared to pay that and fully comply with the HMRC as well.
I love this idea that if you refer yourself, I have referred myself. Imagine if you were in a fight with HMRC over VAT or tax. Oh, by the way, I have referred myself for an independent. Oh, you should have said that. That's fine. It's like when they say I want to be absolutely clear, or let me be absolutely straight.
No, most of you can't lay straight in bed. So questions. And it was obviously going to feature Prime Minister's questions for Sir Keir Starmer.
I am very proud to sit alongside a Deputy Prime Minister who is building 1.5 million homes, who is bringing the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation, and who's come from a working-class background to be Deputy Prime Minister of this country.
Not so sure about that line, Sir Keir, building 1.5 million homes. She got 3 of them. I don't know that that was the best line of defence when you think about it. But the obfuscation continued. Yesterday, Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson climbing a little bit higher up the ministerial ladder. We've actually got a Secretary of State here. What's the future of the DPM?
I'm not going to speculate on or prejudge any. No, because this is we've got a process that's underway with the independent advisor. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals or speculate. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm just not going to do it. That process will run its course.
And it's continued, trying to use the straight bat even through today. Minister for Trade and Economic Security, Douglas Alexander, told me in the first hour of the show.
First of all, I genuinely don't know when the report is going to be concluded. Okay. You're right to recognise that he's tended to work very quickly and produce comprehensive reports at speed, but it's ultimately up to Sir Laurie Magnus. On what that...
Well, no, but if she were to be cleared, Minister, let's say she's cleared of all surely Sir Keir has to say, Angela, we can't keep you as the housing secretary because you don't seem to be able to understand your own website.
But Nick, you're inviting me to speculate on a process that's not yet concluded. And respectfully, however good the questions are, and they're great questions, and I'm sure your listeners want them asked, I'm not going to engage in post-match analysis before the final whistle.
So now's your opportunity. You are, as I said to one of my contributors, you are Gary Neville or Jamie Carragher. This is the big game on Sky Sport. And it's before the kick-off. What is going to happen this afternoon, or what should happen this afternoon? Let's see who gets the predictions right. Give me a piece of paper. Ian in Waterloo, what's going to happen and why? Good morning.
Hello, morning, Nick.
Hello, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
It's just a quick one. They never overpay, do they? They never get the tax wrong the other way and overpay it. I think we've seen this all before. This is going to be a resignation at around 4:30, 4:45, maybe 6 o'clock. And to try and bury it. And I'm afraid that she deserves this. Like I say, she hasn't overpaid, she's underpaid.
Indeed.
If we did that as members of the public, we'd be hauled over the iron. So she should be gone.
I've got the list here. Does she stay or does she go? You're on the list as to say she needs to go, and I sense you think that she does need to. She will go and she needs to go. Finally, any lasting damage to the PM?
No, I don't think so. I think he's not the strongest Prime Minister. He's a little bit weak. I think that if he wants to be consistent, he needs to go because he went, because Harry went, because Siddiqui went, and this has got to be the fourth one. What is it with this Labour women? What's the matter with them? What's going on?
We'll work and find out. Ian, I've got you down as she goes. Paul says, why are you attacking someone because they're a northern working class woman? That is so offensive, Paul. My late mother was born in Barrow-in-Furness, raised in Leicester. She went of age of 4. There is no... And I'm not saying she's working class. She wasn't, by the way, she wasn't wealthy, but she was working class. She was a northern woman. There's no way she would have sought to dodge a tax that was liable for purchase of a second home. I never knew my grandfather. My late grandmother was born in Lancashire. There's no way that she was working class, that woman initially. There's no way that northern working class woman would have sought to dodge a tax that had to be paid. So, Paul, get your head out of the sand. It's nothing to do with her being northern, nothing to do with her being working class, nothing to do with her being a woman. And I speak as someone with a mother and grandmother who were both, or almost working class in one instance. Just turned 9:46, LBC News headlines. Dominic Ellis.
A verdict is expected later on whether Angela Rayner broke ministerial rules over her tax affairs. Digital adverts are being rolled out in northern France, warning migrants they could be deported if they try to reach the UK illegally. And Vladimir Putin says he doesn't see much sense in meeting Volodymyr Zelensky because it would be practically impossible to reach an agreement to end the war. LBC weather, a drier day with sunny spells for most, the odd shower in the east, highs of 22 degrees.
LBC Travel, I'm Joanne Webb. Delays on the M25 clockwise from before junction 30 at the A13 over the QE2 bridge to junction 2 at the A2. It's all down to an accident where 2 lanes are closed. Very busy on the A20, the Swanley bypass going westbound from the M25 junction, and that's because of an accident. And also the A21 is very busy southbound from the M25 down to the Sevenoaks turn-off, also after an accident. No Gatwick Express trains running at all. The entire line is suspended. Also, no southern trains from East Croydon to Reigate. London Overground's Lioness line is suspended between Euston and Kilburn High Road. And no Elizabeth line between Paddington and Abbey Wood.
Coming up at 10 on LBC, James O'Brien.
Fancy another Angela Rayner phone-in? And also today, why are they all pretending that we have a free speech problem in this country?
James O'Brien on LBC.
Was that yoga session? I feel so free.
Speak for yourself. I can never let go. Bladder leaks.
I know, right? I'm so done compromising. I got a new bit of yoga kit. Always discreet pads. Here, try for yourself next week.
Love you lots, but this thing pad won't keep up with my heavy leaks.
Just trust me on this one. So, all zen and liberated, are we?
Let's just say I found my flow.
Always discreet. Live with no compromise.
Call Nick Ferrari now. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Welcome on board this LNER service from London King's Cross to Edinburgh. My name's Paul, your train manager today, and hang on, is that Scrabble tournament in coach here? Yes, G with an X is a word. Right, we're cruising at 125 miles per hour. Same speed this lad next to me is typing. Someone's on a roll. The cafe bars in Coach G if you fancy a brew, or if you're mid-box set binge, just order through the QR code at your seat. We'll deliver it. So sit back and enjoy your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the way.
Yep, I'm still dancing. And there's still time to get in tonight's Euro Millions draw. So turn up that dial. The Euro Millions jackpot is £56 million. Go on, play on out.
Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over. Chase is the digital bank that could boost your savings.
Ooh, tell me more.
When you join Chase, you could earn 4.75% AER variable. That includes a 2.25% AER fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
For a whole year, nice.
Yep, our savings boost could help you reach your goals, like that countryside getaway with the family. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase Boosted Saver. Offer may be withdrawn at any time. 18 plus UK residents available to new current account customers for your first 31 days. Eligibility applies. 4.65% gross. Terms apply.
When you're smiling.
Banning Dental Group clinics with over 5,000 top-rated Google reviews. Keep on smiling.
Now, focus on your car. That's right, the one you're ready to sell. See it clearly in your mind, waiting to be sold. We can make it disappear. Just watch carefully. Your car sold, collected and paid for in almost no time at all. It's not magic, it's motorway. Sell your car today at motorway.co.uk.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Call 0345 6060 973.
Let's just stay with social media and emails for a little bit. Sheena says this has everything to do with her being left-wing, as you have very different standards if they're right-wing. I think it's because her left-wing, actually, that they're so nervous about losing her, because she brings a massive chunk of the party, other than the support. Sam in Cambridge, no one has mentioned the obvious purging of far-left MPs at the beginning of Starmer's term. Privately, I suspect the Prime Minister is pleased another far-left cabinet minister has tripped up and he can legitimately withdraw the whip. I don't think he'll do that. I mean, whether, of course... And the other factor is the idea of the housing brief when she can't understand her own website. Who's been waiting? Kay's in Wolverhampton, been waiting for him. What's going to happen? Let me get a piece of it. What's going to happen and why? Kay, good morning.
Well, I think she's going to resign, but do you know what? Where does she refer herself for lying?
Well, she's not saying that she's lying. She's saying that she took advice. That's why she's... His name is Sir Laurie Magnus. He's the government's independent ethics advisor.
Well, before she bought the property.
Sorry, I'm not following... I'm sorry, I'm not getting your timeline.
Okay, so here we go. I think, right, she's blaming these two law companies, Shoe Smith and another one, Verico or something like that. Yeah.
She started the conversation by saying, look, I've done nothing wrong. I took expert advice.
Yeah.
I paid my tax.
Yeah.
Look, forget about the tax. This is my list. Forget about the tax.
Yeah.
Number 2, it's lying. Then it's arrogance. Then it's complacent. Then it's blame others.
Yeah.
Then it's, oh, please forgive me. I'm from North and I was poor and things like that. Sob.
Yes.
Well, get real. You know.
You're right to say Shoesmiths, of course, has said that this is not advice, she has misrepresented the advice. The other firm you talk of is Veracombe and Associates, and the managing director saying there that they have misled. We're not qualified to give advice on trust and tax matters. We advise clients to seek expert advice on these. We are being made scapegoats. Back to UK.
Yes. So where's this expert advice that said she should pay £40,000 coming from? And did she get the expert advice afterwards or beforehand? And frankly, you know, put the tax to one side. In my view, starting late last night when she was blaming these two companies and they were saying we're scapegoats, it's the lying element of it that really matters.
Well, let's say appears to be. We better not convict her yet. We await the outcome of that report. But you're absolutely right. Both the law firm and the conveyancing firm say that they are being misrepresented. I mean, what's interesting, thanks, Kay, is the woman primarily lives in Westminster, has a property in Greater Manchester, is buying a property in Hove in Sussex, and decides to use a firm in Kent, in Herne Bay, to do the conveyancing. I had no idea about Veracombe Partners, but they must have been a bit surprised to get a call from the Deputy Prime Minister as well. Right, Kay also saying she will go. George in Tottenham, what's going to happen and what should happen? Good morning.
Hi, Nick. Great show. Just very quickly, she has to go. I mean, she lied to the public. I mean, another question which should be raised is, where did she get the £800,000 to buy this property?
Well,
I mean,
it is believed that she pulled out equity of approximately £165,000 from Greater Manchester, and then, of course, she's allowed a mortgage, as anyone is.
oh, Nick, please. The Labour Party are meant to be for the working people. What do? They tax they go after the pensioners, they put national insurance, they go after the public, and now we've got a minister lying to the public about her tax affairs. She should go today, right now.
George, strong words, thank you. Tina's in Bourton on the Water. What should happen? What will happen this afternoon, we believe? Good morning.
Good morning to you, Nick. With regard to Angela Rayner, yes, I do think she should go, because working class, upper class, it makes no difference. 99% of the people have access to internet. If you want to sell a property, you can look up how much stamp duty you should pay.
It's her own website. This is extraordinary thing.
Well, there you are. She should know exactly how much she should pay, whether she's a first-time buyer or it's a second home. There is no excuse for this, and trying to cover it up or by blaming so-called advice is just not good enough.
Tina, if I was in Bourton on the Water, which sounds beautiful, and I'm sure it is, later this afternoon, 5 or 6 o'clock, and we discover that, in fact, she has been spared, and Sir Keir says, I'm absolutely right to have had confidence in my deputy, what would you think of the pair of them, Tina?
I would think that Sir Keir Starmer is decidedly weak and unable to take a decision for somebody, pardon me, who he favours.
Can I ask you a question? What water is Bourton on? Bourton on the Water. What do you want, a river?
The Windrush.
It sounds beautiful. Have yourself a lovely weekend, Tina, thank you. Should we go to the north? Richard in Workington. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning, Nick. How are you doing?
I'm all right, sir. What needs to happen and why?
Well, she needs to go. I don't think she will, but she needs to go. I think this northern thing, this class thing that's been brought into it is quite offensive. I think the only class issue that should be brought into it is that she hasn't got any.
Right.
Now,
this is in her financial affairs. I'm sure you mean that, don't you?
In everything possible. What I would suggest to you is, Nick, that the internet is a wonderful thing, and technology allows us to research into people, and they were quite firm in opposition to criticise everything the government did.
Yeah, she was the attack dog. Yeah, she went after them all.
Absolutely, and one thing she was famous for saying is, there's only one rule for this happiness, and that is there's one rule for them and there's one rule for the rest of us.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's doing exactly the same, and she shouldn't even be told to go. She should have the decency to hang her head in shame and toddle off back to wherever she came from. and take the rest of this sorry government with them.
Lastly, is it northern, is it working class to seek to avail yourself of possibly dodging tax?
No, it's not, and it's offensive to suggest it is.
I totally agree with you. I realised actually during the break, speaking of somebody who had a northern mother and I've actually got a northern wife now, which is from Yorkshire. So I've got a whole new insight into it all. And she is, my God, she's virtually overpays tax, that one. She absolutely, it's a minute a bill goes, gotta pay it. No, make them wait. Make them wait to the last minute. It's only your inland revenue, whatever it might be. Richard, thank you. Julian's in Maidenhead. Julian, what will happen and why? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick. I don't know exactly what will happen. Who can tell? There's an investigation.
What do you think should happen, sir?
On weighted values of the corruption that is, plagues every government. I don't think so, because this doesn't amount to anything like a significant proportion of previous governments' misdeeds that did not result in any action being taken. The left has a habit of punishing itself, holding itself to a higher standard, and when it does fall foul of that, because people are people and humans are like that. Mistakes can be made, but also corruption. There is corruption. It's not uniquely to, on one side and not on the other. But if we look at it in terms of the percentage of, should we say, disputed funds, I don't want to use the word misappropriated, but disputed funds, cronyism, that sort of thing, it doesn't amount to a whole hill of beans if we compare it to the previous government in power. And I've had a look, and I can find the individual case, but I haven't seen anyone try to keep a tally of suspected corruption for the Conservative MP.
It's difficult, isn't it? And you're right. They had their fair amount of chances in the previous administration, and I think we all thought that we perhaps might be having a slightly better feel now, but the reality is not the case. I'm sorry, Julian, you have to be the last word. Sorry you were hanging on the line, but we are out of time. Just before I go, I want to tell you about Monday morning show, when LBC will be dedicating programming to keeping children safe online. Following the huge response we had to our online safety day in March, we will revisit the issue. 6 months on since the Online Safety Act came into force, how much has it helped you, and significantly, how much has it helped your children? That's on Monday, but I'm done for today. James O'Brien will be the other side of the news here on LBC, and I'll be back with you Monday morning from 7. Meantime, do have a safe weekend.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. I tried to keep a tally of the corruption under various previous administrations, but I had to give up when I ran out of ink. And there is, of course, one major difference between this government and, say, Boris Johnson's, and that is the presence of the independent advisor on ethics. Lest there is any genuine confusion about what his job is, it means that the Prime Minister can't make a decision based upon opinion or based upon preference or prejudice, and crucially, he can't be accused of bias if the independent advisor has given somebody the all clear. That is why, of course, Boris Johnson treated them with such contempt, and 2 of them resigned in disgust at his disgraceful conduct. But none of that is relevant to Angela Rayner. None of it at all. What do you want to do? Predictions or rear view mirror? It's your call.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 10 o'clock, a verdict's expected later on whether Angela Rayner broke ministerial rules over her tax affairs. The ethics watchdog's been investigating whether the Deputy Prime Minister breached standards. She's blamed lawyers over her stamp duty underpayment, but they've denied giving her any tax advice. Conservative Deputy Chair Matt Vickers has told LBC News Ms Rayner must resign if she's found to have broken the rules.
One of the things that I think stuck in people's gullet was that on Wednesday, Keir Starmer's defence was that Angela Rayner was a working class person. Working class people across my constituency and across this country pay their taxes and play by the rules, and they want to see their politicians do exactly the same.
Vladimir Putin says he doesn't see the sense in meeting Ukraine's leader, as it would be practically impossible to reach an agreement to end the war. He's also rejected plans by Volodymyr Zelensky's EU allies to deploy troops in Ukraine to guarantee a ceasefire. The Russian leader says they would be legitimate targets for Moscow's forces. The Home Office has paid for adverts in northern France to try and deter people from crossing the channel in small boats. The campaign warns they could be sent back to the country under the UK's new returns deal with Paris. Reform UK's conference gets underway in Birmingham later, boosted by the defection of Nadine Dorries to the party. The former Conservative minister said she doubted that the Tories had a future. Reform's head of government efficiency, Zia Youssef, has told LBC they're delighted to have her.
Nadine has gone very much on the record to say the Tory party is dead and people should wake up and smell the coffee. That is a direct quote from her, and this is one of the most loyal and historically one of the most loyal and close affiliates of the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. She has also gone on the record to say that the Tories did great damage to the country.
The Conservatives say they wish Nadine Dorries well. And good weather and the Women's Euros helped boost UK retail sales in July. Official figures show spending rose by 0.6%. That's above the 0.2% rise anticipated by economists. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 29 at 92.46. The pound bought $1.34 and the euro 15. LBC weather, a drier and sunnier day for most. The odd shower in the east, highs of 22 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Dominic Ellis.
I've been asked by Shredded Wheat to read out their ingredients list. Drum roll. Whole grain wheat. No, that's it. A single ingredient high fibre cereal. Shredded wheat. It simply does it. I'm telling you, that's it. Applies to shredded wheat, bite size and big biscuit only.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with James O'Brien.
Boosted by the defection of Nadine Dorries. You really? Do you think there's anybody anywhere who goes, oh, hello, Nadine Dorries has joined them? But maybe I should start taking them a little bit more serious. We may if there's time, because in some ways we've missed the hilarity that Miss Dorries provides. And of course it is Ms. or possibly Mrs. And not Lady, which is, I suspect, the reason why she's defected to the Reform Party, because she thinks it might enhance her chances of getting that gong that she was so cruelly denied by Boris Johnson or whoever it was. And, you know, speaking of Boris Johnson, as we did a moment ago, and I appreciate that it's not a very nice thing to do and that it can be quite traumatic, even perhaps triggering, to remember just how unhinged our country has become as a consequence, among other things, of treating him seriously. But I've got a quote from a politician, oddly, about Nadine Dorries defending Boris Johnson. I will share it with you shortly and see if you can guess who it was that said it. But we have to chuckle. We have to begin with a chuckle. Boosted by the defection of Nadine Dorries. Phrases that you never thought you'd hear. That's two this week. When did Britain become North Korea? On the front page of the Daily Mail, and then parroted, of course, in Washington by Mr. Farage. And then the second one was boosted by the defection. Conservatives, I mean, what's left of them? They don't sound very upset about it, do they? We wish her well. She's your problem now. That's extraordinary. But we digress. And we will actually go back to the greatest hits. I'll put that up as a promise. Like, some of them include me, would you believe? Little old me. A humble correspondent, a lowly radio presenter, living rent-free in the mind of the Secretary of State for Culture and Media. It was an extraordinary episode in my so-called career. Worthy, perhaps, perhaps the funniest was when she called me, what was it, a public school posh boy, and then a word I can't say on the radio without incurring the wrath of Ofcom. Begins with F, ends with wit. And I'm looking at this thinking, what on earth is she so upset about, this strange woman? And someone sent me a message saying, have you seen that Nadine Dorries has had a go? I said, yeah, he said, do you know that her daughters went to the same school that we did? It was off an old school friend of mine. And I said, don't be ridiculous. Surely I'd have known that by now. I'd have read about it in the alumni magazine or something like that. And B, if she had sent her daughters to the same school that I went to, she couldn't be insulting me on the grounds of the school that I went to, because that would display an IQ that was struggling to get into single figures. Never mind double or triple. But lo and behold, Google is your friend, and she had indeed insulted me for going to the same school that she sent her own daughters to. which was almost as ridiculous as that time she accused the BBC of being full of people who employed their own children, something that is not statistically supported by the fact, but which is rather challenged by the knowledge that she employs her own children, the ones that went to my school. I mean, hypocrisy feels like too small a... Anyway, at least we can all agree she's finally found her spiritual and political home. But we may refresh our memories shortly about what a wonderful gift she was to, well, what, satire? I don't know. And we may also, I should possibly, we've kind of got ChatGPT on the case, would you believe? Look at some of the headlines from one newspaper which today has gone completely bonkers. I give you a clue. It's the same newspaper that began the week asking when we had turned into North Korea. A newspaper that has largely cheer-led for almost everything awful that's happened to this country since, I'd probably say since 2015, but you can go back much further if you want. And if you assemble some of the front pages that show them celebrating all the stuff that has brought the country to the mess that it's currently in and that Keir Starmer is charged with fixing, you'd see an extraordinary saga that speaks to something bigger, some sort of almost delusion, some mass delusional event that's unfolding on the right of British politics at the moment. That everything they've done has no bearing whatsoever upon where we are. You know, I usually hit you with the list at this point, don't I? Austerity, Brexit, Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, all of these things cheered to the rafters by many broadcasters, let alone politicians, but most obviously by right-wing newspapers and most obviously by the Daily Mail. All of them cheered to the rafters. You won't believe me when I tell you the front pages that they published when Liz Truss set fire to the British economy. Absolutely extraordinary. Or indeed when Theresa May called an election that saw her majority get absolutely mullered. You won't believe me when I show you the front pages that the Daily Mail celebrated all of these events with. And now, just over a year into a Labour government, while all of the consequences of the catastrophes they helped inflict upon the nation continue to nibble away at our security and our general happiness, they're trying to somehow disown all of the things that are responsible for the messes that the country faces. I suspect all of the problems that the United Kingdom currently faces are a consequence of the Labour government putting VAT on school fees. That seems to be pretty much the extent of what passes for political journalism in one corner of Fleet Street this morning. Now, I need to confide in you. Sometimes, when I find myself going off on an unexpected tangent at 3 minutes after 10 in the morning, it can be a little bit difficult then to get the phone in up and running on a subject that is not directly related to what we've just talked about. It is a cross that is borne more by my colleagues than by me, because as you may have detected over the years, I quite happily talk through till 1 o'clock without letting you interrupt me at all. But it's frowned upon. It's frowned upon. It is not to be encouraged. And also, I do love listening to you, talking to you, interrupting you, more than perhaps is healthy. And that's what I've just done again. So as the time ticks around to 10 past 10, I now launch the phone in. But I want you to ignore tradition. I want you to buck the trend. I want you to laugh in the face of how things normally unfold and call me early and call me often on this vexed question of the Deputy Prime Minister. Let me express a syllable or three of sympathy for people who wish that we weren't talking about it again. We've tried to work it out. Has anyone kept count, Keith? Has anyone kept count of how many phone-ins, how many hours of phone-in LBC has now dedicated to Angela Rayner? And I understand why you may be... I hope you're not bored by it, because it's my job to make sure you're not bored, even if the subject matter is similar to stuff that's gone before. But it's a mistake on your part to think that we shouldn't be talking about it. There is a very real chance that the Deputy Prime Minister will walk the plank today. And if you're not talking about that on a current affairs radio programme, then I'm afraid you are missing, not just missing a trick, you're frankly missing several tricks. You're playing an absolute, whatever the opposite of a blinder is. So, of course, we must talk about it. And, of course, there is a difficulty in discussing it in depth when we are still waiting for the findings of the Independent Ethics Adviser. And yet, our job together today is to find ways into it that keep the interest levels high and which possibly shed light upon the subject. Do you know what my favourite call yesterday was? I don't want to offend anybody who rang in yesterday and is not my favourite caller. My favourite caller yesterday was actually the conveyancer. There's a tiny little bit of me that's tempted today to invite you to tell me about all of your conveyancing nightmares, but I suspect that might be a little bit of a distraction from the central point. The central point is having a howler. Thank you, Julian. Having a howler. That's the opposite of playing a blind. I think the central point here is what is going to happen and why. I do want to tempt a few more professionals onto the programme. Of course, if you are a professional and you ring this programme, that would make one of us. I do want to tempt a few more professionals onto this programme to talk me through what you think might have happened. Because what we have now is the conveyancing company in Hove essentially saying that they didn't give any advice whatsoever regarding trusts. I don't want to overread what is going on here, or they didn't give any advice whatsoever involving tax. It seems to me possible, or they've simply said that they did not advise her that she was eligible for a lower rate of stamp duty. They simply used the online tool that is available to everybody at the HMRC website and used it to punch in the information that she had given them, and the figure that came out at the end would be based upon the house in Hove being her primary home, which of course she's subsequently accepted, having taken further advice. It was not. Here's a game for you. There is a politician who claimed he'd bought a house in his constituency, and then it turned out actually he hadn't. The house had been bought by their partner, which meant that because they already owned several properties, they wouldn't be paying any stamp duty at all. Do you want to have a guess at which politician it was who told the media he'd bought a house in his constituency when he hadn't? He had actually put said house in his partner's name, or perhaps his partner bought it outright. I don't know. The point is, it means that no stamp duty was due, no second home stamp duty was due, and that would, I guess, get filed under deliberately managing to avoid stamp duty, as opposed to accidentally managing to avoid stamp duty, like Angela Rayner is claiming to have done. So, whether you're a professional or not, and you can be as negative and as unkind as you like, please. I mean, I don't want you to necessarily indulge long-nursed hatreds and prejudices, but if I ask you what you think happened, and we probably will give a prize on Monday to whoever gets closest. When we get the report from the independent ethics advisor, whoever gets closest today to describing what actually happened could possibly win a prize. Don't ask me what the prize is. That's above my pay grade. I'll warn you in advance, it won't be very impressive or very exciting, but it will be yours if you get closest to predicting what you think happened. And it may be that you're more likely to get close to it if you do actually work in tax affairs or conveyancing or the law in that area. But what do you think happened? What do you think is going to be in the independent ethics advisor's report? Again, I can't believe this is necessary, but if anyone is truly struggling to understand the importance of the role of the independent ethics advisor, it forbids prime ministers from acting according to their own whim and whimsy. So if you haven't got an independent ethics advisor, the prime minister can stand up and say, well, I've looked into it and there's absolutely no case to answer. And we would all sit there thinking, unless we were forelock-tugging crones, we'd all sit there thinking, well, I'm not sure that the prime minister was the right person. It's a bit like Boris Johnson conducting an investigation into that time when Priti Patel was accused of bullying. Imagine if he'd conducted it himself instead of the independent ethics advisor conducting it and concluding that she had, at which point Boris Johnson completely ignored the independent ethics advisor. Was that the reason why the first one resigned? It's so hard to keep up. But if anyone is truly confused about why they are good things, it means that prime ministers can't act like tyrants. Prime ministers can't act like Trumps. Prime ministers can't act without accountability or transparency. They can't conduct their own investigation. The best way to understand it, and I don't know that anyone is daft enough to really need this explanation, it means that prime ministers can't mark their own homework or the homework of their colleagues. You bring in an independent headmaster to have a look at the homework. And today, that independent headmaster will report on what Angela Rayner has done. You have heard so much coverage of this that, frankly, you can go straight to the back of the class if you haven't got a clear idea of what it is that actually happened. I'll see you there, by the way, at the back of the class, because I don't have the full grasp of trust law. But what do you think actually happened? What do you think actually happened? And, I mean, within the laws of libel, of course, you don't have to be offering up a generous analysis of what has unfolded. You know, whether corners have been cut or whether questions that should have been asked were not asked, whether or not the failure to disclose information sometimes can be a sin of omission. What do you think? And, of course, the more... is this true? Do you think the more expertise you have, the more interesting your insights will be? Not necessarily. I don't want to sound like Michael Gove. I have categorically not have enough of experts, and on some subjects I need them more than I do on others. But I've got two things. One is a bit childish. The first one is the grown-up question, and that is this. What do you think happened? A bit childish to offer a prize to the person who gets closest, but we'll have a look. 0345 6060973. And then the second one is, and this might actually fit into the same category, have you got something interesting to say about this story that hasn't been said 74 times already? If you've got something interesting to say about this story that hasn't been said 74 times already, I really want to hear it. 0345 6060973 is the number that you need. So what do you think happened? Stroke, what do you think is going to be in the ethics advisor's findings later today, probably after I finish, sadly. They always do that, don't they? It's as if it's deliberate. And secondly, is there anything left to say beyond the prediction of what the ethics advisor will say? Hit the numbers now, you will get through. 0345 6060973. And after the break, I'll share the identity. It's going to shock you, because squeaky clean, absolute paragon of virtue type character who bought a house in their constituency, or claimed they bought a house in their constituency, but it turned out it was in their partner's name, which means, of course, that there'll be no second home stamp duty to be paid whatsoever. I bet you can't guess who that was.
LBC.
Tonight's Euro Millions jackpot is £56 million. It's so exciting, I could do the splits.
Oh, should have stretched first.
Get in tonight's Euro Millions draw. Play on app.
Estimate your jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. You can't hold this in your hand or pack it in your bags. You can't touch it. But our network is around you. Like oxygen. Near or far, we're there. That's why we've been awarded Best Mobile Network Coverage by Uswitch. O2, essential for living.
Based on OpenSignal Awards UK Mobile Network Experience Report, September 2024. To verify, see opensignal.com/UK Mobile Report.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with Well Kid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The Well Kid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
On Sunday, 7th of September at 3 p.m, the UK government will carry out a planned test of the emergency alerts system. You'll get an alert like this on your mobile phone. Visit gov.uk/alerts to find out more about emergency alerts.
This is LBC with James O'Brien. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
20 minutes after 10 is the time. I had the misfortune of watching and listening to Nadine Dorries this morning. If she is the Prime Minister's defence, then he really is a goner. Who do you think was responsible for offering up that rather unflattering analysis of a woman who has just boosted Reform UK by defecting to them? Do you want to do a multiple choice on this one, or should we just leave it? Should we leave it one? Was it A, Mr. Blobby? Was it B, who's the best? Andrew Marr? Or was it C, Nigel Farage, the leader of the party to which Nadine Dorries has now just defected? So who said in 2025, I think, who said, I had the misfortune of watching... No, that's longer ago than that. It was in 2022. I had the misfortune of watching and listening to Nadine Dorries this morning. If she is the Prime Minister's defence, then he really is a goner. Was it A, Mr Blobby? Was it B, Andrew Marr? Or was it C, the man who's just welcomed her defection to his political party? And of course, the other question currently hanging in the balance is who claimed to have bought a house in their constituency earlier this year, only for it to emerge that it was all in the name of their partner, which meant that they could avoid second home, which probably meant that they could avoid second home stamp duty. Blobby, blobby, blobby. 21 minutes after 10. Angela Rayner is still on the hook. What do you think happened? And of course, contingent upon that question is the idea of what the ethics advisor is likely to find later today. And then we can possibly nudge it into the area of, well, if that is what happened, is her position tenable or untenable? Richard's in Manchester. Richard, what would you like to say?
Morning, James. How are you?
Very well, mate. What's on your mind?
Well, I think I possibly have an explanation as to what...
Hang on, I've just had a thought, mate. Don't make it too good, otherwise the rest of the phoning might be completely scuppered.
OK, do you want to ring me back later?
Well, you think it's that good? You're going to shut it? You sound like me now, you're so cocky. You're going to shut the whole thing down at 22 minutes after 10. All right, bring it on. Let's see what you've got. Let's see what
just hoping that my colleague Andrew, who listens to your show every day whilst at work, is listening to this, because I'm on holiday today. So, hello, Andrew.
Hello, Andrew. Carry on.
Yeah. So I think what's happened here is there's been an endeavour to remove money from the trust to provide a deposit for a future purchase. That seems to be what has gone on in terms of the mechanics of it. As I understand it, when you are a trustee, you are effectively still an owner if the person who benefits from the trust is under 18. And my understanding is that the child in question is under 18. So where that leaves you is that knowingly or unknowingly, you still own the property, you go on to buy another one, and effectively you should have to pay second home stamp duty because you are still an owner. And in essence, that's it.
Could she conceivably not have realised she was technically the owner of the first one? Because she no longer had any capital, she no longer had any equity.
I'm sure that's the case. Well, when I say I'm sure that's the case, I'm not saying that I'm confident in the case of this particular individual. What I'm saying is
that could happen.
I'm saying that because it's a complex area, that may well be the issue.
There are three options, aren't there? She received inaccurate or inadequate advice. She received good advice but ignored it, or she didn't provide enough information to get the advice that she needed, and that you could fit in one and three of that, couldn't you? Because the advice she received might have been inaccurate and inadequate, but only because the person she received it from wasn't aware of the situation you just described.
Well, I think the issue is that the people who are advising at each end of the transaction are not the same people, are they? The people who advised on the trust presumably were local to her, somewhere near Ashton-under-Lyne or whatever.
Yes.
The conveyancing company was based in Kent, and my guess is that the conveyancing company in Kent would have asked the question because they are...
in Hove, I think.
That's where the property is, but the conveyancers are in Kent, I believe.
No, it's in Hove. I mean, I'm not going to get stuck up on this, but it is. I'm just reading it here. They're in Hove. But anyway, carry on.
Okay. All right. Well, wherever they are, they have an obligation to the Inland Revenue to obviously make sure that the correct amount of stamp duty is paid, because it is them who pay it rather than the client directly. My guess is there will have been a question along the lines of, do you have an interest in any other property?
Yeah.
And the answer would have been given no. Yeah. And that may have been given wittingly or unwittingly, but the answer would be no, on which basis they then go into the HMRC stamp duty calculator, work out what's owed, tell her that's what she has to pay, and that's what she pays. So I suspect that's how it's happened.
And if that is how it's happened, it would be perfectly reasonable for people listening to this programme to answer yes and no to not the same person, two different people. Does that make her position untenable? I could see someone saying, yes, of course it does, because she's the housing minister and she should not have got herself into this mess. Or I could equally understand somebody saying, no, of course she shouldn't go because it was an honest and rather easy mistake to make. What's your answer to that question? If you're right, would that make it untenable.
I think the problem in anything like this is that ultimately the question you've got to ask is, if you're not sure that you're on safe ground, would you want to dig a bit deeper? And I think if you're in a position which is so inextricably linked to this particular situation, I don't think there's anywhere to go on that one. Surely there are enough people around her who can advise her as to how stamp duty actually works.
So we're back to the... it's all very well saying that I would have done the same thing, but I'm not a housing minister, and therefore I would have asked at every turn, can this come back and bite me on the backside?
Yeah. My partner is a mortgage advisor, and she frequently deals with situations where people are buying second properties, and questions are asked along the lines of, if I can keep this house in my name and put this house in the wife's name, or vice versa, or, whatever, does that work? And the fundamental tenet is there a financial link with that property? And clearly, in 99.9% of cases that she's advising on, there are.
But
She is obligated, by the way, to tell her clients that she is not a tax expert and that they should seek independent advice.
So actually, it's going to be, if you like this sort of thing, Laurie Magnus's report is actually going to be quite interesting. Potentially, because of all these known unknowns and indeed unknown unknowns. Before you go, I was wrong and you were right about that. I think you knew that, but you were too polite to labour the point, weren't you? The firm is indeed in Kent.
Sometimes, James, it's not all about the win, is it?
Sometimes it's best to be right and silent, Richard.
Yeah.
Maybe not on this occasion. If it had been the other way around, I probably would have been a little bit less gracious than you. So thank you for that. But may our culpa. It is indeed in Kent, the law firm that she used to conduct. And you could tell, but it was something quite, I don't know what the correct word is, something quite dignified about how Richard dealt with it. Classy, thank you, Keith. Just classy. He goes, yeah, the fella's wrong. I'm the caller, he's the presenter, but he's the one that's dropped a clanger. I'm just going to let it go. Life's too short to humiliate him. He'll realise eventually, and I'm sure he'll make good on his own mistake. And here I am, making good on my own mistake. Thank you, Richard. Rob's in St Albans. Rob, what would you like to say?
Hi there, I'm going to be super quick. I've got a very extensive property background, but what I'll just say is solicitors and conveyancers don't offer advice on stamp duty unless you specifically seek it out from them. They ask you to fill out a stamp duty declaration online or in the normal paperwork, and they charge you the stamp duty accordingly. Equally, if you go to a tax advisor, from my experience, 90% of the time they'll say, go and speak to your conveyancer. We don't get involved in stamp duty. Go and speak to your solicitor. So obviously this firm said we didn't offer any advice on stamp duty. They've just done their job according to the form she filled out. I doubt very much she spoke to a tax advisor. I reckon if she spoke to anyone, it was one of those people who's a friend of a family. Oh, I know about taxes, and probably given advice. Because from my experience, almost on every occasion I've come across someone who's fallen foul, not paid the right stamp duty. They didn't speak to their solicitor. They spoke to someone other than someone who should have been offering the correct advice, and they made a mistake accordingly, or they did it deliberately, thinking they'd get away with it. Now, I'm not saying she's done either of those things, but they're the most plausible outcomes in my view.
Well, then she's got a problem, because she claims she spoke to two tax advisors. Who, if you needed advice on stamp duty, specifically on stamp duty, who would you talk to?
Absolutely the solicitor. They're the one that's going to be invoicing you for it and paying it on your behalf.
Just to be clear, because
I would speak to about stamp duty.
You are distinguishing between a solicitor and a conveyancer.
Well, both. The conveyancer's job is the same thing. They have to get a license to do conveyancing. Part of their process is
Right, I thought you began. Forgive me. I thought you began by saying they would never give you advice on stamp duty.
No, they do, but you have to ask them.
Oh, I see what you mean. You mean unprompted.
Their standard process is, here's the form, you fill it out, you're the one liable stamp duty. They don't take any responsibility. So that absolves them from any mistakes, because you are the one who's self-certified and filled out the form. If you make a mistake on it, that's not their fault.
Yeah.
That protects them. If you ask them for advice, that's when they have a liability, because they've now given you formal advice about it.
So if she didn't tell them about the house in trust in Manchester, it's all on her?
Absolutely,
She can't claim 100%. That she was given bad advice.
Yeah, they've already said we didn't offer advice, which is normal. Solicitors don't offer
I'm
advice.
Thinking about the tax advisors now. Everything, wherever the buck stops, if they weren't aware of the house being held in trust despite her having no equity in it, they couldn't have given her the advice that she needed.
Yeah, well, if they have, if she's got something in writing, if I was in her position, I would sue them, and I would name and shame them, because they potentially destroyed her career, haven't they?
Well, if she's got it, then they haven't. I mean, this is a wonderful chicken and egg situation, because if she's got the smoking gun that you described, then I would probably expect her to still be in post at Christmas. If she hasn't, I don't know. Politically, I think it's unlikely that she'll go, simply for the reason that the facts would more or less be known to her and to Keir Starmer, and there's a certain confidence in the way that the story has unfolded that the ethics advisor will find in their favour. Unfortunately, that won't have any effect whatsoever upon the hysterical screeching for her blood. But if it isn't the case that she could easily have avoided the mess that she's found herself in, then I think the appetite to keep her in post for political reasons will probably win the day. But then, of course, you've got the problem of what Magnus actually finds. I think, and I said this yesterday, I think it's all going to come down to who knew about the house in trust and how culpable, well, Magnus thinks she is if she didn't tell the relevant people about the house in trust because she didn't think it mattered because she doesn't have any equity in it. How culpable she then becomes for the wrong advice that she received. It's a weird one, that. How you get some bad advice? How can it be your fault? Answer, because you didn't give the person giving the advice all the information they needed to give you the right advice. I like this. What do you think happened? 0345 6060 973. Dominic Ellis is here now with your headlines.
A verdict is expected later on whether Angela Rayner broke ministerial rules over her tax affairs. The ethics watchdog's been investigating whether the Deputy Prime Minister breached standards. Vladimir Putin has warned that any Western troops deployed in Ukraine would be legitimate targets for his forces. The Russian president says if peace can be agreed, he'd see no reason for such a deployment. And at least 55,000 people are to be retested for diabetes after errors were discovered in testing machines. NHS England says some patients have been wrongly diagnosed with type 2 diabetes and prescribed medication they don't need. LBC weather, a drier and sunnier day for most. The odd shower in the east, highs of 22 degrees.
This is LBC.
A frozen berry blast, please.
All right, love. Do you know what I've done?
Oh, what have you done?
You see Pete slipping over there? I got the sun cream and I've only gone and drawn it on his back.
Oh, but that's not Pete.
Isn't it?
Oh, very funny.
Avoid having the wrong kind of fun in the sun. At Specsavers, get 2 for 1, including sunglasses, from £70 with single vision lenses to the same prescription. Terms and conditions apply. See in store for details.
At SSE Energy Solutions, we know businesses are full of different kinds of energy. Like your 4th coffee of the morning energy. Your yes chef energy. And even, as per my last email, energy. You can bring any energy you like to your business, but at SSE Energy Solutions, we bring simple, affordable energy. Choose SSE Energy Solutions, a different kind of energy.
A safe trip begins with TRIP. Take a road trip with your family, get there safely. Do your trip checks. T. Top up on island fuel. R. Rest every 2 hours. Do I inspect tire pressure and tread? P. Prepare for the weather ahead. A safe trip begins with TRIP. A safe trip begins with TRIP.
Do the 4 trip checks before every journey. National Highways.
Would anyone like some Bourneville dark chocolate?
Is it so dark the aftertaste lasts for a week?
No.
Does it taste really complicated?
What? Is it saturated in nibs?
So dark it comes with a therapist?
To the uneducated palate, does it taste like burnt tyre?
Would scientists compare the taste to dark matter?
Is it artisanal, in all caps?
Are the tasting notes gloom?
No pretentiousness, no complexity, no bitterness. Just smooth dark chocolate from Cadbury. Cadbury Bourneville, made to be enjoyed, not endured.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It's 10:35. You're listening to James O'Brien on LBC. Have I revealed any of my riddles yet? Have I done the folks? So the multiple choice, Mr. Blobby, Andrew Marr? Who was it that said this? I had the misfortune of watching and listening to Nadine Dorries this morning. If she is the PM's defence, then he really is a goner. That was in February of 2022, and it was Mr. Blobby talking about Nadine... No, it was Nigel Farage, of course, talking about the person who today he will elect ownership even though she doesn't have any equity. So the more complicated it gets, I think a truly objective and honest person generates more sympathy for the situation that Angela Rayner has come into. But how complicated would it have to be for you to then say, well, then it doesn't matter that she's actually housing minister? Because in many ways, she presides over the system whose complexities have caused her such difficulties. And if you're in charge of the system, not understanding it is a really tricky defence, isn't it? I mean, let's not be silly about this. Defence secretaries don't go to war, generally speaking, and chancellors of the Exchequer rarely go on to run the Bank of England. I think George Osborne went on to run the British Museum. So the idea that you need specific area-based expertise is a misunderstanding of how politics works and of how Parliament works and what the civil service is for. But equally, if you're in charge of a department and your defence is going to be that, shouldn't be timbers, that was tricky, I didn't understand any of that. Then you're on thinner ice, I would argue, than if you were not in charge of that department. 10:38 is the time. Joe is in Exeter. Joe, what would you like to say?
Hi, James.
Hello, Joe.
Hello. I'm a solicitor working in the property field.
This is a freebie. This is a freebie, Joe, all right? You can turn that meter off now, all right? I don't want to be billed by the minute or any of that malarkey. This is a freebie, all right? I'm the only one getting paid here. Carry on.
I'm not giving specific advice to you, Dave. In property law, when we used to deal with stamp duty, it was much less complicated than it is now. Because now you've got the second home ownership issue. If you're buying with an overseas resident, you pay more. So now, most solicitors that I know of and conveyancers will disclaim and say, we don't give tax advice, we pay your stamp duty as your agent, but you have to get your own tax advice and pay the correct amount. That's down to you. And most solicitors will put that in their report, and the clients will sign and return saying they understand that. However, I do feel very sorry for Angela, because I think this is probably because of poor communication. Most solicitors and conveyancers will send out forms sometimes with simple algorithms and pointing clients in the direction of information they can find. But if you're an experienced property lawyer or conveyancer, you can instantly see there's going to be a complex issue, and you will send the client to get specific tax advice.
So...
Sorry.
No, you carry on. You're much more interested than me.
In this case, my understanding is that this involves the trust with a child. Now, my working knowledge of stamp duty in the area of trust, which I'm not an expert, I think that there are different rules with trust involving children.
So it gets really tricky.
It gets more tricky when if you're a parent who is a trustee of a trust involving a child, I think that you could come across with thinking that rules that apply to trustees involving their trust not relating to children, you're going to pay the lower rate. But if there's a child involved, then the higher rate may apply, and I think that's probably what's happened. There's been miscommunication there.
And she sought advice last Friday from a King's Counsel with expertise in this area, and received the advice that she made public on Wednesday morning. So everything hinges later today, on these two so-called experts in trust law, end quotes, that she says she consulted, but hasn't said whether or not they were qualified solicitors or barristers. And that advice right there, and the calibre of the contributor of that advice, is probably what everything's going to hang on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And my gut instinct is that there's just been miscommunication, and I feel sorry for her. I think that she's ended up with this terrible situation, and it's a problem probably not of her own making. However, the conveyancers undoubtedly, obviously I don't know the situation, but undoubtedly will have disclaimed and said your tax affairs are your...
So this is slightly disingenuous reporting when the solicitor in Kent comes out and says, in Herne Bay, comes out and says, we didn't give her any tax advice. Everybody like you, with proper knowledge of the industry, would say, well, of course you didn't. Nobody would have thought that you did. No one would have expected to get stamp duty and tax advice from the person handling the conveyance.
No, I suspect they would have had a disclaimer in their, documentation saying we don't give tax advice and your stamp duty land tax is your affair. We will pay it on your behalf, but it's up to you to pay the right amount.
How many? I mean, I'm not expecting you to give me a number, but I mean, how rare is it? How specialised an area is it to have? It's a stamp duty relating to a trust for a disabled child. I mean, you wouldn't find it in Yellow Pages, would you?
No, it's not common. I don't recall having dealt with a transaction involving a trust relating to a child, but obviously if we have knowledge that the client is a trustee of the trust, then that's the point at which we would say you need to take tax advice on this.
I don't think she is a trustee.
Okay.
So, I mean, curiouser and curiouser. No, that's what I mean. And at what point, finally, thank you for this, I appreciate you could have charged me a fortune. Finally, when, the more complicated it is, the easier it is to excuse her and defend her, would you say? Or not? Or does she have... And does that responsibility to make sure that there isn't a mistake increase because she is the housing minister? Because this is more about tax and money than it is actually about housing. Her job is to build housing.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's really easy though when you're acting in your capacity as a private individual. You kind of don't really think about the interrelationship with what you're doing when you're just buying a house with something potentially blowing up and destroying your career, do you? And I think she probably just, read the documentation, looked at the algorithms and just thought, oh, okay, well, that's the position for me, and didn't think that she had to go further and take advice. I mean, I just can't somehow see her doing something,
And that's an interesting point. As an honest, no, nor can I. But that's our biases kicking in, whether you like that word or not. That's because we think she's an honest and decent person. But my profession is full of people who thought that Boris Johnson was an honest and decent person, and they were pretty wrong. Maybe we are. And there'll be plenty of people that think because Angela Rayner is left wing and the Daily Mail have told her that she's evil. Told them that she's evil, that she definitely was swinging the lead or taking the mickey or trying to duck her responsibilities. For example, she could, of course, have just put it all in the name of a partner who didn't have a first home, and then they could have avoided second home stamp duty completely. But she didn't have one. She didn't have a partner, unlike Nigel Farage. Which leads us to the other question of the morning, which is who bought a house in their constituency or claimed to have bought a house in their constituency, only for it to subsequently emerge that the house was in the name of that politician's partner, which would mean probably that they'd be entirely exempt from the second home stamp duty that Angela Rayner is in trouble for not paying. Do you want to have a guess at who that was? 10:45 is the time.
This Monday, LBC takes a closer look at social media. Are they really doing enough to keep young people safe?
The dangers that social media poses, not just to children, but society as a whole.
And I think about young boys, and I think about the attitude towards women and girls. Terrifying.
Can you tell me, father to father, hand on heart, you believe the company's doing everything it can for online safety?
Hand on heart, I think they... I'm not going to say everything.
We'll hear from the boss of Ofcom, Dame Melanie Dawes.
I think I would say to parents that most kids find pornography for the first time by accident, and so the protections will make a big difference.
Don't miss a moment. Stay with LBC all day Monday.
The minister who is in charge, he should listen to LBC's Day of Online Safety, and he will learn everything that he needs to know.
Online Safety Day, this Monday on LBC.
At Lidl, you could save like a hero by switching from Sainsbury's to Lidl and saving a super £36 on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/save-more. Save like a hero on your weekly staples, your fresh five a day, and big brands. Lidl, Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. Prices check 2nd of the 9th, 25. Sainsbury's also sell other products. See online for more details.
Yep, I'm still dancing. And there's still time to get in tonight's Euro Millions draw. So turn up that dial. The EuroMillions jackpot is £56 million. Go on, play on out.
Estimated jackpot. Account terms, rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
With an Amex business card, Selena's earning points renovating her skin clinic and refreshing the builders.
14 coffees and 28 sugars, please.
And on new adjustable chairs for every room. And she can use the points to lie back and relax.
Don't put ice cream on your brother's head.
Well, sometimes. And that's because with an Amex business card, your points can go towards holidays and more.
Search Amex Business Card. Terms and annual fees apply. 18 plus. Subject to status. Basic card also available with no annual fee, rewards or other features.
A safe trip begins with TRIP. Take a road trip with your family. Get there safely. Do your trip checks. T. Stop up on island fuel. R. Rest every 2 hours. Do I inspect tire pressure and tread. P. Prepare for the weather ahead. A safe trip begins with TRIP. A safe trip begins with
Do the 4 trip checks before every journey. National Highways.
This September, the world's loudest band. These guys are 11. Reunite for the gig nobody asked for.
We have Spinal Tap!
Stonehenge. Tap is back, so turn it back up to 11. Witness the return of Spinal Tap on the big screen. Spinal Tap 2, only in cinemas September 12th.
Welcome on board this LNER service from London King's Cross to Edinburgh. My name's Paul, your train manager today, and hang on, is that a Scrabble tournament in coach here? Yes, G with an X is a word. Right, we're cruising at 125 miles per hour, same speed this lad next to me is typing. Someone's on a roll. The cafe bar's in coach G if you fancy a brew, or if you're mid-box set binge, just order through the QR code of your seat. We'll deliver it. So sit back and enjoy your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the way.
This is LBC. Message James O'Brien on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060 973.
10:49 is the time. I'm sorry. I shouldn't tease you. Like, obviously, this is Farage as well. He's the fellow who claimed he bought a house in Clacton. I think last year or earlier this year, and it subsequently emerged that it was solely bought by his partner, somebody whose name is Ferrari, but not that one. Absolutely certain of that. And that means, of course, that there is an entirely legal avoidance of any requirement to pay the higher rate of stamp duty that would have been involved had it been an additional residential house in his own name. He already owns other properties. So, lo and behold, there's somebody very deliberately and completely legally avoiding second home stamp duty in a way that Angela Rayner, she argues, managed to do so accidentally. I've got another question. We might talk about the online save yet, or I'm increasingly baffled by this free speech narrative that's been punted by all the usual clowns. Because what is it that they're not allowed to say? No one's telling me. Or they come up with some sort of convoluted stories about people hanging around outside abortion clinics, and they tell lies about not being able to say prayers in your own front room. And then there's some question about incitement to violence, but Farage, who's leading the line on this attack on the Online Safety Act, was calling for such an epic problem that they were prepared to go to America and call upon a foreign government to interfere in our political affairs, our legislative affairs. Who was Culture Secretary when that Online Safety Act was actually introduced to Parliament? 10:51 is the time. Back to the question that is perhaps rather harder to answer. What do we think happened with Angela Rayner's stamp duty story? And who would you go to if you needed advice involving a trust that had been set up for a disabled child? That's not an excuse. It's a question. Paula is in Camberley. Paula, what would you like to say?
Hi, Lucy. You have to excuse me. I'm a little nervous. But,
It's only me.
There's nothing only about you, James.
Put that on a T-shirt. Carry on, Paula.
So, the solicitor you had on just now is basically saying solicitors don't accept any responsibility for stamp duty. But that's something that they deal with on a daily basis, and because it's a tax, they'll refer it to accountants who only deal with stamp duty because the solicitors... I don't want to start a fight, but, you know, it's something that quite often...
No, but just the behaviour of the solicitor in this case hasn't shocked anybody. Dan Needle from Tax Policy Association said it would have been very unusual for a conveyancer to advise a client, and mine as well, it would have been very unusual for a conveyancer to advise a client on an area as specialised as stamp duty relating to a trust for a disabled child.
Quite often they don't even ask the question that are there any trusts kicking around, so the handling of it is quite poor. It depends on the solicitor you go to. But my understanding of the trust was that it arose from a compensation award. So this predates anything to do with the properties. And in that case, I wouldn't have expected it to be what we call a settler interested trust, because it wasn't the parents that were actually providing the funds.
Right.
So, yes.
Well, there'd be a mixture of funds, because I don't think the home was bought outright with the money from the compensation. There'd be a mixture of contributions, including increased equity over the course of the period of ownership.
So, if the purchase of the former home was made from the original award to the child, then that's got nothing to do with the parents. But if they've added in the property to the fund, then there is a bit of a murky, self-settled arrangement going on, which, yes, it will do all sorts of things with the tax structures. So
this is your world, I think, the trusts
it is,
particularly.
Yeah,
right.
Well, kind of, trust particularly, yeah. So I think from understanding from that position, the parents may not even have thought that there was any sort of connection between them and that trust, because the funding came from third parties, which would take it out of the scope of it being their property.
And I think that the sources of the money are not 100% the compensation settlement, but she has no equity in that property that is now held in trust. So that would be the reason why she could conceivably have thought she had no need to declare it. If I'd come to you, what advice would you have given me? I'm buying a house in Hove, but I've come to a trust expert, because she says she's spoken to 2 experts in trust law, which means that they must have known about the trust, because they're experts in trust law.
Would they know about stamp duty? Stamp duty
That's
is
what
like...
I was coming to. It's like I've got 2 experts here, and never the twain shall meet.
Yeah, as I say, solicitors say they don't deal with stamp duty because it's a tax, and council can't deal with stamp duty unless they've done sort of intensive research and training on it, because it's not part of the area that we would normally deal with on a day-to-day basis, so it does fall down between 2 stools, unfortunately.
And does that enhance your sympathy for her, or is that a wasted energy?
I didn't actually take much to her. I've seen her on TV from time to time, and it wasn't until I listened to your is it Full Disclosure with her a few weeks ago. She comes across as sort of genuine and straight.
Yeah, well, I think so as well. We could be wrong. I don't think we are, but time will tell. And therefore, looking at the mess that she's got herself into, it's a mess that, I mean, would you say it could have happened to almost anybody if they were?
Yeah. I mean, I deal with very clever people who are good.
Well, thank you for stepping down. Thank you for stepping down today. And they could easily. That's why people like you exist. That's why experts exist. So it's incredibly difficult. Labyrinths can be successfully navigated, but often they're not successfully navigated, which is how people end up in the mess that Angela Rayner has ended up in. It's funny, isn't it? The pendulum has swung quite a lot over the last 2 or 3 days, and it's not swinging anymore, because we can wait for Laurie Magnus's findings. Thank goodness we actually have a government who recognises the importance of an independent ethics advisor, rather than Liz Truss, who didn't have one at all, Boris Johnson, who had 2 resign in disgust at his contempt for the ministerial code and for the findings of their own investigations into, I think, the fellow who paid for his flat to be redecorated, and the bullying allegations against Priti Patel are just absolutely riding roughshod over the need for integrity and ethics in Downing Street. That's what it is. If you think that you need integrity and ethics in Downing Street, you need an independent advisor. If you don't think that you need integrity and ethics in Downing Street, then you might profess confusion about why you need an ethics advisor, or of course you might be a big cheerleader for Boris Johnson who dispensed with them altogether and never got around to replacing them. It was Rishi Sunak who appointed the current fellow. Thank you, Paul. Richard is in Whittam. Richard, what would you like to say?
Hello, James. Great show. Thank you very much for letting me on. Basically, I just want to talk about the ethics side of it. So, I come from a working class background, recently gone through a house move. Basically, I employed an independent financial advisor and a mortgage advisor. It cost me 180 quid. Best money I've ever spent. So that's me from a very basic background, not privileged elections in that line of the Prime Minister. I was given quite clear advice, basically, around the stamp duty, and like other callers have said, I went on me and my partner, we monitored it all the way through what stamp duty was going to be, because it basically governed what we could afford. So we had our eyes on it all the way through.
Yes.
I don't believe for a second, I don't know the Deputy Prime Minister, I'm not a big fan of her, but I think she's entitled to an independent review, of course she is. But I don't believe 1 second that she wasn't aware that what she was doing was potentially crossing the boundaries of illegality.
Well, I mean, I don't want to malign them, but you haven't named them, so I can say this. I would be absolutely staggered if the people who advised you were qualified to advise upon a situation that involved the trust for a disabled child. I just spoke to someone who literally works in this field and explained that this is, you know, to take a minefield crossed with a maze, crossed with something else that's very hard to navigate. And the number of people that would be able to give you the advice that you clearly needed would be absolutely tiny. So I'm not sure that your recent experience is as relevant to your position as you think it is.
Well, you see, it's the advice I was given, because basically my house it fell through, and I basically sought the advice of this independent financial advisor, and it gave me very clear guidance.
Yeah, but loads of people could do that. Whereas what we've just heard is that the person giving you advice about the trust is not qualified to give you advice about the stamp duty, and the person giving you advice about the stamp duty is not qualified to give you advice about the trust. So that's why she ends up with a King's Counsel who presumably cost a king's ransom, because these people are on thousands and thousands of pounds an hour. And that then becomes the only person that you don't even know you need that advice until you find yourself in the sort of hot water that Angela Rayner has found herself in. So your impulse, and this is fair enough, and it's as fair as my impulse, or the last lady's impulse, that Angela Rayner is an honest and a stand-up person. Your impulse is that she isn't, and that she's. I mean, it would be an act of epic stupidity to think that you could get away with it, wouldn't it? For someone as scrutinised as her.
May I add one last point?
Of course.
Integrity. So, in my line of work, integrity is non-negotiable. Simple as that. Now, this is a deputy prime minister. This is someone who potentially could be leading the country if Keir Starmer were to step down. So, if this is being questioned now, that causes a massive problem. You know, people look up to the deputy prime minister in whichever party it is. The integrity issue, it cannot be muddied in the waters of political.
Which is absolutely why you need an independent ethics advisor. It actually helps in this case that this fellow was appointed by a Conservative Prime Minister, because no one is even going to be able to disingenuously turn around and say, oh, well, that's not worth the paper it's printed on. He was appointed by Labour and he's come out in favour of Labour, which is not what happens. These people are incredibly conscientious and careful. That's why they resign when Prime Ministers ignore their advice. But that's the point, isn't it? He is looking at whether or not anything in this saga impugns her integrity. And if it does, she's toast.
She's got a leg to stand on, given all the information we've got.
And there it is. So once again, it's a little slice of wait and see pie. What is going to happen? But you know, I'm glad Richard rang in, because you're perfectly entitled to look at Angela Rayner and not trust her. That's the nature of public life, whether you like it or not. You don't get to control how people react to you. And you're perfectly capable to look at Angela Rayner and not trust her without having been subjected to years of abuse and very, very snobbish criticism from right-wing figures and right-wing media. Sometimes we warm to people and sometimes we don't. Some people still look at Nigel Farage and don't see the reality of what he is. Lots of people actually judging by the opinion poll. So, you know, you can't sit there and judge. We've all looked at people and got them wrong. That's where the curse of O'Brien comes from. It is 1 minute after 11. You are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. A couple of other stories around today that I want to talk to you about. I don't know if you're aware of what's happening in the world of rentals, but it's of epic significance to just about everybody in the country. And I wonder, Friday might be a good day to get stuck into a puzzle that has been posed on the programme now several times, but we're no closer to an answer.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, officials in Portugal say 3 British nationals were among those killed in the funicular tram crash in Lisbon. 16 people died when a carriage derailed in the Portuguese capital on Wednesday night. All funiculars in Lisbon have been closed indefinitely pending an investigation. An ethics watchdog could rule later on whether Angela Rayner broke any rules by paying the wrong amount of stamp duty. The Deputy Prime Minister's apologised and said she was given the incorrect advice, but a conveyancing firm that handled the purchase of the flat in East Sussex has denied offering her tax advice. Former Deputy Labour leader Baroness Harman says Miss Rayner tried to do the right thing.
She is not a lawyer. It's not her job to get the law right or wrong. And I think that it would be an absolute travesty if the Prime Minister's ethics advisor, when she has taken advice, says, as it turns out, the advice was wrong, and therefore you've got to go for the chop.
Vladimir Putin has warned that any Western troops deployed in Ukraine would be legitimate targets for his forces. The Russian president says if peace can be agreed, he'd see no reason for such a deployment. 26 countries have promised resources to guarantee Ukraine's security if the war can be ended. More than 50,000 people in England are to be retested for diabetes after errors were discovered in testing machines. Some have been wrongly diagnosed with type 2 of the condition and prescribed medication they don't need. 16 NHS trusts have been affected. NHS England says anyone who needs a repeat test will be contacted. And the average rent being advertised across Britain hit a record high in August. Rightmove says they increased by 3% on a year earlier to just over £1,500 per month. Colleen Babcock is from the group and says it's down to a lack of supply.
We have seen a little bit of an improvement in supply through 2025. That does include in August. However, we're still 27% below.
James O'Brien.
It is 5 minutes after 11, and this is a bit different, and I'm going to need your help with this properly, because it's not actually a story that leaps fully formed from a headline or an easily comprehensible story. You are aware that efforts are underway to claim that we have a free speech problem in this country. The evidence provided for this claim is a little bit hard to pin down. You have a woman who essentially called for a pogrom. I think if you're confused about the Lucy Conley story, you need to ask how you would feel if it was your house that she was encouraging people to set fire to while you and your family were in it. That's the best, and you may still think that that is a free speech issue and she should be free to do that. But there it is. Or actually, it's even worse than that, isn't it? It's if she was calling for every Tudor conversion or every Victorian terrace. You take a certain type of building and then call for them to be set on fire while people are still in them. A certain type of person perhaps still in them. But that's the absolute principle. So I don't really see how anybody could be claiming that is something we should be relaxed about, that you want social media to be full tomorrow night of people calling for the building that you and your family are sleeping in to be set on fire. If you'd done something horribly wrong, maybe you could just about defend it on metaphorical grounds, but if you've done absolutely nothing wrong, you are leading a blameless existence, and somebody encourages a group of people known to exist to go and set fire to your house, then you probably would change your view on free speech. That's why it's very, very odd that she's been turned into a martyr. Mark Rowley, the head of the Metropolitan Police, made a fairly compelling explanation of why the comedy writer Graham Linehan was arrested at Heathrow this week after he called for violence against a protected group. Most people felt, myself included, that was unfortunate. But the explanation given by the Metropolitan Police Commissioner made it less confusing. Still unfortunate, still something that, for my money, should not have happened in the way that it happened. But the account given by Mark Rowley was fairly compelling, and it's easily fixed. You know, it's just that tricky thing of when something that appears to be an incitement to violence should be taken seriously and when it shouldn't. Which brings us back to Joe Brown, who joked a few years ago about replacing milkshakes that were being thrown at prominent politicians with battery acid, and immediately said on the comedy programme, the deliberately provocative comedy programme upon which she said it, that she was joking, and of course she didn't mean it, and she didn't even like the milkshakes being thrown at people. But dishonest politicians and pundits pretended that this was something that it wasn't, and actually called for her to be arrested. Nigel Farage, for example, called for her to be arrested, and yet he was in Washington this week claiming that because people are being arrested for incitement to violence, where there is no defence based upon it being a joke, we have a free speech problem. So you have a politician, and it's not just about him, Liz. You have a politician who calls for a comedian who is obviously making a joke to be arrested, but simultaneously claims that we have a free speech problem when somebody calling for violence against others, and is categorically not joking, in the case of Lucy Conley, that is somehow a free speech issue. Free speech warriors when people were trying to cancel me, when an actual government minister was trying to get me fired, and she was so stupid she admitted it publicly. Absolutely extraordinary. But again, you know, let's keep it bigger than individuals. Farage is just the sort of figurehead at the moment of these ludicrous claims. I want that comedian arrested for doing a joke, but it's outrageous that that woman who wasn't joking got arrested for calling for people to be burned in their beds. Right. And then J.D. Vance, of course, went to Germany and made a speech about how we have free speech problems in this country that are much more serious than anything that's going on in Russia or China. Or words to that effect. Or words to that effect. And I don't understand two things. I don't understand what the goal is here. It can't just be that the richest men in the world, as in the people that own the media, the tech platforms, the richest men in the world don't want to foot the bill for decent regulation. It can't be that, can it? It can't just be that your Musks and your Zuckerbergs, and in fact, Musk wasn't there, but a lot of them were with Donald Trump yesterday, essentially queuing up to tell him how wonderful he is. I don't know if you remember Flash Gordon, The Wrath of Khan. Do you remember that? Ming the Merciless. And various emissaries from various planets are queuing up to tell Ming the Merciless how fantastic he is. And they have to bring him gifts. And one of them says, we bring our loyalty. And he's not, I don't want your loyalty, I want space diamonds. It was a bit like that, except Donald Trump was playing the role of Ming the Merciless, and the richest men in the world were playing the role of the supplicants, the sort of knee-bending sycophants. Is it as simple as them lobbying, using their access to power, to avoid responsibility for the regulation of the platforms that they control? It's Online Safety Day again on LBC on Monday, and I don't know that there's a day in our calendar that is as poignant as that, because some of the stories that we hear about some of the consequences of unregulated, uncontrolled, essentially, social media are absolutely heartbreaking. Now, like all legislation, I'm sure the Online Safety Act is imperfect, but what I don't understand, and I've conducted an interview with a lawyer for the family of a young man who's taken his own life in circumstances that I can't believe. It's so utterly hideous, and so the family would argue, I think with some justification, so entirely a consequence of the interaction with technology that the young man pursued. So the idea that none of these companies should be responsible for anything that happens and therefore should not be required to pay for any form of regulation. There's a journalist, is it a journalist, I suppose? I don't know how he describes himself. He's a very, very good egg and a great force for good in public discourse, Sundar Katawala, and he has been detailing on Elon Musk's platform how commonplace it is now to see the phrase P word, go home, or go home you smelly P word. Absolutely no sanction, no punishment, no pushback. So if you're worried about free speech because you're a racist, you're fine on Twitter. You can be as violent, as disgusting as you want. You can say things on there that you couldn't say 4 years ago without getting caught. It wasn't The Wrath of Khan. That was a Star Trek movie. It was just Flash Gordon, Ming the Merciless. Why am I talking about The Wrath of Khan when Ming the Merciless was the bad? That's two massive mistakes today. I can only apologise. Put the solicitors in the wrong county, and I've got the wrong intergalactic merciless warlord in the context of two very, very different films. But I digress. It's amazing the things you pick me up on. I'm trying to launch a phone-in about quite a complicated and tricky question that I think might be turning into the next sort of Brexity-flavoured abomination to be visited upon this country. And you're picking me up on getting Star Trek and Flash Gordon mixed up. But hey-ho, facts matter. Ming the Merciless has absolutely nothing to do with Star Trek, and The Wrath of Khan has absolutely nothing to do with Flash Gordon. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So they are really, really pushing this to the point where they invite Farage to Washington to pretend that we've got a free speech problem, even though he's the man that actually wanted a comedian to be arrested. So why? And now you've got the really curious scenario, which adds to the idea that there is something very suspicious going on here, something very fishy. The woman who, as Secretary of State for Culture, introduced the Online Safety Act to Parliament, arguably the only measurable achievement of her entire political career as Culture Secretary, that woman was Nadine Dorries, who, I don't know if you can defect if you're not in a party, but she is now joining the party that is passionately opposed to the Online Safety Act, which exists in large part to protect children from online sexual exploitation and sexual abuse. So, what's going on? I don't know that we need to focus unduly on the individuals, whether it's me or Dorries or Farage, or J.D. Vance, because there is I read it in the Daily Mail claiming that we now live in North Korea. What can the Daily Mail not print that they want to print? If you run through some of the headlines that they've printed in recent years, it's hard to think of a more compelling item of evidence to prove that you can say whatever the heck you want in this country, however bonkers it is. You can even stick it on the front page of a newspaper without facing any sanction. You can call parliamentarians saboteurs. You can use the language of 1930s Germany to describe elected parliamentarians, which they did with crush the saboteurs. And if that's unfair, if that's not the language of 1930s Germany, spoiler alert it is, then enemies of the people for a front page describing High Court judges categorically has echoes of 1930s Germany. Where is this threat to my freedom of speech? And where were, I keep saying I'm not going to make it personal, but where were all the people who describe themselves as free speech warriors when they were trying to get me cancelled? They're trying to get me cancelled all the time. Up to and including a Secretary of State for Culture publicly calling for me to be fired for telling the truth about how ridiculous she is. So where's the free speech crisis? Okay? That I don't think is a phone-in, because I'm not sure there is one. I'm not sure you can point at it. So I really, really want your answers to this question, even if you're not 100% certain of them, because together we might be able to build something quite convincing. What's going on? What's going on? Why are some of the most powerful people on the planet and some of the richest people on the planet and some of their poodles, like Nigel Farage and Daily Mail columnists, trying to create the idea that our free speech in this country is under threat? Why is it happening? Because our free speech is not under threat. You know, calls for me to be cancelled or fired or taken off air notwithstanding, our free speech is not under threat. I can say to you, within the laws of libel, whatever I want to say, every single day, 5 days a week, 40-something weeks a year. So why are they claiming? Why are they pretending? What is it designed to achieve? Remember, they convinced the country that being in the European Union was reducing our freedoms, making us poorer and exposing us to unbearable levels of immigration. Since we left the European Union, we have got poorer, we have got higher levels of immigration, and our freedoms have stayed more or less exactly the same, except for the biggest one of all, which is our freedom of movement, which got abolished. So don't think for a minute that when these forces combine, they are not capable of persuading a country to act against its own interests, persuading a population to act against its own interests in order to do the bidding of the people pulling the strings. Brexit is a very, very good example of that. And it's the same people. It's exactly the same people who are now claiming that you and I are victims of a clampdown on our free speech. Why are they doing it? I really, really want your help with this, because the evidence of hypocrisy is extraordinary. And the evidence of Trump clamping down on free speech in a very real and measurable and deeply fascistic way is as long as your arm. I'll share some of that with you shortly. So if you needed proof that there's something very rum going on here, then here's Donald Trump clamping down on free speech in colleges, clamping down on free media, clamping down on television presenters. Here is Donald Trump trying to silence all dissent using the instruments of government, while simultaneously claiming that we in the United Kingdom have a problem. There is no problem. That's not a phone-in. That's another Brexit echo. I do a phone-in now on what is the problem? Is there a problem? Then you're almost giving oxygen to the idea that there is not a free speech problem in this country. It's a little bit of tweaking needed on incitement to violence when it's a joke and incitement to violence when it isn't. I don't know who sits in judgment on that, but the Metropolitan Police Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, is confident he's got some of the answers to those questions. So let's park that. There is no attack on your free speech in this country. We are not, spoiler alert, turning into North Korea. So why are almost all the people who sold us the lies of Brexit now selling us the lies about our free speech? Why? This is the crucial question. Why are they doing it? What are they up to? I still don't know what they thought they were going to gain from pulling us out of the European Union. But spoiler alert, they didn't get it. What the heck is the reasoning behind these ludicrous, hysterical, pant-wetting claims that we're turning into North Korea, or we can't say what we want to say in this country anymore, when the architect of this movement is clamping down on free speech in the United States of America in ways that liberal democracies have rarely seen, if ever, in history? Hit the numbers now. You will get through.
LBC.
Simone combined her old pensions with Pension Bee.
So I had multiple pensions from various jobs that I have been in, and every 6 months or so I would receive a statement, and I was losing track of all my different pensions and all the different statements. I just wanted one easy way of keeping them all in one place.
At Pension Bee, we believe that when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. Download the app or go to pensionbee.com and be pension confident. When investing, your capital is at risk.
Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. You can't hold this in your hand or pack it in your bags. You can't touch it. But our network is around you, like oxygen. Near or far, we're there. That's why we've been awarded Best Mobile Network Coverage by Uswitch. O2, essential for living.
Based on Open Signal Awards UK Mobile Network Experience Report, September 2024. To verify, see opensignal.com/UK Mobile Report.
At SSE Energy Solutions, we know businesses are full of different kinds of energy. Like your fourth coffee of the morning energy, your yes chef energy, and even, as per my last email, energy. You can bring any energy you like to your business, but at SSE Energy Solutions, we bring simple, affordable energy. Choose SSE Energy Solutions, a different kind of energy.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It is 23 minutes after 11, and hey, feel free to critique my analysis, but I think you'll struggle to pull parts of it apart. It is exactly the same engines of misinformation that brought us Brexit that are now trying to portray our country as a place where you don't enjoy free speech, okay? And I don't know why they're doing it, because it is obviously not true. Apart from this need for a little more nuance in the enforcement of incitement to violence legislation, there is absolutely no way you can claim that this country is, for example, that the population of this country or the media in this country is in any way less free than it is in the United States of America, where Donald Trump is attacking educational institutions, he's attacking media institutions, he's attacking individuals, all dissent, hiring people supremely unqualified to do their job simply because they will never say boo to his particular goose. Why are they doing it? And the tech bros are 100% either behind it or on board with it. The Musks. Why was Musk so desperate to be so close to Donald Trump? What is the end game? Why are they doing this? Why is the, in a sense, and this might be a bit bonkers, the new Brexit is free speech, where the liars, what they won last time. Last time the liars won. Why are they lying this time? Why are they doing it? 0345 6060 973. That's the number that you need. Yazine is in Lewisham to kick things off. And remember, this is the first time anyone's asked you this question. And it's not led by any other media, so your answers are all valid and all valuable. But we're unlikely to pin it down precisely by 12 o'clock today. Sorry, Yazine, what would you like to say?
Good afternoon, Mr. James. I'm a big fan of yours.
Top man, very wise.
You are a very professional person, and I really admire your professionalism.
Thank you.
I have evidence for you to prove to you that Nigel Farage is exercising free speech in the UK. It's talking nonsense. I have a strong evidence for you.
This isn't a great phone line, I'm afraid, Yazine, although I'm delighted I could hear your kind compliments. I thought there might have been a big buck coming. Do you know why people, whoever it is, are working so hard to portray our country so dishonestly?
Well, to be honest with you, you may open an investigation and see any tech donors to the Nigel Farage party. Maybe they're pushing their luck to change, to put the British government under pressure to change the legislation to put the platforms in chaotic.
Because they're terrified of the Online Safety Act, which Nadine Dorries, who's a recent arrival in Nigel Farage's political party, introduced to Parliament. I mean, again, I apologise. I can't talk to you for longer, but the phone line is unsustainable. That might be part of it, but then we need to know, what is it about the Online Safety Act that they hate so much? It's imperfect, all legislation is, but the idea that these platforms should be taking more responsibility for much of the filth that is on there, whether you're talking about websites encouraging self-harm or encouraging terrible eating disorders or even encouraging suicide, or whether you're talking about exposure to hideous pornography, creating a market for images of child sexual abuse. Why on earth would anybody not want more regulation of that space in those areas? And why are they pretending that we've got a free speech problem in this country? Mark's in County Durham. Mark, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. I think you're on the track with the financial thing, because they've always claimed they're a platform, not a publisher.
Yes.
Which obviously I think is the major thing they're worried about. So it's profit. But then again, I think they also want to have us as a Trump America. They want to move us towards that. I think they actually, as part of a plan, to leave the ECHR, potentially try and bring the government down, because they're absolutely terrified of anything slightly socialist.
I don't think anyone's ever accused Keir Starmer in his latest iteration as Prime Minister of being slightly socialist. But the idea...
It is to them.
I know that's a very good point. And the idea that after a very successful experiment with letting wealth have almost untrammelled power in this country, they're now terrified of he's such an unterrifying figure, but they're just...
No, it's the whole concept. You've got Ed Miliband, who might bring the green thing, and once they've got the green stuff in, and they've got a lot more, let's say, solar and wind and stuff, then the fossil fuel lobby will start losing money. Who funds them? Farage they're funded by Farage.
Or the other way around. And why would these institutions abandon the Tory party? Because they don't think the Tory party is going to be in a position to help them keep the money taps on Actually, apparently Richard Littlejohn called Keir Starmer a socialist in his column today, but hey-ho, this is the paper that is wondering when we turned into North Korea. So they've all gone even madder than they did when they were all telling us that leaving the European Union would make us richer, more safe and more free. What, apart from the money, what is in it for them?
The money is big, but also they would like Farage to have us basically as a colony of the United States. They'd like to bring down the government. I think they were quite disappointed with the hotel protest, that it wasn't as big as the South 40 Farage-style riots. I don't think it really got the traction they wanted. It was very noisy.
It didn't. They were desperate for violence. They were even describing sort of 13 people and their dog turning up as a massive protest. So, you're probably right to knit the two things together, and yet, in a way, they explode each other. If we had a freedom of speech crisis, you wouldn't be able to have a gathering of masked racists outside a former hotel full of asylum seekers calling for them to be sent away. You're only going to get into trouble with the authorities when you start throwing bricks at the police or trying to set fire to the building. The actual protest, this is where Keir Starmer sometimes seems to be on a hiding to nothing. It's a form of terrorism, perhaps, to stand outside someone's house shouting abuse at the people inside. But he hasn't. No one has attacked that. No one has got arrested for standing up with a placard saying something like "Save our children" or "Protect our women." Brackets, don't mention the fact that we brought into Parliament a bloke who'd been banged up for battering his ex-girlfriend as a Reform MP. Close brackets. So it's even more evidence that there's no free speech crisis. Maybe they wanted the violence so that the police would clamp down on the violence, and then they could claim, you see, you're not even allowed to protest anymore. And because the world of the Daily Mail and the Daily Telegraph is so bent and corrupt, they wouldn't mention the fact that the only people who got arrested were people who were setting fire to buildings or throwing bricks at the police. Nobody got arrested for peaceful protest. And of course, the people who do get arrested for peaceful protest in this country, usually environmental campaigners, possibly even some people showing solidarity with the people of Gaza, they're never cited as victims of a clampdown on free speech by the people claiming that there's a clampdown on free speech. In fact, if you were to confine your analysis to newspaper columnists and radio presenters, they bloody love it when Just Stop Oil are getting banged up or dragged off the streets for protesting peacefully. So the only people who, it seems to me, have got into any trouble for protesting peacefully in this country are the people marching in solidarity with Palestine, who get called terrorists or terrorist sympathisers by people like Suella Braverman, or the environmental campaigners who get carted off and banged up for staging sit-ins. It's insane to claim that there is a clampdown on free speech of the people making the claim. So why are they doing it? Dominic Ellis is here with your headlines.
Officials in Portugal say 3 British nationals are among those killed in the funicular tram crash in Lisbon. 16 people died when a carriage derailed in the Portuguese capital on Wednesday. An ethics watchdog could rule later on whether Angela Rayner broke any rules by paying the wrong amount of stamp duty. The Deputy Prime Minister's apologised and said she was given the incorrect advice. And more than 50,000 people in England are to be retested for diabetes after errors were discovered in testing machines. Some have been wrongly diagnosed with type 2 of the condition and prescribed medication they don't need. LBC weather, a drier and sunny day for most, the odd shower in the east, highs of 22 degrees.
This is LBC.
At EDF, we don't just encourage you to use less electricity, we actually reward you for it. That's why, when you use less during peak times on weekdays, we give you free electricity on Sundays. How you use it is up to you. EDF. Change is in our power. Households who reduce their weekday peak electricity usage by 50% can earn up to 16 hours of free electricity per week, subject to fair usage. For all T's and C's, visit edfenergy.com/r-power.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with Well Kid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The Well Kid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
A safe trip begins with TRIP. Take a road trip with your family, get there safely. Do your trip checks. T. Top up on island fuel. R. Rest every 2 hours. Do I inspect tire pressure and tread? P. Prepare for the weather ahead. A safe trip begins with TRIP. A safe trip begins with TRIP.
Do the 4 trip checks before every journey. National Highways.
Welcome on board this LNER service from London King's Cross to Edinburgh. My name's Paul, your train manager today, and hang on, is that a Scrabble tournament in coach here? Yes, G with an X is a word. Right, we're cruising at 125 miles per hour, same speed this lad next to me is typing. Someone's on a roll. The cafe bars in coach G if you fancy a brew, or if you're mid-box set binge, just order through the QR code of your seat. We'll deliver it. So sit back and enjoy your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the way.
At Pension Bee, we believe that when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. Download the app or go to pensionbee.com and be pension confident when investing your capital is at risk.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It's 11. When did we turn in? Millions of people are asking when we turned into North Korea. I spoiler alert, we haven't turned into North Korea. But that frog boiling process, it becomes so all-encompassing. It's hard to get a beeline out of it, especially since Musk bought Twitter. Not a publisher, but a platform. Then why did he buy it, and why has it changed beyond all recognition since he did? If it's just a platform, not a publisher. Answers on a postcard, please. What's the end game? Why did they hate Twitter so much, which was one of the rare places where you didn't need the patronage of a billionaire media owner in order to have a big platform? Why? Why are they pretending that our free speech is under threat? What's the end game? What's the goal? 0345 6060 973. Vanessa is in Glasgow. Vanessa, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. I'm wondering, have you heard of the tactic of accusations in a mirror?
I think this is Goebbels, isn't it? Saying accuse your enemy of doing what it is that you want to do.
Exactly. And that's what I'm seeing here. So basically the idea is to set up an us and them. So the enemy is the woke crowd, the lefties, the government, the migrants, and that's why your life is so bad. And so come and vote for me and I'll do things for you. That's the idea.
So this government, you're not allowed to say what you want to say in this country anymore, and you can only sustain that as a political campaigning position if nobody asks you what it is you're not allowed to say.
Exactly. And it's also a way of breaking down hate speech as saying it's free speech. There's a reason why we have hate speech laws.
Yes, of course there is.
Because they create harm. So the idea is, again, to create an us and them and for a new normal. So before Trump's first term, the idea of alternative facts wasn't a thing. And I always try to make the difference between common sense and good sense. Common sense, if you say it often enough and loud enough, it becomes common sense. Good sense is good sense. Things that make sense.
This is
so
every couple of messages saying every accusation is an admission, every accusation is a confession. So if you are in some ways this is too straightforward. If you are in the business of clamping down violently on free speech, then one of the best ways to avoid responsibility for it is to point over there and accuse someone who isn't of doing all the things that you actually are doing. Imagine if Keir Starmer was removing funding from universities because They were teaching facts that he didn't like, or they were hosting events that he disapproved of. It would be extraordinary, and yet that's literally happening in the country that's accusing us of having a free speech problem. What's the end game? What's it designed to achieve? Just power, more power. Why do the tech bros go along with it? So why are the oligarchs all on board?
It is about power. It's about controlling the narrative. If you can control the narrative and what people think, that is power in itself.
If we're protecting free speech, we couldn't possibly be the ones who are damaging it.
And I mean, if you look at it, okay, Goebbels is, and Nazi Germany is one of the biggest examples, but if you look at it in Rwanda and what happened in Rwanda, what was happening was they were creating violent situations and then blaming their enemy on the violent situations and on terrorism.
They had an entire radio station dedicated to doing so, of course.
Yeah. And so when you create, for instance, the riots or the violence that you saw in and around the Southport issues and beyond that, and then they will say, but migrants are violent, migrants are criminals, we need to get out the migrants. So they're accusing their enemy and they're creating the enemy as migrants, as the state, because the state has to come in and stop them from burning a hotel. Then they're violent against us, and we're just innocent people. We're like you. And it's trying to create an us and them situation that come to us because we're like you.
But I mean, the hypocrisy is almost too big to...
it's beyond hypocrisy.
It is beyond hypocrisy. So you've got Farage writing an article defending Lucy Conley for literally calling for people to be burned in their beds.
Yeah.
And he called for someone to be arrested a couple of years ago for doing a comedy on a comedy programme. So the idea that there's any point in trying to intellectually analyse this process is absurd.
But this is what makes it dangerous, James. A lot of people are saying it's hypocrisy. It is not hypocrisy. It is intentional manipulation, trying to change people's minds and see us as the victim, come to us. We're like you.
How excessive does this sound? Oligarchs are currently trying to conduct a coup and seize global power so they can dispense with government and democracy as we know it.
I mean, they already have the power. Political power isn't real power. Economic power is real power, and they already have economic power, so why would they overthrow governments when they're actually doing what the rich want them to do?
And they don't need to. I mean, if Donald Trump is the government, they don't need to overthrow it. They just need to pay homage to him occasionally.
Starmer is the government, and he doesn't need to be overthrown because he's not introducing wealth taxes. You know, so it goes both ways, whether it's Social Democrat or whether it's...
This is where Starmer fascinates me. He's gone far enough to scare the bejesus out of all of these characters, but gone nowhere near far enough to please the people that voted for him yet.
Exactly. Because the people who voted for him expected more, expected something in their real lives immediately to change, and it didn't.
So,
and that's the problem. There's no patience for actual deliverance.
So the big alarm bell was probably Musk buying Twitter, which was essentially kind of evidence-based and therefore a little bit liberal. And if you were vilely racist on there, or you were deliberately and obviously insightful and lying, you'd eventually possibly get your tweets deleted or get your account closed down.
Well, again, I think Musk created a new normal. Just like Trump did in his first term, it's the new normal, where he got rid of fact-checkers, where he got rid of red tape, what they see as red tape, and it was actually protecting vulnerable people on that platform. So there's a new normal, and now Facebook are following suit, YouTube are following suit, and that's one of the biggest issues there.
And some of the camouflage is provided by the fact that the honest stuff is still up there, so it's not like a coup. But
because of the algorithm, a lot of people don't see it.
And it looks equal. It looks like yin and yang.
It's giving equal credence to
lies and truth.
Views.
To lies and truth.
Yeah.
And that brings us back to alternative facts. That's really strong. Thank you. Oh, Lord. I mean, thank you for your insights, but you've not exactly cheered me up on this question of why are they doing it. Is the answer likely to be less significant and less serious than the one Vanessa provides? Why would you do it? Why would a man... I know he's profoundly... well, use whatever word you want. But why would a man who last week wanted a comedian arrested for doing comedy suddenly be pretending that arresting people for inciting violence is a problem in this country? Why? What? I mean, unless it is just a simple quid pro quo. In which case, what's the quo? What do the tech bros get out of this? Answer: absolute absence of regulation. I'm going to sound like that old meme about the Roman Empire now. I think about the medieval era quite a lot. And the reason why I think about it quite a lot is twofold. The first is I read a lot of historical fiction set in the medieval era. And the second is the history I was taught in school made heroes of all of these people. That's why Hilary Mantel's books are so powerful, because they kind of reset the narrative a little bit. But Henry VIII was a sort of syphilitic psychopath who killed his own wives. And yet, if you were at school in this country in the 1970s or the 1980s, he was portrayed as a sort of heroic figure. And the distribution of wealth in this country is all currently pretty grim. It was much more grim in the 19th century. But if you go back to the 16th century, the 17th century, you didn't have patronage, you died. The wealth's accrued. Look at the stately homes that exist in this country now. And ask yourself how many people starved to death during the period of time in which that stately home was built. How many children, how many infants, how many babies were handed over to a foundling hospital when those stately... The amount of wealth you need to build a castle, to build a palace, can only really be accrued if some people in that country have absolutely nothing at all. And the reason I think about it a lot is because I think that those people, humanity hasn't changed. I think the people that would sort of step over the corpses of starved humans in order to get into their own palace, I think they still exist. There's something kicks in, whether you start off that greedy or whether you become that greedy in the course of it, and they find everything, every single obstacle to their constant self-enrichment obnoxious. And they find people like Cromwell or Cranmer, they find people to help them. The people who don't end up with all the money but end up with a lot more of it than you and I would get, they're the ones that help them. They're the ones who move in the realms of politics and media, and they are doing the bidding of the people who want to be sort of latter-day barons, or actual barons, of course, in some cases. And that, somewhere, this whole free speech conversation slots into that paradigm. I don't know exactly where. But under Elizabeth I, if someone reported you for saying something nasty about her, you could be locked up. The free speech in this country is a relatively recent arrival, and one that we should cherish. And yet, people are claiming that it is under threat from what? And why are they doing it? I think we're going to get the report on Angela Rayner's tax affairs while we're on air. It may even be imminent, so do stand by for that. I can tell you how serious things are. Some television channels are carrying footage of the front door of Downing Street. You know that something big is about to happen when all you can see on your television channel, all you can see on your television screen is footage of a door through which a rather hapless character has just walked and is now walking back in again. And a police officer is also present. So we are about to... But that's always the case. Don't read too much into that. A police officer is always present outside Downing Street. No one's getting arrested, as far as I know. I should stop talking now. It's 11:47.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
This man needs to be sentenced. His asylum claim is therefore revoked. Sorry, you do not get to claim sanctuary in this country if you sexually assault a 14-year-old girl. Sorry, that's the end of it. His claim is invalidated immediately by the fact he sexually assaulted a 14-year-old. If you are in serious danger of your life fleeing Ethiopia and you come to this country, don't expect any generosity if you then go and assault a 14-year-old.
Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m. Listen on your radio, on Global Player and the LBC app.
A safe trip begins with TRIP. Take a road trip with your family, get there safely. Do your trip checks. T, top up on island fuel. R, rest every 2 hours too. I inspect tire pressure and tread. P, prepare for the weather ahead. A safe trip begins with TRIP. A safe trip begins begins with TR.
Do the 4 trip checks before every journey. National Highways.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with Well Kid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The Well Kid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
Get a step closer to winning a huge £20,000. Enter now at winplus.co.uk. Win Plus, great prizes, real winners. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
My crystal ball tells me you'll meet a mysterious man with a spooky way of talking. You will give him money. Thank you. Then you'll see a sign.
Ooh, what sign?
That one there, with exit on it.
This isn't fair. I want my money back.
Not seeing you getting your money back.
What a rip-off.
Now, how did I know you were going to say that?
Don't leave your future to chance. At Skipton, we believe in fairness, so we offer free money advice to help you plan ahead. Skipton Building Society, founded on fairness.
Welcome on board this LNER service from London King's Cross to Edinburgh. My name's Paul, your train manager today, and hang on, is that a Scrabble tournament in coach here? Yes, G with an X is a word. Right, we're cruising at 125 miles per hour, same speed this lad next to me is typing. Someone's on a roll. The cafe bar's in coach G if you fancy a brew, or if you're mid-box set binge, just order through the QR code at your seat. We'll deliver it. So sit back and enjoy your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the way.
Buying a home on a holiday park was a dream that became a nightmare. High-pressure sales tactics, huge site fee increases, and a loss of value have left many customers feeling misled, angry, and trapped. But the Holiday Park Advice Centre can help. Contact us today and we'll help claim back any money you're owed on your holiday home. Text ASSIST to 78900 to get started.
Hello, Holiday Park Advice Centre.
That's ASSIST to 78900.
James O'Brien on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
It is 10 to 12 and you are listening to James O'Brien on LBC. There is an awful lot of chatter, including from some people who ordinarily do know what they're talking about, involving Angela Rayner's current situation. And not to over-egg the pudding, it is not chatter that will be particularly welcome to people hoping that she would be staying in her job or jobs. But we will wait until we know for certain what is occurring before we wade back into that territory. Slight change of pace now. Still want your calls on why this free speech confection, or these free speech lies are being confected by members of far-right government and media. But I want to turn your attention to something that you may have missed earlier this week. The world's leading association of genocide scholars has declared that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. I speak of the International Association of Genocide Scholars, who have stated that Israel's conduct meets the legal definition as laid out in the UN Convention on Genocide. Professor Dr. Tim Williams is the Professor of Insecurity and Social Order at the University of the Bundeswehr in Munich, and he is a member of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. How was this decision arrived at, Tim? How was this decision reached?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. Basically, our members, any member is allowed to propose a resolution, and in this case, 3 members wrote a resolution recognizing the genocide. It goes through a process of peer review within the organization, and then our members are allowed to vote on it. And in this case, 86% of the voting members voted to approve it, which means that as a whole, as the organization, we now recognize that genocide is occurring in Gaza according to the UN Convention, to the legal definition.
We should add that it is 28% of the membership that voted, and 86% of that 28% came down in the way that you described.
That's relatively usual, because only members who have an expertise on a specific question will normally vote.
So of the 500 members, many would not particularly be focused upon the events that are unfolding in Gaza.
Exactly.
And what sort of events? What are the kind of clinching factors for the 86% of voters who supported the resolution?
Yeah, so for genocide to be occurring legally, there has to be an intent to destroy a protected group, and in this case it's the nation of the Palestinians in Gaza. And there are 5 different ways that destruction can happen, and we see several of those in Gaza. There's the killing of members of the group. When the resolution was penned, it was already 59,000 dead, 140,000 bodily harms, physical injuries, and many more have been mentally harmed. A third way in which genocide can occur is through inflicting group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction. So what that means in the case of Gaza is the destruction of agricultural fields, warehouses, bakeries, which are leading to starvation, the limitation of humanitarian aid into the country, destruction of residential housing, 90% has been destroyed, the medical system, clean water facilities. All that is destroying the foundations of life, meaning that the nation of Palestinians can no longer live in Gaza and are being destroyed as a group.
What impact is this likely to have? I know that the three-page resolution was published earlier this week and contains a litany of actions undertaken by Israel over the last 22 months, but it's unlikely to change much, isn't it?
Yeah. As an organisation of scholars, what we do is we evaluate the evidence that we see, and we say that from an academic perspective, this is what we think has happened or is happening. But it doesn't have any legal consequences, any direct political consequences, but we are seeing that the world is listening. I'm speaking to you today, we're hearing, and I think that it gives politicians who recognise that the genocide is occurring an academic credibility to also say that now.
Just for context, if you don't mind, when was the association set up and what is its sort of overarching purpose?
We were founded in 1994, and the purpose is to facilitate research collaboration between people working on genocide. So we have people working on the Holocaust, on Cambodian genocide, Rwandan genocide, and we do conferences, we have an academic journal, and one of the things we do is also publish resolutions, but that's just one of the things we do. It's a very boring and mundane academic association, really.
Well, except dealing with some of the biggest issues of our time and indeed of history. As you probably know, the Israeli Foreign Ministry has said that the report was based on Hamas lies and poor research, calling it an embarrassment to the legal profession.
Yes, they have said that. I think it's in Israel's government's interest to try and spread this perspective, but the research that the academic community has done over now almost 2 years really points to the fact that there is genocide happening. Just because the perpetrators of the genocide say that it's not happening and that the people accusing them of it are lying, that doesn't mean it's true. If you look at the data, and there's been a lot of effort over particularly the last year, to try and look at the difficult data that is there and use the academic methods that we have to deal with that uncertainty and to try and really understand what's happening and evaluate what that means legally. And like I said, the majority of our voters believe that is now sufficient to class it as.
And as you will know, your resolution followed on to Israel human rights organisations, that Salem and Physicians for Human Rights Israel also releasing reports towards the end of July that concluded Israel's conduct in Gaza constitutes genocide. And again, an Israeli government spokesman strongly rejected those accusations. I don't know if it's fair. I don't think we mentioned beforehand that we were going to raise this, but the Israeli president is due to visit this country this week, and there are calls for Keir Starmer not to meet with him. Given your organisation's findings, I mean, should that... I'm not going to ask you your opinion. I'm going to ask you whether or not you think your organisation's findings should be influencing the Prime Minister's thinking in this space.
Absolutely, I think the Prime Minister should take note of that. And I can't speak on behalf of IANGS, but I can speak on behalf of myself. I think that meetings should take place and pressure should be exerted on the Israeli government to cease genocidal violence in Gaza. And so very much take the meeting and raise the issue and try and use the political power it has.
And finally, because you can understand why the Israeli government can claim that you've believed Hamas lies, because it is so difficult to get observers and journalists into Gaza itself. Where do you get your evidence from? Where does your organisation go for facts?
Yeah, so we haven't collected any new data or written any new reports. We're just evaluating reports that are already out there and really trying to look for those reports which have adhered to the best academic standards. And there is now a larger body of work trying to work with the uncertainty of the data that is there. And that's what academics are really trained to do, to develop methods to try and understand the world despite not having all the best data, and then to quantify that and to say, okay, well, we know that we do know this and we don't know that, but what does that mean? And there's plenty of journal publications in academic journals now, and prominent academics who have done very credible research that substantiate these numbers.
And I mean, the headline that the BBC went with is fairly unequivocal. Israel committing genocide in Gaza, world's leading experts say. You're probably too modest to comment on this, but is it fair to describe your organisation as the world's leading experts on genocide scholarship?
I think many of the world's leading experts are members in our association. We are the largest Genocide Scholars Association, and a lot of the research done on genocide is done by members of our association.
Thank you. Professor Dr. Tim Williams, many thanks. Professor of Insecurity and Social Order at the University of Bundeswehr, which I'm almost certainly mispronouncing, but which is definitely in Munich, and he's also crucially for a member of the International Association of Genocide Scholars. As we head towards the news bulletin, some breaking news for you from the PA news agency. Angela Rayner will leave the government. It is now being reported. We'll bring you all and any more information on that story as it emerges. The time now is 12 noon.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midday, Angela Rayner is facing a crunch moment for her political future, with a report into her tax affairs expected imminently. The ethics watchdog's been investigating whether the Deputy Prime Minister broke ministerial standard rules. She blamed lawyers over her stamp duty underpayment, but they've denied they gave her tax advice. LBC understands the Prime Minister has received the report from the watchdog and is now considering its findings. We're just hearing that Miss Rayner is expected to leave government. We'll bring you all the latest here on LBC as we get it. In other news this lunchtime, officials in Portugal say 3 British nationals were among those killed in the funicular tram crash in Lisbon. 16 people died when a carriage derailed in the Portuguese capital on Wednesday evening. All funiculars in Lisbon have been suspended indefinitely pending an investigation. Katia Bruno is a journalist in Lisbon and is following developments.
They are being inspected, even in other cities of the country. In Porto, for instance, one of the funiculars was also halted and inspected. So there is big concern if the system itself works or if this was an isolated system.
Tens of thousands of people need to be retested for diabetes because of errors discovered in machines. It means some patients have been wrongly diagnosed and prescribed medication they don't need. NHS England says 16 hospital trusts are affected and patients will be contacted. Hospitality leaders have told LBC that next week's tube strikes in London could cost the sector up to £110 million. RMT members plan to walk out from Sunday evening to Friday morning in a row over pay and conditions. If it does go ahead, there's expected to be little or no service on all underground lines. Kate Nichols is from UK Hospitality.
This is devastating news for the hospitality sector. The last thing we need as we're coming back into the return to work in the city and across London, but also moving into that crucial fourth quarter of the year where we generate around...
If you are just joining us, Angela Rayner has resigned. That is the known known. Aggie Chambray is with me, LBC's political correspondent. What are the known unknowns?
So we know that Angela Rayner will leave the government. That means her post as Housing Secretary and her post as Deputy Prime Minister. We don't know at this moment, although I have just in the last few seconds seen a report that she will also resign as deputy leader. We know that the Prime Minister has received the report from Sir Laurie Magnus, who's the independent ethics advisor. We don't know whether the Prime Minister sacked Angela Rayner after receiving that report or whether she did indeed resign. It's often quite difficult to work that out in the moment. But if it is right that she has not only resigned as Housing Secretary and as Deputy Prime Minister, but as also as Deputy Leader, then this is an absolutely massive moment. This is what Downing Street were trying to avoid all week, that deputy leadership contest, as well as losing his incredibly popular Deputy Prime Minister too.
That's crucial, isn't it? And to remind us why.
So that is crucial because she won that some embattled ex-cabinet ministers, like potentially Louise Haigh, the former Transport Secretary, who is very, very popular within the party. They will probably run to be deputy leader. And how will they get the vote of the members who are pretty unhappy with the Prime Minister and the direction of the Starmer project? Well, probably could be a bit of a race to the bottom, criticising him, saying they will hold him to account. And that, I think, could really destabilise the project. So not only has he lost his crucial number two, someone who was genuinely feared by the Conservatives, the person who stood in for him at Prime Minister's questions when he wasn't there, the person who has an absolutely ginormous brief sorting out renters' rights, the workers' rights, this huge brief in housing, also his Deputy Prime Minister, and now paving the way, we think, if that report is correct, for him to have to oversee a deputy leadership contest.
Just waiting for the final confirmations, and that will involve an exchange of letters, I think, traditionally, that will also be party to. What do we know about their relationship? Because he has been somewhat less generous with other colleagues who were facing questions. Some of the questions arguably quite similar, most obviously probably Shannara Ali and a homelessness minister brief clashing with her role as a private landlord. What do we know about the relationship between the two people?
Well, I think that's a really interesting question because people have been saying to me all week, people within government as well as Labour MPs, if Angela Rayner was anybody else, she would have gone on Wednesday morning. She would have gone when she said she had paid the wrong amount of tax by £40,000. She would have gone at that point. And indeed, I don't believe there has been any other situation where there's been a public scandal involving a minister in Sir Keir Starmer's cabinet where they haven't had to go. You mentioned Roshanara Ali, Tulip Siddiq, Louise Haigh, Andrew Gwynn too, just to name a few. Yeah. They've all gone pretty quickly, bar Tulip Siddiq. I think Roshanara Ali went on the same day too, Louise Haigh, same night, Andrew Gwynn, actually before the story even dropped. And this was different. Now, this was different because of those reasons that I've already given about the fact that it's going to make that deputy leadership contest very, very difficult. It is also the fact that she will be a very difficult and dangerous, or could be at least a difficult and dangerous enemy on the backbenches.
Do you think that's likely?
I think it's possible. I think there are parts of the Starmer project that I think she's probably not a massive fan of. And I think if things come up, then I think she will criticise. If you think back to Louise Haigh, she was pretty quiet straight after being sacked, and then the welfare vote came up and she was one of the people who came out publicly, talked about it in public, and I think that rankled with some ministers, and I think you may have the same situation with Angela Rayner. You may not. She may remain completely loyal from the backbenches, but if she doesn't like the direction, she may. And she was somebody, until probably yesterday afternoon, who was very much seen as the front runner to take over from Keir Starmer at some stage.
Is that over completely? It's not a case of sit tight for 2 years and come back?
It could be. And
if Starmer were to ever step down, there's nothing to stop her running again for the leadership. But this, and I mean, you know, supporters of the Labour movement and of Angela Rayner are not actually going to be that spooked by, unless there's something extraordinary in this ethics advisor's report. It doesn't necessarily kill off her leadership ambitions, but it certainly sets them back a lot.
I think that's right, and I think, you know, James, as well as literally anyone, that politics moves so quickly and people forget things very, very quickly. It is completely possible that she will be able to go to the backbenches and return in some form and run to be Labour leader. But there are people that have said to me this week as well, how hungry are you for Labour leader if you buy a flat in Hove, hundreds of miles away from your constituency? did she ever really want it? Other people say, of course she wanted it. This is what she's been working for her entire political life. But I do remind those people too, in 2020, she did not stand to be Labour leader. Lots of people surprised at the time. And there are people who think actually she just doesn't really want it. So this could set back, I think this will set back her leadership ambitions if indeed they are there. But at this stage, we don't really know exactly how this is going to play out. And we don't know indeed when there'll be the next Labour leadership contest.
Any prospect of Andy Burnham coming back? I mean, he'd have to get a seat in the... Would he have to be in the House of Commons to be deputy leader of the Labour Party?
He would have to be a member of the House of Commons to be deputy leader.
Are you sure?
I'm saying that, so yes. Well, so I'm sure because I had a conversation with somebody this week who we had a conversation about whether Andy Burnham might return to the Commons to run to be Labour leader, and I said, would he have to be an MP? And they said, yes, of course. So I think it is the same. I'm pretty willing to say that it is the same. So I think unlikely he would be able to run for deputy leader just on the time frame. But there are live conversations about whether Andy Burnham may return to the Commons.
I mean, we've spent days now not knowing what's happened, but formulating, not so much you, because you're a proper journalist, but formulating pungent opinions on what should happen if such and such has. And we still don't actually know. What we do know is that she's gone from government. We don't know for certain, or we do. No, we don't know for certain that she's gone as deputy leader of the party, or has that been confirmed? These are two different things. One is elected by the membership, and even though it sounds the same, deputy prime minister is appointed by the prime minister.
Yeah, and Harriet Harman, when she was deputy leader, was never actually deputy prime minister, yes, so it can be the case.
Exactly that, and it creates this sort of curious. I guess what I mean by not knowing exactly what has happened. It may be that she has had enough. It may be that this week has taken such a toll on her. Laurie Magnus has found opacity. It's not like a massive guillotine, smoking gun type scenario, but neither is it. She's absolutely in the clear. The only way I could see her surviving today was if the independent ethics advisor had come out and said she is absolutely in the clear. This could have happened to anybody. Anything less than that, I suspect that she would have independently decided to go rather than waited for Keir Starmer to make a decision about what he was going to do in those contexts.
That's interesting. I think lots of people thought the opacity was actually the most likely outcome of his report, and he was going to say she hasn't breached the ministerial code, and I should say at this moment we're still waiting for those letters to drop. She hasn't breached the ministerial code, but she should have taken more care on X, Y, Z, which gave him enough political room on either side to say she can stay or she can go. But as you say, she may well have thought this is enough, and watching her interview with Beth Rigby on Sky News on Wednesday morning, it was obvious that this had taken a huge personal toll on her already, and that was before 3 more days of intense coverage of this.
So who are Keir Starmer's biggest allies in Cabinet?
Good question. So there's... Always. So there's people like Shabana Mahmood, who is Justice Secretary. She is seen as a big ally. She, I think, is one of the people who may well run to be deputy leader, if indeed there is a vacancy. People like Pat McFadden, and of course, I mean, it would be ridiculous to not mention Darren Jones, who is now officially his number 2 in Downing Street. So people like that. There's also the kind of Phil Westreeting, the Health Secretary, Peter Kyle, Science Secretary gang there. They were seen as quite close. And of course, Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor. Now, they have had a reasonably strained relationship, I think it's fair to say, over the struggles with the economy, and he's now bolstered his economic firepower within Number 10. But I think he does have allies across the cabinet.
Who'd be a real dart? I mean, could Wes Streeting run for deputy or something like that?
Yes, he could. I mean, I think it's reasonably likely that anyone in cabinet could run to be deputy leader, because it would boost their profile. I think that the interesting question, as well as who are his allies in cabinet, who is allies in Parliament, interesting because he just still, we talked about this before, does not have that power base within MPs. Within the backbench Labour MPs in Parliament. And it'll be really interesting to see whether this does lead to a reshuffle, who's elevated, who's not elevated, and what happens to those very, very ambitious backbenchers who were really hoping that they were going to get a job and actually haven't managed to get a job.
I now have the letters, which I will, we'll do it together, shall we? We'll work our way through all three letters. We have the letter from the Independent Advisor on Ministerial Standards to the Prime Minister, the letter from the Prime Minister to Angela Rayner, and the letter in longhand, actually, which is rare, isn't it? This is written to Angela Rayner in longhand, unless...
I think that is rare, actually.
Yeah, that's nice, actually. I may need a typed version of that because he's got handwriting like a GP. And Kemi Badenoch has made a statement as well, but we could probably live with waiting for that. Let's find out what the major players have had to say after this.
This is LBC.
A safe trip begins with TRIP. Take a road trip with your family, get there safely. Do your trip checks. T. Top up on island fuel. R. Rest every 2 hours. Do I inspect tire pressure and tread? P. Prepare for the weather ahead. A safe trip begins with TRIP. A safe trip begins with T.
Do the 4 trip checks before every journey. National highways.
Bill?
Yes?
Can you throw my green dress in the bin?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's not that bad, love. Your sister said you looked like a courgette. I'm sure she meant it in a cute way.
Bill?
Well, you could at least donate it. There must be someone who could get use out of it. Maybe turn it into a pair of curtains.
I said put it in the laundry bin, Bill.
Oh, right.
Not hearing the whole conversation? Book a free hearing check with one of our experts at Specsavers.
I've always loved courgettes.
The Virgin Atlantic Holidays sale is now on. This is your sign to taste Jamaican jerk chicken so good it brings a tear to your eye. Catch a New York basement gig worth the 10-block detour. Or hit the dunes in Dubai and find sand in your pockets for weeks. Seize the sale. Book in store or online at Virgin Atlantic Holidays. Selected routes. For T's and C's, visit virginatlantic.com.
James O'Brien on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It's 17 minutes after 12, and the crucial element of Sir Laurie Magnus's report is now in front of me. I tell you what, if there were any doubt at all about the importance of this office, the importance of this role, and the absolute necessity of referring a matter like this to an independent advisor on ministerial standards, then Sir Laurie Magnus has just absolutely removed any shred of doubt about the importance of the role, because the ministerial code has been breached, and yet at the same time he writes, and I quote, "I believe Ms. Rayner has acted with integrity and with a dedicated and exemplary commitment to public service. I consider, however, that her unfortunate failure to settle her SDLT liability," that's stamp duty, "at the correct level, coupled with the fact that this was established only following intensive public scrutiny, leads me to advise you that, in relation to this matter, she cannot be considered to have met the highest possible standards of proper conduct, as envisaged by the Code. Accordingly, it is with deep regret that I must advise you that in these circumstances I consider the Code to have been breached." So, I mean, amazingly, this brings us back to Scott in Uxbridge, who wrote in on Wednesday to say, surely she has to ask everybody involved if there's any way any of this can come back to bite her on the backside. That is what the highest possible standards of proper conduct involves. So an honest mistake, she has acted with integrity and with a dedicated and exemplary commitment to public service, but you could be forgiven in recent years for forgetting that ministers are supposed to abide by the ministerial code, and that crucial language there is highest possible standards of proper conduct. So no impugning of her integrity, quite the opposite, but actually competence, ultimately, Aggie, that has done for her, not dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and when she was not qualified to do so herself, finding somebody who was.
Indeed, and that's the argument that he said in this pretty comprehensive 3-page letter, fundamentally just ending with the fact that it leads him to the advice that she cannot be considered to have met the highest possible standards of proper conduct as envisaged by the code. So really clear actually there from him, and that was what we were saying, right? So there were three different outcomes that there could be from this. Number one, that she could have found he could say she hasn't breached the code, this is very, very clear. Number two, not that clear, she hasn't breached the code, but, and this is option 3, she has been found to have breached the code. And I think there was only, listening to that Keir Starmer interview yesterday, there was only really one outcome that was going to come out of that, because Keir Starmer said yesterday in that interview, I will act on whatever the report is that is put in front of me. And we've got Angela Rayner's letter too, and I think the key bit of that I'll just read out is, I deeply regret my decision to not seek additional specialist tax advice given both my position as Housing Secretary and my complex family arrangements. She says she takes full responsibility for this error, would like to take this opportunity to repeat that it was never my intention to do anything other than pay the right amount. She talks about the significant toll the ongoing pressure of the media is taking on her family, and said that she is going to resign from Deputy Prime Minister, Secretary of State for Housing, and also as Deputy Leader. So that is now confirmed. She has gone as Deputy Leader too.
The phone lines are open, 03456060973. I don't know what the question that you would like to answer most is. I mean, how bad is this for Keir Starmer? Springs to mind, 03456060973. We know that a reshuffle is to be undertaken. Rachel Reeves' job is safe. I don't know what else isn't. I mean, he has to appoint a new deputy prime. Well, he doesn't have to, but he will probably appoint a new deputy prime minister. What this does to the government, again, as I've said to you all week, I want you to, if you can, answer this question in a way that is not informed by how you felt about this government or how you felt about British politics this time last week, before we even knew that Angela Rayner had bought a flat in Hove. So if you're, got your Labour scarf on super tight and you say, nothing to see here, can't believe it, Angela will be back, it's a terrible witch hunt, it's not fair, it's not very interesting. And equally, if you pretending that Boris Johnson never ignored the person double checked, the Deputy Prime Minister should have triple checked. And if she had done, she'd have received the advice that she finally received on Wednesday, after which, of course, she referred the matter to the Independent Advisor on Ministerial Standards. What's interesting about this, and why the Priti Patel story is worth mentioning in passing, it led, of course, I think, to the resignation of the last government's ethics advisor but one, is that it's a subjective analysis of the fact. It's a legal mind that could have gone the other way. So if Keir Starmer had made this decision himself and concluded that the ministerial code hadn't been broken, because you can't expect people to observe standards of proper conduct above and beyond what is reasonable or what is plausible, he'd have a problem of a different order. He would be able to be accused of bias, or to be accused of cronyism, or to be accused of telling Labour MPs to form a square around her, even though she had clearly broken the ministerial code. It's a clean break is about the best thing that he could be saying to himself in the mirror at the moment.
And also she's been accused this week and towards the end of last week about hypocrisy. I mean, that was one of the charges against her. And indeed, a minister said to me this morning, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword, talking about the fact that she would have to go. If Sir Keir Starmer had not either sacked, or indeed, and he does say that Angela chose to quit, if Angela Rayner had not left government after she was found to have breached the ministerial code, well, he would be accused of absolute hypocrisy, wouldn't he, because of how much they lambasted the Conservatives when they were in government for Priti Patel, and indeed for other people's behaviour afterwards.
Not that it will stop the Conservatives' client journalists from engaging in precisely that level of hypocrisy when they move on from defending the failure to get rid of ministers who broke the code to demanding that this minister who broke the code should hit the road. But you're absolutely right. That point there about live by the sword, die by the sword is, that's a negative reading of it. The positive reading of it is that they really did promise that things would be different, and therefore they have to be different. It's not good enough just to say it was an honest mistake. You have to say it was an honest mistake, but that's not good enough for us. That is a sackable offence, a resigning matter.
And also, if you're a minister, your entire job is to get advice from officials or from lawyers and to then make up your own mind about what you should do in terms of politics and look at it through a political lens. And that's kind of what Angela Rayner did with the flat, right? She got 3 pieces of advice and then she made a decision. And I think that framed part of why this was so difficult for her, because as you say, she just, well, as he says, she didn't take enough care effectively over this.
And they're sort of absorbing more of Sir Laurie Magnus's letter, and it is that thing that we happened upon on Wednesday, the notion of her job being the problem here, the nature of her job. And he focuses on Deputy Prime Minister as opposed to Housing Minister, meaning that the bar has to be set higher. Given the conjunction of the acknowledged complexity of her family circumstances, her position in government, brackets, most importantly as Deputy Prime Minister, close brackets, and the consequences of getting such a calculation wrong, it is deeply regrettable that the specific tax advice was not sought. We're back to Uxbridge. Because the consequences of getting something wrong are so high, you should have been asking everybody at every turn whether there was any chance at all of any of this coming back to bite you on the backside. And it has.
Isn't there a Tony Blair quote from his book where he basically said his advice while you're in opposition is don't go for people in government too much when there's a scandal, because there is always a scandal. When you're in government, there is always a scandal. So when you're in opposition, let some things go, because when you get into government, people will remember that.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. I've forgotten what it's like to be on air with breaking news, so I think you just say, give me a ring and tell me what your reaction to the breaking news is. And I'll take anything you've got. If you're celebrating, that's fine. If you're crying, that's also fine, but, you know, blow your nose before you ring in, or at least before you come on the show. Angela Rayner has gone. She has gone as Deputy Prime Minister. She has gone as Housing Minister. She has gone as Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. It's rare that you get a politician of her background and popularity. She excites extraordinarily strong emotional reactions in voters and colleagues alike. She is a force of nature in many ways, and she has never been backwards in coming forwards to lambast others for errors avoidable or otherwise, which is why the phrase live by the sword, die by the sword has popped up half a dozen times in the last 5 minutes. So, and there is still a little bit more detail to share on exactly what advice she received and didn't receive, but it's my job to provide you with further detail, it's your job to provide me with immediate reaction. And I suppose digging into that, what does this mean? Is it too early to ask who you think should be the next Deputy Leader of the Labour Party? Of course it's not. 0345 6060 973 is the number that you need. How do you react to the news? Who should be the next Deputy Leader? And I don't normally ask this question, but I think when a story is literally unfolding in front of you, you're allowed to. How big a deal is this? It potentially huge, depending on the answers to the other two questions in many ways, depending on how voters react to it and on who replaces her. Final question for Aggie is, I mean, Jeremy Corbyn has set up his own party now. There's nothing to stop his sort of fan base, who are still members of the Labour Party, trying to make trouble for Keir Starmer in the coming deputy leadership election. I'm not suggesting they will, but it is another consequence of this weird split on the left at the moment, that there will be a deputy leadership election that may look a little bit like the leadership election in 2015
Potentially. I think a lot of people who are very angry with the Starmer project have actually left the Labour Party.
Yes.
There's been lots of stories about diminishing numbers within the Labour Party, but you're absolutely right. There's no reason at all. If you are still a member of the Labour Party, you will be able to vote in the upcoming deputy leadership contest, and we don't know exactly who will be running from that, but as I say, expect some people within Cabinet, potentially former Transport Secretary Louise Haigh, and I'm sure there'll be people very much from the left of the party too.
I would qualify that Tony Blair quote, actually, and I'd say unless they've broken the ministerial code. If they've broken the ministerial code, go after them like a rat up the drain pipe, and then you can have a kind of level of inter-party probity. So if a minister breaks the ministerial code, they have to go. We lived through a period recently when they didn't, up to and including an actual Prime Minister, tried to cling on to their jobs after break. What's the point of the code if you're going to keep your job after breaking it. But anywhere below a breach, an established breach of the ministerial code, maybe the temptation to go in with all guns blazing needs to be resisted a little bit more in case of situation.
Thank you very much for joining us today, Baroness Thangam Debonair. It was interesting, she began and finished her conversation with us talking about Angela Rayner's record politically, her background. For people who might not know the sort of the flesh and bones of that, tell us a bit more about who she is.
So Angela Rayner has been an MP for 10 years now. She was elected first in 2015 for the Ashton Underline constituency. So in 2015 she backed Andy Burnham, remember him, now the Mayor of Greater Manchester, in the 2015 Labour leadership election. And she was one of just 18 MPs to back Jeremy Corbyn against Owen Smith in the 2016 leadership election. It feels so far away, doesn't it? Yes, quite. Sorry, and then she was in Corbyn's shadow cabinet as shadow education secretary. I think it was at that stage that she was really spotted as a kind of rising star. She did a lot of interviews during that time. I remember that time her doing a lot of interviews talking about her background, talking very emotionally about how she had to learn how to be a mother because she was never hugged as a child and she used Sure Start, and that meant a huge amount to her, and that's why she'd become a Labour member. So that, I think, was when she kind of grabbed the attention, I suppose, of lots of people and was seen as this great communicator. She did not run for leader when Keir Starmer did. That was in 2020. I think lots of people were surprised by that at the time. She did, of course, run for deputy leadership then and won. I think one of the reasons that was given at the time potentially for why she didn't run in 2020 well, she was very good friends with Rebecca Long Bailey. Do you remember her? She was in Jeremy Corbyn's cabinet. She was seen as the left-wing front runner for that race.
Somebody in an interview in those days, the Corbyn days, once referred to her as, it wasn't very flattering, but as Rebecca Wrong Daly.
Oh,
well, there you go.
That's quite good.
Just remembered it. It was quite clever, but anyway.
So she then became deputy leader. She also became shadow first secretary of state and chair of the Labour Party. Then, in 2021, there was a dire May election results for the Labour Party, and Keir Starmer tried to remove her from her role as national campaign coordinator, among other things. And I don't know whether you remember this, he completely messed up the reshuffle. She basically just refused to go and came out of that reshuffle with way more jobs. Just extraordinarily won the reshuffle.
She could teach us all a thing or two on that one.
And it was seen then that those two were really at odds. She came out of the reshuffle emboldened, and apparently it's because it's worth mentioning today. Apparently it's that experience, the reason that Keir Starmer hates reshuffles quite so much, and we understand he is now performing potentially quite a substantial reshuffle. We haven't got any details of that yet. She then became the Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and the Shadow Secretary of State for the Future of Work. At this time as well, she was deputising for Keir Starmer at PMQs in opposition. And then, of course, in government, she has been Housing Secretary, Deputy Prime Minister and Deputy Leader until today.
Right, so she's gone. The Deputy Prime Minister, Deputy Leader, Housing Minister, Angela Rayner, resigned in the last hour or so. We're talking about it throughout the afternoon. Aggie Shomray, LBC's political correspondent, with me. We'll hear from Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor, who's at the Reform Party conference. Nigel Farage speaking still there. And your calls, vital, 0345 6060 973. I'll get to those in just a sec. It's 1:47.
6 months ago, New Powers promised to protect our children from images of self-harm, violence and pornography online.
We've got some measures which are there to protect children. We've had too many cases in the United Kingdom of young children taking their own lives.
But has it been a case of over-promised, under-delivered? Can you tell me, father to father, hand on heart, you believe the company's doing everything it can for online safety?
Hand on heart, I think they... I'm not going to say everything.
This Monday, LBC will dedicate a whole day to the harms children still face online and ask how the challenges of social media are affecting your family.
The dangers that social media poses, and not just to children, but society as a whole.
I think about young boys, the attitude towards women and girls, terrifying.
Online Safety Day, this Monday on LBC.
The minister who's in charge, he should listen to LBC's Day of Online Safety, and he will learn everything that he needs to know.
With an Amex business card, Selena's earning points renovating her skin clinic and refreshing the builders.
14 coffees and 28 sugars, please.
And on new adjustable chairs for every room. And she can use the points to lie back and relax.
Don't put ice cream on your brother's head.
Well, sometimes. And that's because with an Amex business card, your points can go towards holidays and more.
Search Amex Business Card. Terms and annual fees apply. 18 plus. Subject to status. Basic card also available with no annual fee, rewards or other features.
How exciting is it to play the British Heart Foundation's weekly flutter? Ka-ching!
Exciting enough to get your heart racing. Just a little bit. Like texting a mate. The same time they text you. Like flipping pancakes with majestic grace. Or spotting that last parking space. Yes, with the added joy of knowing the money you donate helps to fund life-saving research. £1 to play, £1,000 to win every week. Search British Heart Foundation Weekly Lottery. See, it's a little bit exciting.
Gamble responsibly. Over 18s only. T's and C's apply. Please see our website for more details. British Heart Foundation is a registered charity.
Did you know when you get a McDonald's, you're helping support British and Irish farmers? From the Herefordshire beef farmers to the egg farmers of Lincolnshire. And thousands of farmers everywhere and anywhere in between. For us, it's all about using local ingredients. McDonald's, proud to support British and Irish farmers.
The Virgin Atlantic Holidays sale is now on. This is your sign to taste Jamaican jerk chicken so good it brings a tear to your eye. Catch a New York basement gig worth the 10-block detour. Or hit the dunes in Dubai and find sand in your pockets for weeks. Seize the sale. Book in store or online at Virgin Atlantic Holidays. Selected routes. For T's and C's, visit virginatlantic.com.
Chase is the digital bank that could boost your savings.
Ooh, tell me more.
When you join Chase, you could earn 4.75% AER variable. That includes 2.25% AER fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yep, our savings boost could help you reach your goals, like that countryside getaway with the family. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase Boosted Saver. Offer may be withdrawn at any time. 18 plus UK residents available to new current account customers for your first 31 days. Eligibility applies. 4.65% gross. Terms apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC with Sheila Fogarty. Text 84850.
Richard has texted to say, however you feel about Angela Rayner, and I've got plenty of criticisms of her and Labour myself these days, the swiftness of her resignation shows something important. Labour are actually holding their MPs to account. There's an independent ethics process, and when rules are broken, it's dealt with straight away. Compare that to the years of Boris Johnson and his mates breaking the ministerial code time and time again with zero consequences. They normalised sleaze and cover-ups. This is how you clean up politics. You don't turn a blind eye. You don't make excuses. You deal with it. It's worth noticing the difference. And let's be honest, if this had been a Reform MP, we'd still be waiting while they cried witch hunt and refused to budge. Accountability matters, and whether you like Rayner or not, this is what it looks like, said Richard in Southampton. Pauline's call from Motherwell. Hello, Pauline.
Oh, that's a great text for Richard, isn't it? So how do I feel? A sad day for British politics. She was different, Sheila. You know, she wasn't privately educated, she was northern, she was a woman, and all the other things that Zangham described. And for me, it just goes back to this, you know, tax shouldn't be taxing, but it is. I had to pay HRMC £13,000 back for child benefit recharge. I was a PAYE employee. HRMC knew exactly how much I earned. But it's so difficult, you know, so I naively thought, oh, they take what money's owned. It's just too complex.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. I've been caught up with the IL-35 stuff. I mean, some people know what that is, some people don't. But it's alarming when you get some of the letters you get from them. And you're thinking, oh my God, you know, I've got no interest in not paying my taxes. What's going on here? And then you look into it and you dispute certain things, and I did, and you know, and it is immensely
28 days to pay, and all the interest, and then the charges. It's
terrifying. Yeah, it's terrifying. Yeah. And so do you accept though that she had to go, given the standard that Keir Starmer said he was going to set, and the standards of this independent watchdog?
I think just like what Richard had said in his text, I think it just shows, I mean, look what happened, and I'm a flip-flop voter. I voted Labour this time, I voted Conservative last time. But remember what happened with Jeremy Hunt and I forgot about my 7 seaside flats? It's just the hypocrisy, and nothing happens to them.
Well, remember the shenanigans over Partygate. Yeah. And I mean, honestly, I was reading statements from, or indeed hearing them from their own mouths, sitting opposite me, from government ministers at the time, that were changing every day. Every day. It was astounding, and it was different in nature. Well, it felt that way to me anyway. So you
want to get bigger and better jobs.
You wanted to come back, I guess, at some point.
Well, I hope that she's a bit like Sam. I hope she works away in the background and she comes back stronger.
Okay, thanks, Pauline. John in Wembley, hi.
Hi. For me, it's personally not great for Angela Rayner, but I'm a leaseholder and I'm waiting for action, and I can't understand why nothing's been done up to now. They say things are in the pipeline, but it's costing me with these managing agents just financially raping me every year. I can't keep on doing it. But the saviour for me will be Andy Burnham. I think he's got to be thinking long and hard now that this is probably his opportunity. He's run before. I think this is his best opportunity now, because I think Keir Starmer just cannot connect and will not connect with the public. There is no way he can lead the Labour Party into the next election. And I think it's Andy Burnham's chance to do something and come through and lead the party.
And you don't think it's anyone from within the cabinet currently?
No, it's got to be Andy Burnham.
Could it have been Angela Rayner?
No.
Why?
Why? Because I just don't believe, unfortunately, women in general do well in this country. Apart from Thatcher, they're sure they get into in high places within parties, but apart from Thatcher, no, I don't think anybody's near that level of want to pick the vote for a woman.
As Prime Minister, you mean?
As Prime Minister.
Well, we have had female Prime Minister since.
No, I'm sure, and I'm saying, look how they treated her.
Who's they? Who's they?
Theresa May. I mean, look at the party within the Tory party treated her.
She did some good things
over Brexit. Well, it was all, she collapsed. She really didn't convince anybody in the Tory party that she was doing the right thing with Brexit. So.
All right, John. Thank you very much indeed. Gavin in Carlisle. Hello.
I think there's a lot of talk about the internals of what's going to happen in Labour and stuff, and that's interesting and stuff. But what I really want to hear from every leader, so from Zach Polanski, from Jeremy Corbyn, from Keir, and especially from Nigel Farage, is what are you going to do to make sure that people can't deliberately avoid tax in this way? Never mind accidentally avoid tax in this way. Surely to God, there are changes to the system that these leaders already know and want to implement.
So you think fix the tax system is the lesson that should come from this?
I want to hear technical details on what you're going to implement to fix this. I don't want Nigel Farage calling his speech early so he can score a few pathetic political points over it when he hasn't got any solutions himself.
Well, that's what he's done. A lot of people believe he does have solutions. Well, thank you, Gavin. We'll talk after 2 to Ed Hodgson, Associate Director of Polling and Analysis of More in Common, about what the polls are saying about reform. We'll speak to Natasha Clark as well, LBC's political editor, a little later. Our political correspondent, Aggie Chambray, is still with me and will be with us throughout the afternoon if she'll have us. Aggie, on that whole question of a reshuffle, we knew there was something of a reshuffle coming anyway. This has just set fire to that?
Yeah, I think so. It's been really weird, Sheila. So over the summer, it sounded like the reshuffle was imminent last Monday. It feels so long ago. So this Monday just had, when we had that number 10 internal deck chair moving. I don't think we should call it a reshuffle because it wasn't ministerial, apart from Darren Jones moving to be Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, James Murray being promoted and Dan Tomlinson being put in underneath him. But there was an expectation that there was going to be a junior ministerial reshuffle. So getting rid of, to put it really bluntly, people that you haven't really ever heard of and replacing them with other people you haven't really ever heard of, but more of the putting in people who are thought to be rising stars in the Labour Party, who they think deserve to be promoted. Now, that was supposed to happen, potentially that, as I say, was supposed to happen last week, potentially was going to happen next Monday. That has now been brought forward. And it sounds like from messages that I've received and reporting elsewhere, that actually that is now going to be a little more than we thought it was going to be and could actually be at cabinet level. We know Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor, is safe. I think we know that David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary, is safe. I say that not because it's been said today, but because about a year ago now, when Donald Trump came in to become the president, Downing Street said that David Lammy would remain Foreign Secretary for the entirety of this term. So David Lammy's safe, Rachel Reeves safe. I think the expectation is we are not going to lose people like the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, or the Ministry of Justice Secretary of State Shabana Mahmood. But I think we could lose other cabinet ministers, and that could happen this afternoon. And of course, we need a new housing secretary.
Yeah, and also the reshuffle, if it's substantial enough, actually gives us something to, from their perspective, gives the press, the media, something to talk about that isn't just about Angela Rayner. They'll want to move on as quickly as they can from this, won't they? Thanks for now, Aggie Chambry, LBC's political correspondent. Going to continue to take your calls on this. Lots of you calling. If you don't get through straight away, don't worry, because we are going to take your calls on it throughout the afternoon. Angela Rayner has resigned from the 3 top government posts that she held. A government, if not in total disarray, then certainly in a bit of trouble, to say the least.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, Angela Rayner has resigned after breaking the ministerial code by underpaying stamp duty on her second home in Hove. She steps down from all 3 of her roles as Deputy Prime Minister, Housing Secretary and Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. The government's ethics watchdog found while she acted with integrity, she ultimately broke the rules. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage brought his speech forward at his party's conference to give his response to the resignation.
You simply can't get away, can you, from being the Housing Secretary and avoiding £40,000 of council tax. And it screams to entitlement. It screams to a government that, despite all the promises that this would be a new, different kind of politics, is as bad, if not worse, than the one that went before.
In a letter to his former deputy, the Prime Minister said he is very sad that her time in government had ended this way. LBC's Andrew Marr says it could lead to more pressure on Sir Keir Starmer.
For Keir Starmer, the real danger is that he loses control of something. Imagine if Louise Hay stood and became deputy leader of the Labour Party, somebody that Keir Starmer had fired from the cabinet, somebody associated with the soft left. The real danger here, therefore, is of a kind of low-level war breaking out between the soft left of the Labour Party and the Blairites.
Tory leader Kemi Badenoch criticised the Prime Minister for waiting for Miss Rayner's resignation. Portuguese officials have revealed 3 British people were among those killed in Wednesday's funicular crash in Lisbon. Preliminary findings of an investigation into what caused it are due to be released today. And Buckingham Palace has announced the death of the Duchess of Kent, the wife of the late Queen's cousin, the Duke of Kent. Catherine, who was 92, was probably best known for consoling losing Wimbledon finalists, including Jana Novotná in 1993. She died peacefully at Kensington Palace yesterday evening. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 32 points at 92.48. The pound buys $1.35 and €1.15. LBC weather, a mixture of sunny spells and a few scattered showers. These will be most likely towards the west, highs of 22 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
Hello there, good afternoon to you. If you are just joining us at LBC, the breaking news this lunchtime is that Angela Rayner, the Deputy Prime Minister, has resigned. She held 2 other posts at the top of government, Deputy Leader of the Labour Party and Housing Secretary as well. A massive portfolio. It's one of Labour's biggest commitments, and that became pretty clear in in the spending review, when that huge injection of cash was given into the development and building of social housing, an historic figure, in fact, on social housing. So what will happen to that? What will the impact be of Angela Rayner's loss to the Starmer project, such as it is? And your reflections, very welcome. I'm going to talk to lots of different people this afternoon, but your reflections, very welcome as well. Angela Rayner as a politician, as a person in politics more generally, and your own thoughts on what this does to the government. 0345 6060 973, the number to call. You can text 84850. Aggie Shomri, LBC's political correspondent, will be with us on and off throughout the afternoon. Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor, is here now, though, to talk about the Reform UK party conference, which is taking place in Birmingham. And Natasha, the speech that the leader gave, Nigel Farage, was brought forward in order to make a bit of hay about this resignation, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, good afternoon, Sheila. Nigel Farage, as you say, bringing forward his keynote speech to the party faithful here in Birmingham by a good few hours. We were expecting it about 4 o'clock today. They've completely ripped up their schedule in response to events that are happening down in Westminster. And as you mentioned, Angela Rayner, the Deputy Prime Minister and Housing Secretary, resigning after that report from Sir Laurie Magnus found that she had, in effect, broken the ministerial code. But here in Birmingham, the mood is totally different. It's fair to say that the activists and the people I've been speaking to today, incredibly upbeat. Nigel Farage himself, incredibly upbeat. He started off by basically talking about how this government is in deep crisis. He said there was a cabinet of unqualified people that were running it. But he kicked off really by talking about, of course, the political news of the day, Angela Rayner leaving the government.
You simply can't get away, can you, from being the Housing Secretary and avoiding £40,000 of council tax. And it screams to entitlement. It screams to a government that, despite all the promises that this would be a new, different kind of politics, is as bad, if not worse, than the one that went before.
And Sheila, his main message really to the party faithful here in Birmingham is about, he's calling it sort of his next steps. And obviously we've heard a lot from Keir Starmer about their next steps and missions and milestones. But I think for the Reform Party leader, it's all about proving that they can actually become a party of government from what is now a bit of a, or at least has been, a party of protest, a party of discontentment, a party of sort of anti-establishment vibes, I guess is fair to say. So Nigel Farage very much, his main message to them today is there could be an early election and we need to get ready for it. He said that he basically predicted that it could be as early as 2027 when Britain actually goes to the polls.
I don't think, and the bond markets back me up, and the leftward drift backs me up, and before long there'll be Labour MPs that reckon they've got a better chance on the Jeremy Corbyn sectarian ticket, because frankly, folks, that's what's going on in our country. We have sectarian politics emerging. I loathe it. But there'll come a point when many MPs, Labour MPs, think they've got a better chance of being re-elected under that ticket, under Corbyn, than they do under Sir Keir. I think there is every chance now of a general election happening in 2027, and we must be ready for that moment.
A very buoyant Nigel Farage on the main stage at the NEC today here in Birmingham. And I think it's fair to say that he, like I say, he's in a very buoyant mood and a very optimistic mood. But at the moment it is very much Team Nigel and a few of his top team, Richard Hyde, Zia Youssef, and a few other big famous sort of names and faces.
Nadine Dorries now, Nadine Dorries as well.
And now Nadine Dorries. And actually, you know what, obviously, you know, there are a lot of people that I imagine on the street just haven't heard of. Nadine Dorries is a pretty big name. I think many people who are interested in politics will have heard that the Culture Secretary is now defected to the Reform Party and is here today. She was introduced by Nigel Farage. She explained to the people here why she had left the Tory Party to join Reform.
To any Conservative Party members who are watching this today,
and thinking of joining Reform, the Conservative Party do not deserve your loyalty. Support Reform. Do the right thing. Frankly, any party which removes 2 election-winning prime ministers, replaces them with dud after dud, just does not deserve your support.
Natasha, if I can hark back to what part of what Nigel Farage said in the clips he played, sectarian politics is here, and I loathe it. I mean, that's that takes some brass neck when you're Nigel Farage, doesn't it?
Yeah, really a bit of an interesting thing for sort of him to say, as a politician that's very much, I thought, seeks to capitalise on sectarianism politics in our political life. Yeah. But yes, Nigel Farage very much sort of trying to, I think many people think, and the Labour Party, this is their main attack line from them, sort of seeking to rule by division, and rather than bringing people together, which is what most people tend to do at these party conferences, and that's actually what I think Nigel Farage is now having quite a lot of trouble trying to pull his party together, when actually everything that they're saying is sort of moves that many critics will feel is ripping the country, ripping the nation, ripping our political life apart. So yeah, I think you'll kind of agree with your sentiment there.
And while none of us can say for sure there won't be a general election in 2027, because events can take us all by surprise. See the pandemic for details. I mean, I know we didn't get a government change, but anything could happen, I guess. But my take on that claim is, well, hang on. Even when the Conservative Party was in constant, repetitive meltdown and clearly not running the country any longer because it was so up its own fundament. I mean, that went on for almost 2 years, and they carried on. Every day I was thinking, for the love of God, put us out of our misery and call a general election. And they never did, because they wanted power. Normal, they wanted to keep hold of power. But the idea that this crisis, and it is a crisis for Keir Starmer, no doubt, but the idea that this crisis is going to upend his government and force a general election by 2027, it's for the birds, isn't it?
I think there's a grain of truth in what Nigel Farage has been saying about the idea that we might not make it to the end of the Parliament. That much, I think, is fair. Not because I think that this government is about to collapse in any way, far from it, but more so because I think that Keir Starmer, with the fact that he's got, at the moment, a majority in politics, won't want to be seen as basically being dragged to the polls in 2029. I think he will want to go a bit early to sort of take the fight to reform when he feels ready. And obviously, it's fair to say they're not ready right now. The party are not doing very well in the polls as of late. But yeah, Nigel Farage's argument that, he said something like, it's just 80 MPs that have to decide that they'd be better off being re-elected under a Green Party ticket or a sort of Jeremy Corbyn's Gaza independent ticket. It just takes that amount of people to sort of bring down the government, and to mean that a financial statement like a budget won't get through. And look, he is right when he talks about there being plenty of divisions in the Labour Party, and we've seen some of them in the last year really come out to play. But you're totally right. The idea of in 2027 probably is for the birds. I think it's more likely to be 2028, possibly early 2029. But it all depends on how Keir Starmer is feeling the project is going. And we know that Rishi Sunak, he had just 6 months really left before he had to call that general election. But he very much was dragged into doing so. He wanted to give himself as much time as possible to try to claw back some sense of momentum in the polls. And whether Keir Starmer is still in the same situation in a couple of months' time, he may feel that he has done enough. He may feel that he is not. But the government needs to have some big wins to point to before they get to that stage. And also, obviously, the point being that now Nigel Farage are doing very well. And there are some people you speak to who say actually, Reform are basically at the height of their popularity, and they're not really going to climb much further up.
Well, it's really ever since the local election this summer, they've really gained a lot of momentum and keep going up. And like you say, the news earlier this afternoon about Angela Rayner, still to see how that will play out, but it can't help the Labour Party with sort of a reinforced sense of chaos that lots of people are trying to get rid of at the last election.
And talk about the more granular polling that you've done on Reform, if you would.
Yeah. I mean, it's really interesting that Reform won the election last year with 15% of the vote. They're now about 30% of the vote. But to get from 15 to 30%, it was effectively doubled their vote share. And their voter base has begun to look quite different. So we've basically found that their voters look a lot more normal than they used to. So in the last election, Reform voters were definitely much older than the UK public. They were much more male. They were much whiter. They're much less likely to have a degree, for example. Now, if you look at Reform voters, they more or less have become to mirror the public much more. So, for example, their age profile is much flatter. You can find Reform voters across all age groups. And actually, if you look at the 16 to 17-year-olds who will be voting for the first time in the next election, that's an age group which are actually more likely to vote Reform than the sort of generation above them. If you look at gender profiles, in the last election, there was 1.4 men voting Reform for every woman. That's now gone down to 1.2 men for every woman. So across the board, they look much more normal. And if I could give just one more example, lots of pollsters like to talk about examples like the Worcester woman, the Workington man, the Stevenage woman. For Reform Conference, we went back and looked at all of those examples of the different swing groups who really are supposed to be voting for all sorts of parties for them to be useful swing groups. Well, actually, the 4 biggest ones from the most recent elections, they're all voting Reform now. So really, Reform is sweeping up votes across the board, and I guess drawing very well on the disillusionment of the Labour Party and picking up all over the place.
And just quickly, how does this moment for Reform compare historically to polling during the first year or two of a new government, for it to be so obviously, in polling terms, trounced by somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one thing that's obviously very new is that this is a new party. So it's not unusual for a party to sort of have a honeymoon period and then the opposition to come in and swing back towards them at the polls. Normally that doesn't happen so quickly and so dramatically, and it obviously has never really happened with such a new party. So the rise is pretty historic. And I would say if you look at the Labour government's own favourability ratings, they've fallen down into the negative numbers much quicker than any new party has done in recent memory.
Ed, thank you. Ed Hodgson, Associate Director of Polling and Analysis at More in Common. Aggie Chambray is with us, LBC's political correspondent with Reshuffle News. Tell us.
With Reshuffle News, indeed. So it looks like Lucy Powell, the leader of the House, has left the government along with Ian Murray, who is the Scotland Secretary. Both those names, sounds like I've heard from one MP, Sky now reporting that 2 have now left the government. And speaking to people in the last few moments from inside government, it actually sounds like this could be a pretty substantial reshuffle. People in the top tier jobs actually could be losing their jobs today. There could be serious movement. So we don't know exactly what that is yet. But as we said to you before, the only job we know for sure is safe today is, well, Keir Starmer and also Rachel Reeves as Chancellor. So this could be a really big afternoon. We do know that for sure. But this could be a really big afternoon and could potentially, if it's big enough, distract from the Angela Rayner news.
Well, I'm terribly glad to have an extra pair of hands in the studio with me throughout the afternoon, not least joining in, but also getting those messages as well, which you are throughout the afternoon. So we'll be tapping into your brain frequently, Aggie, and your phone. Aggie Chambray, LBC's political correspondent. Your calls as well in just a moment on 0345 6060 973. A lot going on, 217.
The LBC app. News your way. This is LBC.
How exciting is it to play the British Heart Foundation's weekly flutter? Ka-ching! Exciting enough to get your heart racing. Just a little bit. Like texting a mate. The same time they text you. Yeah, like flipping pancakes with majestic grace. Or spotting that last parking space. Yes! With the added joy of knowing the money you donate helps to fund life-saving research. £1 to play, £1,000 to win every week. Search British Heart Foundation Weekly Lottery. See? It's a little bit exciting.
Gamble responsibly. Over 18s only. T's and C's apply. Please see our website for more details. British Heart Foundation is a registered charity.
I've been asked by Shredded Wheat to read out their ingredients list. Drum roll. Whole grain wheat. No, that's it. A single ingredient, high fibre cereal. Shredded wheat. It simply does it. I'm telling you, that's it. Applies to shredded wheat, bite size and big biscuit only.
Bill?
Yes?
Can you throw my green dress in the bin?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's not that bad, love. When your sister said you looked like a courgette, I'm sure she meant it in a cute way.
Bill?
Well, you could at least donate it. There must be someone who could get use out of it. Maybe turn it into a pair of curtains.
I said put it in the laundry bin, Bill.
Oh, right.
Not hearing the whole conversation? Book a free hearing check with one of our experts at Specsavers.
I've always loved courgettes.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Steve has called from Greenwich to carry on our conversation about the events of this afternoon. I mean, they're just coming thick and fast, not least the departure of the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, but now we have this, what looks to be a significant reshuffle of Cabinet underway. Hi, Steve.
Yeah, hi.
You wanted to talk about Angela Rayner in particular?
Well, yeah, I did. Well, as you say, I just think you're giving her far too much benefit of the doubt, really. The Inland Revenue are very clear about whether or not you pay the premium stamp duty, the additional stamp duty, if you own a property or you don't. It was obviously clear that she did own another property because she took her name off the land registry just prior to completing on this property. So I don't see what the confusion is. If there was any confusion and she was unsure, she could have left her name on that title and she could have paid. You can claim it back. You get 3 years to claim back your tax premium if you purchase another property and you sell your original one within 3 years. So I don't get what the confusion is. I would have thought, if anything, you seek legal advice before you remove your name off a title, and if you'd taken your name off the land registry, you're making a concerted effort to do so.
And she seemed to be saying that the fact that the property was being placed in a trust for her son, so that he would always have the family home, both as he's growing up and beyond it when he's older and needs security, that is rather different to most of us, isn't it, when we're buying and selling a house?
Well, it was her home, though, wasn't it? She took her name off the title, so all of a sudden she doesn't own it when she buys somewhere else. So, like I said, she still had 3 years in order to do that. If there was any confusion.
Well, again, I'm just referring back to the conversation she had with Beth Rigby of Sky News. The description she gave of that reason was she wanted to take her equity, out of that house so that she could afford the new one that she was buying, and she has been going through the financial shakedown of a divorce. So it's not that unusual, is it, to separate your affairs, and that may involve saying to your ex-partner,
in order to do it.
Hang on, let me finish. It may involve you saying to your ex-partner, I will give up my rights to that property, I'll take my name off that property, take my equity, and because we're separating, and I'll buy a flat in Hove, but it will still be our son's home, and I will be there when I'm taking care of him. That was her explanation, I think, if I've understood it correctly.
Yeah,
and I only go into the sort of iteration of that because it is unusual, isn't it? Most of us don't have to do that.
Well, yeah, but like I said, she did have ample time, and if there was any query, not to do it.
And the bottom line seems to be she got legal advice in which she was told this is not specialist tax advice, you should seek specialist tax advice, and she didn't seek specialist tax advice. So that was the big mistake, I think. Thank you, Steve, for your call. James has called from, is it Magor, James?
Yes, that's correct. Lovely Magor.
Lovely Magor. Oh, good. I'm delighted. You don't have much sympathy for Angela Rayner here.
Well, my point is that she bought the flat back in May. Between May and we're now in September, she could have asked anybody to just have a quick look at what she's done, and is it above board. I have a lot of money to my name. I just asked the taxman what I owe them, and they tell me.
Oh, James, that isn't always a protection. Let me tell you, from lived experience. I was constantly in touch with the taxman as a freelancer, and then when the rules suddenly change out of nowhere, they look back 6 years and say, oh, you know all those conversations we had with you in which we insisted you were a freelancer? Oh, it turns out you weren't. And
I understand that. Yeah.
So I wouldn't take the taxman's word only. I mean, you have to give it due sort of reverence, but not only.
Due relevance.
Yeah.
But since May and we're now in September, if you'd have just asked your colleagues or your friends, I paid only $20,000 in stamp duty. Do you think that's right? Automatically, you would have had a feeling from your colleagues saying, I think you might not have paid the right amount.
Well, I personally wouldn't go on colleagues. I would go if a lawyer said to me, you also need specialist tax advice here, I'd have gone and got the specialist tax advice. Yeah.
As I would, with the money.
I think I would. I mean, God, standing in other people's shoes is always difficult, isn't it? But I think I would, out of fear.
Yeah, but I would say she's created an absolute nightmare for herself, because we now all know that she sued the NHS. You know, we didn't know that before this point.
In relation to her son?
Yeah. Yet there are posts online where she's praising the NHS for the care of both her and her son, and yet subsequently she sued them. So I think there is more.
For a minute, because that is one. You know, we talk about the economy a lot. We've been talking about immigration endlessly, but housing is one of the big tickets. It was in the general election. It is in the government's project as well. The amount of spend, you know, in that spending review, it seemed to me that the real sort of headline spending that people wanted to see. I was at a housing conference not long afterwards, and people were really pleased with it and thinking, right, if we get a good 10 years of this government, of one government, this can make all the difference in housing. I wonder how much her absence or her departure derails that or threatens it.
I think that's a really good question, and I think people have been very complimentary about her time in the Ministry of Housing, not just because of the project to build numerous new homes, but also because of the Renters' Rights Bill, which lots of
rent from a leaseholder as well earlier on. Yeah.
Exactly, lots of rent and leasehold. They've said that they will ban leaseholds for new flats. So there is a lot happening in that department, so much happening indeed that actually that's the reason Roshanara Ali, of course, lost her job as Homelessness Minister, because she had done something. She'd put up the rent after getting rid of some tenants, which would then become not legal within the Renters' Rights Bill. So there is a lot going on in that department. When you listen to housing experts talk about it, we actually, I think, heard it from Bang Debonair, but Vicky Spratt, to a newspaper journalist who works a lot on housing, they praise Matthew Pennycook a lot, whose brief a lot of that comes into.
Right.
So,
is he likely to be?
Is it?
Or he could just.
He could be promoted. He's not a name that I have heard,
but he's deemed to be effective in a more junior role anyway.
Definitely, and I think in this government, lots of the time people say that a lot of the work going on in being effective in bringing laws forward is actually the kind of the slightly more junior ministers who have a very specific brief. So, say he stays on, I think a lot of that work will continue. But say someone with a different outlook on housing comes into force, of course it will change, and not just on housing, but it's they've got not their renters' rights, but they've got other things going through that department too, which are really integral, but it also slightly controversial. The Employment Rights Bill, of course.
Workers' Rights Bill, yeah.
Workers' Rights Bill, exactly, which I would say is slightly more controversial because some people in the Labour Party think that it's not going to increase growth.
This is what Andrew was alluding to earlier on, wasn't it? The sort of Blairite end of the party saying don't go too far down that road because it will impede growth, and don't go too far down the road of taxes, which again has been the central commitment in the general election and since. The no income tax rises, no VAT rises, no national insurance rises, unless you're an employer, of course. So yeah, there's room now, isn't there, for a bit of a battle royal on those ideas?
Yes, and if the reshuffle ends up being very significant, then I think we could see a reshaping of what that Starmer project actually looks like. I had an extremely damning conversation about the Starmer project with a senior Labour MP this week, who basically said to me that there was...
The factory stood down early, and I would remind you of Morgan Freeman's speech at the end of the One After Managers. He said, the law is man's feeble attempt to be decent, so go and be decent, and all those people rah-rahing for Nigel Farage are going to get hell on earth. So just be careful, everybody, and well done, Angela, for standing up. Well done, Sakir, for upholding the law and just carrying on, because if we don't do that, we are no longer decent and we are no longer civilization, and we will be run by something that we really don't want to hear about in Moscow. So thank you for taking my call. I would like to tell you what I think of Nigel Farage saying she owed 40,000 on council tax, which is wrong. It was not. If you listen to his speech, he hasn't even got his facts correct.
All right, I'll leave it there, Kate. Thank you very much indeed for your call, Kate in Kingston. A supporter, clearly, of not just of Angela Rayner or impressed by Angela Rayner, but a supporter of this decision as well. Standards in public life. Coming up after the news headlines, I'll talk to James Robinson, former Director of Communications, to Tom Watson when he was Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, and we'll get his reflections on what's gone on and what might flow from it. Aggie Chambray, LBC's political correspondent, with me throughout the afternoon as well, and more of your calls. What does all of this mean for Keir Starmer's project, Keir Starmer's government? 0345 6060 973. And do you think Angela Rayner can come back in time into the cabinet, maybe even to the very top? 0345 6060 973. The time is 2:30. Let's get some headlines from Amelia Cox.
Angela Rayner has resigned from government over underpaid stamp duty on the flat she bought in Hove. The government's ethics watchdog found that while she acted with integrity, she ultimately broke the ministerial code. There are reports a cabinet reshuffle is now underway. It's understood Ian Murray and Lucy Powell have been sacked from cabinet as Scotland Secretary and Leader of the House of Commons, respectively. And the Foreign Office says it's supporting the families of 3 British nationals who died in Lisbon's funicular crash. They were among 16 killed in Wednesday's disaster. LBC weather, a mixture of sunny spells and a few scattered showers. These will most likely be towards the west, highs of 22 degrees.
Online Safety Day, this Monday on LBC.
Welcome on board this LNER service from London King's Cross to Edinburgh. My name's Paul, your train manager today, and hang on, is that Scrabble tournament in coach here? Yes, G with an X is a word. Right, we're cruising at 125 miles per hour, same speed this lad next to me is typing. Someone's on a roll. The cafe bar's in coach G if you fancy a brew, or if you're mid-box set binge, just order through the QR code at your seat. We'll deliver it. So sit back and enjoy your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the way.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, love. Just spoke to Zara from St James's Place.
Your financial advisor?
Yeah, we've made a plan. Retire early, travel more. Peru first.
Ooh, comments, Dad.
Bless you. And Zara's plan means I can help more with your house deposit.
Thanks again, Dad.
Planning for the future calls for invaluable advice. Visit St James's Place to find your one-to-one financial advisor. St James's Place Wealth Management PLC is authorised and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. SJP approved 19th of Feb 25.
We check your chickens. Checking that they're all chirpy. Look for our better lady. Have a better bit of chicken for tea. Your roast will taste so tasty from chicks that we've checked out. So take your chicken to the checkout when you've done your chicken checking. Waitrose Chicken Checks Out.
The only supermarket where all our chicken checks out against the Better Chicken Commitment standard or higher. Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Applies to all Waitrose own brand chicken.
How will you react if you win big with Win Plus?
I can't believe it!
Enter now at winplus.co.uk to get in the draw. 18 plus, GB only, T's and C's apply.
For whoever they want to be in life, give them a great start with Well Kid. Carefully balanced, great-tasting vitamins and minerals for 4 to 12-year-olds with specific nutrients such as zinc and vitamin D, which support normal immune system function. The Well Kid range from Vitabiotics, from Boots, pharmacies and Vitabiotics.com.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Text 84850.
Andy says, has texted to say, I said yesterday there will be a general election next year. Can you not see this mess will not be tolerated by the country? The country deserves a choice sooner rather than later. Andy. I refer you to the various years, the last few years of the Conservative government that we saw. And nobody called a general election. We're certainly not that early anyway. Can't see it happening myself. Paul says, amongst all the collective hand-wringing, perhaps we should remember that Angela Rayner bought her counciled house, flipped it for a healthy 50k profit. In doing so, she removed a house from the council stock, placing it into the private sector. She should thank Mrs. Thatcher. True socialism, says Paul. James Robinson joins us in a few minutes, former Director of Communications to Tom Watson when he was Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, and former media editor at The Guardian as well, and The Observer between 2003 and 2008, now founder of Woburn Partners. Aggie Chambray is still with us too. James, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Thanks for joining us. So look, your reflections to start off with on what's happened in the last couple of hours.
Well, first of all, a huge outpouring of sympathy and affection for Angela Rayner from people in the Labour Party and the Labour family, if you like. That's worth putting on record. Hugely popular and liked, even loved. So that's the first thing to say, but as we've just seen, politics moves on, doesn't it, very fast, very rapidly, and we're already starting to see what looks like being a very extensive reshuffle, which only last week the government was saying would not happen. So it's all about whose stars are on the rise and who will be a member of Keir's top team at the end of today. We'll have a better idea.
Might we see a very big name move to housing, for example, that might leave another big office of state open to a new voice, a new face?
I think, what I'm hearing is that there will be a number, and of course predicting anything is a mug's game, is that there will be some big changes at the top. But I mean, Lucy Powell, apparently, reportedly, the leader of the House, very close ally about Miliband, has been removed from the government. I was extremely shocked to hear that, I must admit. She's a very, very effective political organiser and campaigner and a doer. But I don't know about housing specifically, but I do think there's going to be other relatively well-known and senior cabinet figures being moved on, and some big, or some probably lesser-known figures getting bigger jobs. That's clear.
And Aggie, we're waiting throughout the afternoon for those details to emerge, aren't we? And James, on communications, one of the early criticisms, and it hasn't gone away, of this government is that they aren't communicating themselves, their policies, their ideas, their aspirations well enough. This is the first week back at school, so to speak. There was that so-called reset, including who's the head of communications. This is a disaster, isn't it, for that drive?
It is either a disaster or an opportunity, or potentially both, to sit on the fence. I mean, it's messy. It's not a great look, let's be honest. It looks chaotic. But if they're going to have a reshuffle that they may have waited a year to do and bring it forward to now, that is an opportunity. It is an opportunity. I think on the communications point, I think, and you would expect me to say this, the government have done a lot of good things, a lot of significant things, including changing the planning laws, getting on with building homes, employment rights. They're significant things, whether you agree with them or not. But I think what the government does lack, without question, is an overall narrative and message and story, because those things in and of themselves don't amount to a compelling narrative to tell voters what it is the Labour government is here to achieve. And I think that's a fair criticism.
So Aggie Chambray here, political correspondent. Do you think it's possible for Keir Starmer to turn that round before the next general election?
Time is on his side, isn't it? Because he has...
It's not a yes.
So yes, he can.
Okay.
He can, but it's also true that Nigel up there in Birmingham does have the political momentum, and it's hard to deny that.
OK, and if you had a crystal ball, because we do think that there is likely to be a deputy leadership contest now, if you had a crystal ball, who do you think will run for that and who do you think will win it?
Wow. I think if there is a contest, then there seems there will be. I was hearing earlier that they might decide not to have the deputy leader, but I think that's difficult to achieve. So I think Shabana Mahmood may run. I think Shabana would win if she did, but I don't know what her intentions are, and I don't know if she's Justice Secretary now, as you know, whether she's in line for promotion. So her name has been mentioned a lot, as has Louise Haig's, who was removed from the cabinet, in my view, very unfairly. Last year, was it, or was it this year? Earlier this year. They've both been mentioned, both represent slightly different parts of the party. There's other names been mentioned, but you have to remember, and you'll know this very well, of course, you do need 80 colleagues also to nominate you in order to get on the ballot paper. So a lot of the more ambitious MPs that have been, I've seen mentioned on Twitter, I think they're going to struggle to get 80 names. So I think those two are the ones that I would tip.
Are you worried? I mean, we know policy matters, of course, and policy delivery matters, and people feeling like a government is working for them matters. That's not changed. But we do know we live in a personality-led, visual kind of politics now, in terms of the media of politics. You've got the performer Nigel Farage, who was on stage a couple of hours ago, and you've got Keir Starmer, different creature altogether, that sort of stardust element at the top of government was Angela Rayner, wasn't it? And it's gone.
I think that's true. I think she did have a charisma and a straight-speaking style, which people appreciated. It doesn't mean everyone agreed with that, and I think, some people felt, some of your listeners comments have reflected this. A lot of people didn't like her. A lot of people loved her. But I think that is probably the key to politics in this.
Be a bit Marmite. People love you or loathe you. Kind of thing.
Probably a bit Marmite, and Nigel would certainly fall into that category, wouldn't he? But I think, and I know this is an overused word, but authenticity is what people respond to now. I do think that's true. I do think people are very fed up of politicians who speak out the side of their mouths and don't actually say what they really think. And I know why they don't, because it makes them hostage to fortune, and But I think Nigel is an example of someone. I don't think he's got any solutions, by the way. You would expect me to say that. Far from it. I think he can analyse problems, but the solutions, non-existent.
But he's got that Trumpian thing of not caring if what he said yesterday doesn't chime with what he says 2 days later.
He gets away with it because he's not scrutinised. Because he's not scrutinised and hasn't been scrutinised previously, because he doesn't look like someone. Well, so he doesn't. The polls have never suggested he will ever be Prime Minister. Now that's changed. In terms of the polls, I think that will change. The scrutiny he will be subjected to will be much more intense, so it'll be interesting to see how he responds to that.
Thank you very much, James. Good to talk to you. James Robertson, former Director of Communications to Tom Watson when he was Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. I'll talk more about that contest with Aggie in just a moment, but keen to get your calls in as well. They're coming thick and fast. Stuart in Islington, hello.
Good afternoon, Sheila.
What's on your mind?
Well, my sense at the moment after watching the events of today is one of intense frustration. I was one of the people that had real good high hopes for the change of government last year. But there has been, this is the latest in a wholly avoidable series of catastrophes, as it were, that are wholly unnecessary. It's just one of those things that makes it increasingly frustrating for the electorate to understand. I mean, it started with Lord Ali and Boots, it's gone through with Hague, and now we have Angela Rayner, who I have a considerable degree of respect for, but I do find it disappointing, to say the least, that we get to this stage at this point. I noticed also that your previous caller was advocating that Louise Hague is going to run and it would be a good candidate. I do have reservations about that. I'm a retired member of the legal profession. If I'd have done, as an article clerk, what she had done, and that is commit an offence of dishonesty, there wouldn't be any negotiation, there wouldn't be anybody feeling sorry. You would have been out of your you could see Jack Robertson, I'm afraid. So that's the way in which it is, and I'm afraid it's sort of causing politics to descend into an unpleasant place. I remember Peter Oborne saying that whereas before, heard it on Nick's programme today, there were people like Lord Carrington who instantly resigned, assumed the exact meaning of ministerial responsibility, even where he was not personally to blame. And yet, Angela Rayner can go. I do feel sorry for the firm of solicitors whose ability she has impugned, and it would be good to hear that she apologises to them for the facts that...
because they did, according to Laurie Magnus's report, that they did say this is legal advice, not tax advice. We urge you to speak to a specialist.
Yes, but it came out that she was implicitly blaming the solicitors for her
it certainly came across that way.
That's a small business, and it would be grievously affected by this sort of slack talk when it suits the
they pushed back,
to make
didn't they? They actually pushed back on that, the conveyance.
Yes, they did.
Thank you, Stuart, for your call. Stuart in Islington. Aggie, you have more reshuffle news, is it?
I have more reshuffle news. So, Sheila, we said about 15 minutes ago that Lucy Powell, the leader of the House, had left the cabinet, and she has just put a statement on social media. I'm just going to read you a few bits of that. She says she spoke to the Prime Minister earlier today. He informed her of his decision to appoint a new leader of the House of Commons. And she talks about the honour that it's been to serve in the Labour government. She talks about the things that she's done, like tightening up the rules on MPs' second jobs. But then she says, this has not been an easy time for the government. People want us to see change. People want to see change and improvements to their difficult lives, nor in politics more generally, not least with the rise of abuse, misrepresentation, social media echo chambers, and the call for easy answers. She talks about being a woman in public life. And then she goes on to say at the end, she looks forward to using her voice and her role in Parliament to ensure her constituents see the change they long for. So that will be interesting to watch what her voice on the backbenches looks like.
And it was interesting to hear James, wasn't it, mentioning Shabana Mahmood there, the Justice Secretary.
That was a name we'd also talked about earlier, yes.
Yeah. Well, let's see what happens. Stay with us, Aggie, with all those updates filtering through as they do over the next hour or so. Aggie Chambray, LBC's political correspondent. John Sokol will join us both in about half an hour's time, and we'll hear from the leader of the Liberal Democrats as well, Sared Davey. It's 2:46.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
This man needs to be sentenced. His asylum claim is therefore revoked. Sorry, you do not get to claim sanctuary in this country if you sexually assault a 14-year-old girl. Sorry, that's the end of it. His claim is invalidated immediately by the fact he sexually assaulted a 14-year-old. If you are in serious danger of your life fleeing Ethiopia and you come to this country, don't expect any generosity if you then go and assault a 14-year-old.
Tom Swarbrick, Monday to Friday from 4 p.m. Listen on your radio, on Global Player and the LBC app.
Get the news your way and combine breaking news with expert opinion to see the full picture.
With award-winning journalism on air and in your hand, the LBC app puts you in control.
The biggest stories of the day delivered how you want it
and when you want it.
Download the LBC app now.
News your way.
Now in your hands.
All those glasses are a great choice. And now you can pick a free pair from our Boots range.
Free?
That's right.
What, free?
Absolutely. There's hundreds to choose from too.
For free? Does the manager know?
I am the manager.
Oh, in that case, how do these look?
With buy one get one free at Boots Opticians, everyone can save in style. Book an eye test today and see what's possible. Free Boots pair when you spend £150 on prescription glasses or sunglasses. Offer ends 23rd of September 2025. T's and C's apply.
I've been asked by Shredded Wheat to read out their ingredients list. Drum roll. Whole grain wheat. No, that's it. A single ingredient, high fibre cereal. Shredded wheat. It simply does it. I'm telling you, that's it. Applies to shredded wheat, bite size and big biscuit only.
On Sunday, 7th of September at 3 p.m, the UK government will carry out a planned test of the emergency alerts system. You'll get an alert like this on your mobile phone. Visit gov.uk/alerts to find out more about emergency alerts.
School's out for summer. At Tesco Mobile, our deals will help you make the most of it. Make the flip to the new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 7 FE with 12 gigs of data for just $34.99 a month with Club Card prices, saving you £324. And you'll collect Club Card points too. How you choose to spend them is up to you. It pays to be connected. Search Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. End 7th of September. Club Card and 36-month credit agreement required. 18 plus only. Collect 1 point for every £1 spent. Terms at tescomobile.com/terms.
Bill?
Yes?
Can you throw my green dress in the bin?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's not that bad, love. When your sister said you looked like a courgette, I'm sure she meant it in a cute way.
Bill?
Well, we could at least donate it. There must be someone who could get use out of it. Maybe turn it into a pair of curtains.
I said put it in the laundry bin, Bill.
Oh, right.
Not hearing the whole conversation? Book a free hearing check with one of our experts at Specsavers.
I've always loved courgettes.
This is LBC. Message Sheila Fogarty on WhatsApp now on 0345 6060 973.
Don't do much speculation at moments like this, but I think where we've had the resignation of the Deputy Prime Minister and we've already seen relatively big beasts like Lucy Powell moved from her job, are we looking here at the kind of reshuffle that might genuinely redesign the government here?
I think we could be. Do you remember I said, we spoke about half an hour ago about the fact this could be a really substantial reshuffle? I mean, I'm not used to coming on air and talking about things that someone has literally said to me, I've heard this on the grapevine. But there are genuine rumours in government that Yvette Cooper could leave her job as Home Secretary and be replaced by Shabana Mahmood, whose name has come up multiple times during our last 3 hours together. That it's at the moment just speculation, but I think it points to the fact that this reshuffle could be really, really big, and as you say, could completely reshape what this government looks like.
Has there been a feeling, would you say, I mean, I get it here in conversations with guests and with callers, but you spend a great deal more time in Westminster in Parliament than I do. Has there been a feeling, sort of event after event after event, that early cabinet now needs a review, even before the Angela Rayner moment?
You know what's really interesting with this cabinet is the fact that it's almost identical to the cabinet that existed in opposition. So Keir Starmer made very, very, very few changes when he won the election. So Emily Thornberry, she didn't make it into cabinet. But other than that, a lot of the people just went into the jobs that they had been doing while they were in opposition.
Wes Streeting
and
Kyle.
Exactly, and Yvette Cooper. And Rachel Reeves. Those kind of key jobs were people. And the reason given at the time was that Keir Starmer wanted people who really, really knew that brief. They wanted them to come into government and hit the ground running. But there has been talk for some time now that actually there needed to be a shake-up, especially if I mean, so rude to say, but I am not saying this for myself, Sheila, but people talk about kind of deadwood in the junior ministerial ranks and talks about ministers you've never even heard of, and not the public have never even heard of, but I've never even heard of, and actually how they're not really doing the thing and talking about getting rid of them. So it's those people, but it's also there are questions about whether there needs to be changes at the top echelons of cabinet.
And for people who might think this is just like a board game of names, it really isn't, is it? When you're talking about the delivery of government policy, we put a government into power. They then each have a job, senior posts, junior posts. Civil service has to work with those. The more junior ministerial posts can be really critical, can't they? You mentioned Pennycook earlier.
Matthew Pennycook. Yeah, that's right. And I think a lot of people, they're not usually the people that go out on broadcast every day. They sometimes are. You sometimes hear Matthew Pennycook doing that, but often they are the people, really putting together the policy, really thinking about it on the kind of granular level, along with the civil servants, and they have a very specific brief. So if, for example, you speak to a civil servant, they'll usually work to a specific minister on a specific brief, and then the Secretary of State, so the Angela Rayner as was, or the Wes Streeting or the Peter Kyle, they'll kind of have an overarching view of everything. But it can sound like people on a chessboard, but it shouldn't, because Secretary of State and the ministers are absolutely integral to the running of the department,
and the delivery
and the running of the country, and what that policy actually looks like, and then as a result what the country looks like.
If 10 minutes from now you're telling me that Yvette Cooper has been removed from the Home Office and, I don't know, Justice Secretary Shabana Mahmood is placed in there, what does that tell us? Or what would that tell us?
I think that would tell us that the mission on small boats, stopping those boats, that's obviously not what the Labour government say they do. They say they want to smash the gangs as opposed to saying they want to stop the boats, as Rishi Sunak said he wanted to, is not really working. And it has been an August absolutely dominated by the narrative of small boats coming over and Nigel Farage really bashing the government for it. And people have said to me, where has Yvette Cooper been? Now, that actually might be slightly unfair, because she actually, towards the beginning of August, did that landmark deal with France, the one-in, one-out deal, which at the moment is still in its pilot stage, which, people do believe could have a kind of revolutionary effect on deterring people. At the moment, it's in its infancy, and it's really difficult to tell whether or not that will work.
And has Shabana Mahmood been deemed to be an effective operator in the Justice Department? Because when she gave that press conference, I remember it very vividly, about the state of our prison system, she didn't pull any punches, did she?
No, I think she talked about the guilty men when she was talking about the people who had been in number 10 under Rishi Sunak when Alex Chalk was still Justice Secretary. She has been absolutely scathing. And I would actually say, and I have said this to people before, I think Shabana Mahmood has actually been the most successful cabinet minister in talking about the inheritance. I think when people think about the prisons crisis, and I'm sure people will correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think when people think about the prisons crisis, they do believe that was something created under the Conservatives. And I think when people think about the economic crisis, I'm not sure they think that, even though Rachel Reeves has really tried to hammer home, remember, the £22 billion black hole.
Or the Channel crisis. That's very much Labour's now, isn't it?
Exactly. And that hasn't happened with the prison crisis. And I think that she is seen as an extremely effective communicator because of that.
And before I forget to ask you, because I have twice already, when you say Leader of the House, Lucy Powell's old job, what does the Leader of the House do?
It's a really good question. So they set out basically what is going to happen in that parliamentary term. They are in charge of policies, like she mentioned it, second jobs, tightening up the rules on that. When Andrea Leadsom was Leader of the House, she did a lot of work on sleaze in the House of Commons, and she brought in the ICGS, which is, of course, the Independent Complaints and Grievances Scheme. So it's those kind of jobs, thinking about the House of Commons, but literally working out when legislation is going to go through as well. It's an absolutely crucial role.
So James, our guest earlier, describing her as a great political organiser, hence Leader of the House, I suppose, or ex-now Leader of the House. Stay tuned for all of those reshuffle changes that are coming in a kind of drip feed, as is normally the case. Aggie Chambray will keep us posted. LBC's political correspondent John Sopel joins us in about 20 minutes' time, and we will hear shortly from the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey. But much more importantly than all of that, Alice in Northwich. Hello, Alice.
Oh, thank you very much, Sheila. I think and hope that Keir should consider bringing Andy Burnham back into Parliament. He has a lot of experience and he can handle the media. And Keir, Keir has much knowledge and many skills, but handling the media is not one of them. And Andy Burnham would be extremely good at that. Now, he will need to give him a peerage, but personally, I don't see any problem with that.
Andy Burnham won't want that, you're saying, Aggie. Yeah. She's mouthing it at me, Alice. Hang on, why not?
I don't think Andy Burnham would want a peerage, because I think...
man of the people, man of the North.
Potentially, but also, if he takes a peerage, it's much more difficult to come back as an MP, and I don't think that when I speak to people, it doesn't sound like his leadership ambitions are completely extinguished, and it's very difficult to go from... it's possible, I'm sure, to take a peerage and then untake a peerage, but very difficult.
It is.
Yes, very
difficult. The Tories did that in 63, I think it was.
Yes, thank you very much.
I can't see it, Alice, because I think, again, I can see him coming back to politics, to Westminster politics, and see him even going for the leadership, but I think he would do it via an MP route, because look at how he operates as Mayor of Greater Manchester, and how he operated during the pandemic. He's not somebody who wants to do his politics via the House of Lords, I don't think.
Right, well,
we'll have a Burnham off and see which one of us is right. Thank you very much, Alice, for your call. Alice in Northwich. I love her giggle. Tyler in Leeds, hello.
Sheila, successful and against successful Northerners.
Which posh people? Hang on, which posh people?
The Telegraph, who have been for the past 4 weeks attacking her on this rather than focusing on devolution, improving buses, getting more business investment out there. But mainly, I think that by getting rid of her, the Labour Party, if there was shuffling decks on the Titanic, they've now hit the iceberg. Their entire legislative agenda was tied to working with all of the hundreds of different councils and the mayors. And Angela Rayner and her office have developed networks of communication and they understand each other. And a lot of the money that is being decided by the ministers is being funneled through mayors to improve effectiveness of delivery. So getting rid of Angela Rayner, they've essentially shot themselves in the head. As a party, I think will be a general election in a year.
Oh Lord, a year now. It's coming closer every day. It's probably going to be next week. On that question of, because I began the programme by saying that individual figures can be really critical. You might think, it's just one person, it's not the whole government, but individual figures can be really critical. On the relationship between Westminster and the regional mayors, was she the fulcrum of that?
I think she was very close, is very close to the regional mayors. And actually, I think it was on Wednesday, she actually spent the day with the regional mayors after she'd done that interview with Beth Rigby of Sky News, that very emotional interview there. Just on the point that this is all because of the right-wing press. Angela Rayner did obviously go and then get that advice from a KC, but fundamentally the reason Angela Rayner is gone today is because Sir Laurie Magnus, the independent ethics advisor, found that she breached the ministerial code.
Yeah, not the Telegraph.
Not the Telegraph.
Sir Laurie Magnus. Thanks very much indeed. For now, Aggie's staying with us for the next hour. John Sopel will join us in 15 minutes, and we'll hear from the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, in just a moment. Your calls as well. What's all this telling you? Not just the Angela Rayner resignation, but the reshuffle as well. There could be some even bigger names to come in that reshuffle. So let's keep an eye on all of it here on LBC. Stay with us.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, Angela Rayner has resigned from government after she admitted to underpaying stamp duty on her flat in Hove. The government's ethics watchdog found while she acted with integrity, she ultimately broke the ministerial code. She will step down as Deputy Prime Minister, Housing Secretary and Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. LBC's reporter Jackie MacDonald has been speaking to some of Miss Rayner's constituents in Ashton-under-Lyne following the news.
That's brilliant. Fantastic. No, she's
resigned.
Oh, that's fair.
You were absolutely delighted then.
Oh, I am. I'm over the moon.
She deserved it. Yeah, I didn't like her anyway. I don't ever did. It's just one of them things with her. But, well, it's sad, isn't it, now for Labour? But what does it do? Where does it leave them?
To be honest with you, I mean, I think she's done a good job in Ashton. But in all honesty, I think we're all human beings and we're all entitled to a mistake.
Kemi Badenoch says Angela Rayner's position has been untenable for days and criticised the Prime Minister for waiting for her resignation. Lucy Powell has confirmed she has been sacked as leader of the House of Commons now that a cabinet reshuffle is underway. It's understood Scottish Secretary Ian Murray has also left the government. James Robinson is former Director of Communications to Tom Watson when he was Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. He's told LBC this is a big opportunity for a government reset.
I think, and you would expect me to say this, the government have done a lot of good things, a lot of significant things, but I think what the government does lack, without question, is an overall narrative and message and story, because those things in and of themselves don't amount to a compelling narrative to tell voters.
Also this afternoon, 3 British nationals were among those killed in the funicular crash in Lisbon on Wednesday. 16 people died when a carriage derailed in the Portuguese capital, while 21 others, including a 3-year-old child, were injured. Preliminary findings of an investigation into what happened are due to be released today. And the Duchess of Kent has died at the age of 92. In later years, she preferred to be known as Mrs. Kent and spent more than a decade teaching music in a primary school in Hull. She presented trophies at Wimbledon for many years. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 29 points at 92.46. The pound buys $1.35 and €1.15. LBC weather, a mixture of sunny spells and a few scattered showers. These will be most likely towards the west, highs of 22 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Sheila Fogarty.
Hello there, good afternoon to you. If by some chance you are just joining us here at LBC, we're devoting pretty much the whole programme to the resignation of the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner. She resigned just after midday today from that role, from the role of Housing Secretary and from the role of Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. So an awful lot going on. A cabinet reshuffle has started already. Some relatively big names have been moved on. Lucy Powell, the probably best known amongst them, the Leader of the House, and some others as well. There is speculation that there's going to be a couple of really big moves at the very top, which might involve, and again I'm speculating here, but could involve the Home Secretary Yvette Cooper, could involve Shabana Mahmood being moved into that role. There's some rumour that is the case, but we will bring you the definitives as soon as we have them. Maggie Chambray is here, LBC's political correspondent, with all of that. I'll be joined We will be joined by John Sopel in a few minutes as well. But before that, Sir Ed Davey joins us, leader of the Liberal Democrats and MP for Kingston and Surbiton. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Sheila.
If you were the leader of the Labour Party, there's a start to a question for you. What would you be doing? What would you be doing right now?
Well, I mean, it's right that Angela Rayner resigned. I think her position had become untenable. And what I hope the Prime Minister will be doing is focus on the issues that matter to millions of people. I think many people who voted Labour have been disappointed in what the Labour government has done since the election in 24, and issues like the cost of living, when people are really struggling at the moment, issues like healthcare. I talked a lot about carers, as you know, Sheila. There's lots of people out there who need the government to do a damn sight better job than they've been doing, frankly. And whether the reshuffle, however that the dust settles, the key thing is making sure people's lives get better. And this government came in on a promise to do that, and frankly, they've not delivered.
Well, if the process that Keir Starmer is involved in at the moment is trying to make a virtue out of necessity, what should that look like with people like carers in mind and housing in mind and cost of living in mind? What should it look like?
Well, I mean, this whole process tends to focus on personalities, okay? And that's inevitable, and media and many people focus on individuals. But I actually want to focus on policies, and I want to focus on what is going to happen to make sure that people get some help. And let me give you a concrete example. Energy bills, they're way too high, and we need to get them down. And Liberal Democrats have put some forward ideas about how you do that. We've set a target. We need to reduce energy bills by half over the next 10 years. That's the sort of thing that could help people who are struggling with high bills and the cost of living. On the NHS, you and I have talked about this before, carers, family carers, people looking after loved ones, if we gave them more support, not only would it help them, but they would help them be able to juggle work with caring so they could get back into the economy.
The signal this will cut through.
Yeah, but wait, can I push you on the personal dynamic between Keir and Angela? When Laura, the ethics advisor said that Priti Patel had broken the ministerial code, Boris Johnson, when he was Prime Minister, said it was time to circle the wagons around the Pritzker, and he did not sack Priti Patel. Do you think there's any sense in which Lori Magnus's letter could have been reinterpreted by the Prime Minister as a rap on the knuckles for Angela? It wasn't a lot more than a rap on the knuckles, and a pointing out that her actions represented a breach in the ministerial code. He could have circled the wagons around Angela Rayner had he wanted to. He hasn't, with the result, as you point out, that Angela Rayner is outside the tent. Is she still, could she still challenge Keir Starmer for the leadership from that position?
No, I don't think. Now, if there, as is the common assumption at the moment, that a leadership challenge would come within a reasonable space of time. I mean, if you were kind of talking about the Labour government strong, then you might say, well, yes, because the leadership isn't going to be challenged until the end of Keir's third term. Now, there's not many people who are thinking in those terms at the moment. But on the point you make about the difference with Boris Johnson, I haven't read the letter, so I can't go into detail about reinterpreting that. But it's just not where Labour is, and in truth, it's not where the vast majority of prime ministers from either party have been in the past. Boris was unusual about the approach which he tended to take to scandal, which was basically often screw it, I'm not letting them tell me what to do. I'm just gonna batter on. And that kind of worked for him until the moment that it didn't, and then he obviously he lost his place. But Keir just doesn't think like that. Most prime ministers don't think like that, and he did and his government came to power wanting explicitly to make a show of restoring that sense of integrity and consequence of public office. In truth, between us, I think they probably place too much store on that at the expense of you also actually need a grander vision about what you're going to do to the country. I think that was necessary. It was insufficient, but they do believe it, and therefore I think something this magnitude, when it is the housing secretary who has made the mistake, I imagine that as soon as they saw that verdict from
Laurie Manders,
that was it. Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, Lord Walney, that there's an old saying that the Tories are always toppled in scandals by sex and Labour by money, and this just goes to show that old saw holds true. And the fact that Labour have, the Tories kind of get money and their tax affairs. I'm not saying they're perfect, but when a Labour politician who has made such hay by calling the Tories scum or by telling them, the world that Nadine Zahawi has deprived the NHS of money because of his underpayment of tax, which he was then fined, of course, by HMRC. When you have kind of harried the North like that on an issue of tax and underpayment of tax, you cannot get away with it. I wonder why Keir Starmer didn't see that right from the off.
Well, yeah, I think probably the strength and the clarity of her past attack remarks have been significant in this. And before I was an MP, I used to be part of that political research attack operation where you were sort of framing your trying to frame your opponents in particular ways and call them out. And she was particularly outspoken in that, and that was actually one of the things which made her popular with the
people
party.
Loved it. I think we might have to play that tweet of that clip of Angela Rayner calling the Tories scum in conference, but after we finished our conversation. Do you think that what can we say that's positive? Keir Starmer, the timetable was stuck to. Angela Rayner has gone. This is what Keir Starmer said he was going to do, and it's now happened. He has reshuffled. We've got the appointments approved by the King. That's all happened. But in the previous hour, I was talking to a former communications advisor, Scarlett Maguire. Where was the narrative around the reshuffle? Where was Keir? Where were the new? Do you see? You saw them going in and out of Downing Street. Where was the announcements? Where was the grip that we wanted to see from the Prime Minister as he reshuffles all the main offices of state?
Well, yeah, but there is some stuff that I think that they've got wrong, and I was Gordon Brown's media spokesman for a year, and spent a lot of time studying government communications, and there is a lot that hasn't been great. Sometimes you are just the victim of events. I think they did want to come back and do this phase 2 of my government and do the reshuffle last week, and because of what happened was on the horizon with Angela, it did seem that they couldn't do the reshuffle then, and so it meant that their announcement of phase 2 looked kind of curiously empty last week. But then they've got this resignation forced on them. It would have been really weird to just sort of let that hang and then try to do the reshuffle, and so there's nothing at that stage you can do. I mean, you've just had your Deputy Prime Minister resign for this tax mistake. You've kind of got to roll with it, and you've got to concentrate on putting in the people who you're going to make a difference. Now, my hope is that Shabana Mahmood will be a really astute choice as Home Secretary. It's an incredibly difficult brief that she has. I think that Yvette Cooper will be an improvement as Foreign Secretary. And as I say, the key thing now is that they get some of the some of the most talented people from the election last year into those government positions,
The lower
so they
positions.
They can be doing good, and then they can be brought into the cabinet in due course.
Lord Walney, as you say, it's time for Keir Starmer to make lemonade out of the lemons he's been given today. But thank you so much for your expertise and reflections on what's been going on. He's Lord Walney, independent peer and former Labour MP. He was also a government advisor and obviously did, as he just told us, comms for Gordon Brown. 8:18 is the time. I'll get back to your calls, and we'll also hear a little bit of Angela Rayner in her pomp. The time, 8:18.
LBC.
Chase is the digital bank that could boost your savings.
Ooh, tell me more.
When you join Chase, you could earn 4.75% AER variable. That includes a 2.25% AER fixed boost for 12 months on top of our standard saver rate.
For a whole year, nice.
Yep, our savings boost could help you reach your goals, like that countryside getaway with the family. Get our best easy access saver offer today. Search Chase Boosted Saver. Offer may be withdrawn at any time. 18 plus UK residents available to new current account customers for your first 31 days. Eligibility applies. 4.65% gross. Terms apply.
75 years of style. 75 years of adventure. 75 years and still got it. To celebrate 75 years of Volkswagen's iconic bus, you can get £750 off new stock 75-plate Volkswagen vans. For the professionals, for the road trippers. Celebrate and save Volkswagen commercial vehicles this September. Discover more at volkswagen-vans.co.uk/75. UK retail customers 18 plus. Discount applies to on-the-road price of new stock vehicles only. Ordered and delivered by 30th of September at participating van centres.
At Lidl, you can save like a hero by switching from Sainsbury's to Lidl and saving a super £36 on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/save more. Save like a hero on your weekly staples, your fresh 5 a day and big brands. Lidl, Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. Prices check 2nd to the 9th 25. Sainsbury's also sell other products. See online for more details.
Rachel Johnson on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:20 as the Labour government says goodbye pro tem to Angela Rayner. Let's go down memory lane and have a listen to Angela Rayner speaking at a meeting of Labour activists. I don't think she knew she was being taped. This was at a conference in 2021.
You cannot get any worse than a bunch of scum, homophobic, racist, misogynistic.
I think that short clip alone, I'm going to read out exactly what she said. It's only 21 seconds long. That, in a nutshell, explains her popularity to the rank and file of the Labour Party. It explains her appeal. She's the voice of the common woman, the common man, and she always gives a fanfare for the common man. And just in the words she chooses, she's a bit like Donald Trump. She's got a kind of incredible genius with colourful phraseology. We cannot get any worse, she said, than a bunch of scum, homophobic, racist, misogynistic, absolute vile, ... Banana Republic, vile, nasty, Etonian, ... piece of scum. And everyone just roars their approval. Whatever she says, everybody in the gallery is you know, she preaches to the choir. She knows. And I think she's a brilliant rabble-rouser. Gosh, I think the Labour government needs one. Malcolm in Tildesley. Hi there.
Yes. I mean, the thing that strikes me about this issue of Rayner is, firstly, I noticed at Reformer meeting in Birmingham, she failed miserably to solve the Birmingham bin crisis. Now, that was her job, and it's a relatively easy thing that she had to do, which was simply to agree to the terms and conditions that the union wanted. She'd failed to do that, so I'm not impressed by that particular performance of the former Deputy Prime Minister. But I think another implication of it, of course, is that this is not just a blow to Angela Rayner personally. is also a blow to Keir Starmer himself. This is a government that is probably, just as in the last Parliament, if you remember, we had 3 Prime Ministers, and obviously one of them was your own brother. In this Parliament, we could see much the same. There are ambitious people in politics, or I would certainly hope there are, who want that job. They want to be in number 10. Now, Keir Starmer is clearly messing up. He's messed up our relationship with Russia, just like the 3 previous Prime Ministers did. He's messed up the economy generally. The attack on the disabled people was not at all good. Now, these are not the kind of things that certainly a Labour government should be doing. They should be looking after the disabled people. Rachel Reeves, his sidekick, was crying in public after she tried to attack the disabled people. Now, I would hope that a new Labour potential Prime Minister will emerge, whether from Corbyn's lot, who may rejoin, or however it works out, and they will have someone who will start putting the British people first. They will stop putting the court jester of Ukraine first. They will focus on solving the problems in this country, including the Birmingham bin strike.
And including the welfare bill. Come on, Malcolm.
Including looking after the vulnerable people. No, I'm not accepting your ideas.
Let's accept that the welfare should be a safety net. It shouldn't be a featherbed.
No one says it is, and nor has it ever been so. The looking after disabled, vulnerable, personal independence people,
of course, those
is
who need,
important.
Those
and what
who
they were
need
trying
help
to do, what
should
this
get
Labour
it.
government was trying to do, was to attack some of the weakest and most vulnerable people in society and nick money off them at the same time as giving billions to the court jester of Ukraine.
Yeah. Okay, Malcolm. Thank you very much indeed. You've made some interesting points. Thank you. Let's get to you, John, in the West Midlands. So,
how are you doing?
Do you agree with Malcolm's analysis? The problem with the Labour government is it's attacking the poor and the needy instead of looking after them.
Well, first things first, it's a pleasure to speak to you. I've been listening to you over the last hour or so, and I can only imagine how annoying and frustrating it must be for people to keep bringing your brother up and you to maintain such composure. I know if someone was bringing my sibling up all the time, I probably would have lost it by now, but, fair play to you, and, I respect you for that, and thanks for having me on. But my point was probably a little bit different than the question that you asked. I just wanted to make a couple of points. My first one was there was a caller a couple of calls back, and he was talking about the only reason that Angela Rayner was putting things into trust is to avoid inheritance tax, and how bad that looks on her. That's just not true. If people give their money away, if you've got £100,000 that you decide to give to your children, you don't put it into trust, there's a 7-year window on that money. So that money can then be swallowed back into your estate for inheritance tax purposes if you die. If you put that money into trust, there's still a 7-year window. It doesn't eliminate the 7-year window. So trusts aren't there to avoid inheritance tax. Trusts are just there as a tool for people to retain control over money rather than just give it away to people and lose all control over it. So that was my first point. I just thought it was a little bit unfair to paint Angela as someone who's trying to avoid inheritance tax with what she was trying to do as a sole basis for her motivations. But secondly, I'm not a fan of her politics.
Wait. Sorry, just on that, I may be wrong, but by selling her stake in the trust means that reduces her liability, right? Her estate. If she's shuffling her estate and it's becoming the property of her son, right?
Yes.
And she has sold her stake in the trust I'm not even sure whether she's a director of the trust. I think she is.
Go on.
I mean, there is a sense in which she is divesting herself of the liability of the asset of the house in Ashton by what she's done, by taking some equity out of it, placing it in a new property that she will obviously have to pay, and there will be an inheritance tax and maybe even a capital gains tax on that.
Yes.
Do you see? So I think the trust is a way, and it is known to be a way.
No, it isn't. It really isn't.
To minimise.
That's the perception.
Oh.
No, Unfortunately, it's not. This is the thing. So, leaving property out of it, because property trusts can have their own nuances. But again, if I wanted to give my kids, if I had an estate of £1 million and I had 200 grand sat in my bank, which topped up to 1.2 million quid, if I just gave that to my son, that £200,000 and I die a year later, that is still going to be part of my estate.
But if you died 7 years later, it would be tax-free.
Yeah, and if I put that into a trust on day one, that's right. So if I put that into a trust on day one, let's just say, for example, I put that into a trust and my son's the beneficiary of that. If I die 2 years later, it's still in my estate. There's no, it hasn't eliminated that 7-year window.
People understand the 7-year rule.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, just by putting into trust does not mean you're trying to avoid inheritance tax, because it makes no difference to the timescale if you just give it away or put it into trust.
No, I
Trusts
agree.
are there for control. Yeah.
But it's still a divestment, isn't it? From her to him.
Yeah, but just like giving it away is, just like giving it away would be. It's exactly the same, but she's retained. Yeah, so, I mean, my second point, so what I was just trying to say is it's unfair to paint her as trying to purely avoid inheritance tax when there's other aims that she was probably trying to achieve. But secondly to that, I think, I'm not a fan of the politics, but the way people are saying because of her title as housing minister, she should... Anybody without a brain would look at that and go, well, I can see she's made a mistake, she's been given wrong advice, let's move on. I don't know why anyone would think, I'm just not happy with the fact that, this person with this title, she's made this mistake, regardless of the surrounding circumstances. Forget about it. It's a title. She can't do it. It's like, how juvenile are we? This is crazy. The woman is an honest woman who's trying to do something, and she's been given bad advice, and we're saying regardless of the intent, she should go because of her position. That seems really immature to me,
Well, I'm afraid,
and not grown up at all.
It may not be, but who said life was fair? She's housing minister, and she was found not to have paid £40,000 in stamp duty on a
Well, why don't we take that approach with everybody else?
House in
Why don't we treat everybody else like that?
Well, we do.
Why don't we...
Sorry, Nadim Zahawi would not only pay the tax back, he also had to pay an additional fine.
No, but if I go to get advice from a solicitor and they make a mistake, they're liable.
No. Read the letter from Laurie Magnus. She wasn't advised not to pay that.
Okay.
Anyway,
That's
John,
fair enough.
thank you. John in West Midlands, great to get you on. 8:32 is the time. Coming up, we'll speak to our political editor, Natasha Clark, who's been at the Reform Conference in Birmingham. 8:32, let's get the latest LBC News headline. It's Tim Daly.
The Prime Minister's been carrying out a major cabinet reshuffle after accepting Angela Rayner's resignation. David Lammy is to be the UK's new Deputy Prime Minister. Yvette Cooper will be taking charge at the Foreign Office. The newly appointed head of policy at Reform UK has praised Tommy Robinson for his campaigning against grooming gangs. The comments have come from Zia Youssef, who's also repeated he won't be allowed to join the party. And the Union flag has been lowered to half-mast at Buckingham Palace following the death of the Duchess of Kent at the age of 92. The Prince and Princess of Wales have described her as a much-missed member of the family. LBC weather, dry with clear skies for much of the country overnight, but there could be some patchy rain over Scotland. We'll see a low of around 12 degrees.
This is LBC.
Now, listen carefully. I want you to think of selling your car. Who's going to buy that car? Keep thinking. Struggling to know where to look? On Motorway, there are 7,500 verified dealers who are ready and waiting to bid on your car. It's not magic, it's Motorway. Sell your car today at motorway.co.uk.
Brands that use radio are 49% more likely to get noticed. Amplify your advertising at radiocentre.org, assuming you want to get noticed.
Do it for your wife, who told you to pick up bread, but instead you picked up Fred, your grandson, again. And now your daughter is calling because he missed football. That's the 4th time this month. He can wave his future career goodbye. If you don't do it for you, do it for your wife and little Freddie.
Book a free hearing test today at bootshearingcare.com and save up to £300 with our free technology upgrade. Boots, with you for life. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
You've packed enough suitcases to know quality when you see it. Well, Saga Travel Insurance has been named a Which Best Buy. And now get 20% off when you buy before the 30th of September. Search Saga Travel Insurance for a quote today. New policies only. Standard and Plus are Which Best Buys May 2025. Terms and conditions apply. Over 50s only.
This is LBC with Rachel Johnson. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
8:34 is the time. Nigel Farage has opened his conference in Birmingham and he made a speech. Then he introduced Nadine Dorries and she came on like an avatar from ABBA Voyage. And he said quite a few things. He came back and spoke again to conference. And here's some of what Nigel Farage had to say at his conference earlier today.
We have topped over 100 of the last opinion polls. Our lead is between 10 and 15% against any of the other parties. And I tell you what, given the state of chaos they're in, I think we can increase that lead further yet. Folks, it's happening. The next step is going to be even bigger. Scottish Parliament elections, Welsh Senate elections, and indeed a by-election that will take place in Wales next month. All 32 London boroughs will be up for election, and we will take that seriously as we get ready to have a mayoral candidate so that we can beat Sadiq Khan next time round. We're going to need up to 5,000 vetted candidates to fight those elections. Those elections next year are an essential building block as we head towards a general election. Anything, including the choice of a party name. But I put this to you. This battle for Deputy Leader of the Labour Party will be very like the battles they had back in the early 1980s. The left of the Labour Party will rear its voice. If there is one really big message from me to this conference, I don't think, and the bond markets back me up, and the leftward drift backs me up, and before long, there'll be Labour MPs that reckon they've got a better chance on the Jeremy Corbyn sectarian ticket, because frankly, folks, that's what's going on in our country. We have sectarian politics emerging. I loathe it. But there'll come a point when many MPs, Labour MPs, think they've got a better chance of being re-elected under that ticket, under Corbyn, than they do under Sir Keir. I think there is every chance now of a general election happening in 2027, and we must be ready. for that moment.
Well, Natasha Clark is LBC's political editor. She's been at the Reform Conference all day in Birmingham, and she joins us now. Natasha, thank you so much for joining me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening, Rachel. Sorry, I was waiting for you to ask me a question about what you thought my hot take was going to be from the day.
I will, but there was so much in just that 2.5 minute clip. He said that we're going to have an early election. He's going to field a candidate to unseat Sadiq in London. He says that we're seeing the rise of sectarian politics. Well, he can talk. And he says that the crowd at conference want a general election now. I think that's probably one of the things that is 100% accurate. I think people see Reform kind of ascendant, but how ascendant can they be in 4 years' time? Anyway, what is your hot take, Natasha?
Well, I think it's fair to say that, Reform, the party mood is really buoyant. Nigel Farage is pretty excited. Nigel Farage is feeling really confident and speaking to people close to him, speaking to members, speaking to their MPs. They are, of course, riding on a huge wave right now. 31% in the polls. They're doing very, very well. And, of course, it does help when the Labour Party and the government are appearing to not do quite as well. Obviously, we're having, Keir Starmer's meant to be doing his, phase 2 in his next reset, and it's fair to say that this week has not gone very well for him. And like you say, he said he's preparing for an election in 2027. He's urging all of his supporters to do the same. He told us today he's setting up this new team to get ready for government. But he's putting this down to, and I think, look, a lot of people doubting the whole 2027 thing. He's put that down to the fact that he thinks the right of British politics, we've seen that with the Tory party and the Reform Party, he says that's already split, and he says that now it's only a matter of time before the left will split too. But I have to say, Rachel, it does feel like the Reform Party, they were a party of just vibes, they were a party of just Nigel Farage, but it does feel like they are starting on those building blocks to becoming a proper political party. This has felt like the most professional Reform event that I've gone to, and of course, you've been to party conference before. You know that you get some strange people on the fringes of national politics, whichever political party you go to. But it does feel better organised. It feels like there's businesses here. For the first time, I'm told there's meant to be 12,000 members here across the 2 days. You've got people like Heathrow and other big clients that are dipping their toe into the water to sort of see what a Reform government might look like. I don't know if we're quite out of the idea of it being just a one-man Nigel Farage band. He is absolutely being mobbed as he's going around the conference venue, as you'd expect any leader to be. But really, the people that are trying to get here, the members, of course, obviously having a great time milling around with other people. But if you're a business, you really want to be talking to the main top Nigel Farage team. And it's fair to say, they've only got 4 MPs. They are really struggling with all of this support that they've got. You say that we want to, lots of people want a general election now. I think obviously Reform want a general election now because they are doing so well in the polls. And actually, it's kind of crazy that we're at this stage where Nigel Farage has got just 4 MPs, but is doing so well. And in 4 years' time, if he's topping the polls now, in my eyes, he can only fall in the next couple of years. It's going to be incredibly difficult for him to maintain this momentum right up until 2029, which is exactly why I think he's had that 2027 sort of message coming out here today. But yeah, I think he's obviously trying to get people organised, trying to get people to stand for office. You heard in that clip that he needs 5,000 people to come forward to stand. And that's all what I think this conference has really been about trying to prove to both the members and the public that Reform can go from being a party of just Nigel Farage and obviously a different party of mainly vibes, mainly anti-establishment, sort of negative connotations about immigration, and move them into a party that actually, if the polls are right, Rachel, could potentially be in government in just a couple of years' time, which is crazy.
I mean, if Nigel Farage is right, that he could swing an early general election as early as 2027. Natasha, his shiny new toy for conference was Nadine Dorries, who joined Reform and really stuck the boot in by saying that the Tory party was dead, and then her usual complaint was, the disloyalty they showed to 2 prime ministers, one in particular that we don't need to go on about. What do you think of the optics for the Tories today?
I think actually it's interesting having people like Nadine Dorries and having people like Sajid Berry join the Reform Party from the Conservative Party, and obviously the closeness that they had to previous administrations, including to Boris Johnson. It is interesting, I think, seeing those more professional people, and it's fair to say these are people that people have actually heard of. They're actually names. They actually have served in governments before. And whatever you might think about Nigel Farage and his outlet, and you might think that there are some questionable characters in it, there are more and more normal people wandering around this reform conference than I've ever seen before. And it feels like there are more. I've spoken to midwives today. I've spoken to mums. I've spoken to young people. I've spoken to students, and it does feel like it's not like you can just sort of point around and sort of dismiss the Reform Party as just some crazy fringe outlet anymore. That is absolutely not true. 30% of the public say they are considering voting for Nigel Farage's Reform Party. And actually, whether you like Nadine Dorries or not, the fact that she's had a considerable experience in government is just adding to the weight of reform as a political outlet.
What did the people you've been talking to at conference in the fringe meetings and around the main stages, Natasha, what do they think Nigel Farage's reform can deliver for them that the Tories and Labour can't?
I think they see Nigel Farage as somebody that's not afraid to sort of take on some of those bigger challenges, and they sort of pointed back to, and actually not even just the Conservatives, actually there was one person I was speaking to who was formerly a Labour member who's describes themselves as a floating voter, describes themselves as someone that's voted for several political parties, and they were saying basically that what they admired about Nigel Farage is just that they believe that he is a person to get stuff done, which is interesting because, apart from obviously the referendum, of course, delivering that referendum, pushing the political establishment to have that political referendum on leaving the European Union, of course, incredibly influential that Nigel Farage was in politics. But apart from that, he's obviously not really been an MP before. He obviously was an MEP, and it's hard to sort of point to what exactly Nigel Farage has, quote, been able to achieve. But they think that he is just the man to sort of force the establishment to create that change. And it's funny because 12 months ago, Keir Starmer was seen as being that man who would shout change from the sidelines at absolutely every single rally. But I think they just see him as basically unafraid to say what he thinks and to do what he thinks. And it's interesting comparing it with sort of other Conservative administrations and Conservative sort of leaders. But they just think that they're not, the Conservative Party are not the one to have that fight and to take that fight to Labour. And everybody I spoke to today, Rachel, has been incredibly excited, incredibly buoyant, and I think they do see sort of, a little bit of Donald Trump style big rallies, sort of big, like make Britain great again was, a phrase that Nigel used in his own speech. And I think
mega, isn't it?
Yeah, they're very much getting swept up in the excitement of this. And it's fair to say that, Reform have been trying to flesh out their policy positions over the summer. A lot of people still don't exactly know what that looks like. And I think when I was talking to some of these people today, there are very few policy positions that people can point to. I just think it is that mostly that people like Nigel Farage, they like the sort of anti-establishment candidate that he sort of stands to be, and they think that he is what many people keep saying, their last hope to actually have a government that gets something done.
Okay. And of course, when he gets his honours list, Natasha, he can pop Nadine straight into the Lords, the great honour that Rishi Sunak denied her. Thank you so much.
Yeah, she'll be delighted.
Natasha Clark, thank you. I'll get to your calls. I think we'll probably keep going on this, so don't hang up. But I think everybody wants to reflect the big events of today, from Nigel Farage in Birmingham to Angela Rayner leaving the cabinet to Keir Starmer's reshuffle. So if you guys out there are happy to carry on chatting about this, I definitely am, and especially as in a very few minutes we're going to be speaking to the one and only Quentin Latz, who has written a weepingly funny portrait of Angela Rayner. It's 8:47.
This is LBC.
It's time to scale up that fishmonger business, Anne. With free day-to-day online banking from Virgin Money, you'll be a big fish in no time. Now that's a real catch of the day. Open Virgin Money's M account for business now. UK excludes NI, Channel Islands and Isle of Man. 18 plus fees apply for chat and international payments. Terms and exclusions apply. Backed by the current account switch service. Virgin Money is a trading name of Clydesdale Bank PLC.
I've been asked by Shredded Wheat to read out their ingredients list. Drum roll. Whole grain wheat. No, that's it. A single ingredient, high fibre cereal. Shredded wheat. It simply does it. I'm telling you, that's it. Applies to shredded wheat, bite size and big biscuit only.
Hi, I'm Marty DeBerge. This is the site of Spinal Tap's reunion concert.
Tap is back.
There was a cancellation. Who was supposed to be there? An evening with Stormy Daniels.
Get ready.
We're still short a drummer. He sneezed himself into oblivion. Is that medically possible?
To turn it up to 11. Spinal Tap 2, only in cinema September 12th.
At SSE Energy Solutions, we know businesses are full of different kinds of energy. Like your fourth coffee of the morning energy, your yes chef energy, and even, as per my last email, energy. You can bring any energy you like to your business, but at SSE Energy Solutions, we bring simple, affordable energy. Choose SSE Energy Solutions, a different kind of energy.
At Lidl, you can save like a hero by switching from Sainsbury's to Lidl and saving a super £36 on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/save more. Save like a hero on your weekly staples, your fresh five a day and big brands. Lidl, Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. Prices check 2nd of the 9th 25. Sainsbury's also sell other products. See online for more details.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Rachel Johnson.
8:49 is the time, and as I've just said, I think we are going to carry on our conversation about what's been going on the political battlefield today and over the last few days as Angela Rayner's future looked in increasing doubt. Of course, Sir Laurie Magnus delivered his the death knell today, and Angela Rayner has exited Cabinet. Joining us to discuss events and, of course, Angela Rayner, the heroine of the hour in many eyes, is Quentin Letts, the parliamentary sketch writer for the Daily Mail, and who has written the most wonderful piece today. I'm just going to read out the first paragraph, unless Quentin wants to. Amid a cabinet of dull mumblers, Angela Rayner was the gallivanting, eye-flashing exception. Sir Keir Starmer praised her working-class background, but actually that wasn't so right. Anyway, Quentin, it's one of your it is your finest hour, of course. But of course you do this every day. How you find the range and the kind of the register to come up with these brilliant portraits. Angela, obviously, she was a gift, though, wasn't she?
She was good news for us. It's very kind of you to say all that, Rachel, and good evening to you and to your listeners. Mrs. Rayner was very good news for us sketch writers. And there's a reason for that, is that she stood out from the Starmer cabinet. And I think it's probably fair to say that she would have stood out as well in the Sunak cabinet, in that there was a sort of unbridled greed for life about her. And this is politically dangerous, of course, when you flash the bat as much as that. But at the same time, when she spoke, she's still with us, of course, but as the Deputy Prime Minister, when Angela Rayner gave forth, she didn't speak in those terrible constipated cliches that the rest of so many of the elite speak in. She just sounded like a normal person. And sometimes what she was saying was total rubbish, of course. And you would never have necessarily proposed her for membership of Mensa. But there was an authenticity about her which I think is going to be now noticeably absent in Sir Keir's cabinet.
Do you think that what she did speaks of an underlying hypocrisy? She had a kind of working class authenticity. That was her fantastic cover. But underneath, she was Angela Rayner behaved like your average Tory MP who was trying to avoid paying a full whack.
Well, let's first of all talk about this working class thing. She's not the only member of the Labour cabinet to be working class. By no means. Look at Bridget Phillipson. Every bit has come every bit as far. But
Keir Starmer's father was a toolmaker as well, don't forget.
Yeah, but quite a middle class one, it has to be said. But the thing about Mrs. Rayner was that she actually sounded much more, and she behaved much more like the the management's idea of the middle class. There was a slightly patronising thing going on here in the way that they was talked about that. However, you'd say, was she guilty of hypocrisy? Undoubtedly. Undoubtedly she was. In the way that she used to be viciously rude about Conservative ministers who were accused of tax dodging or tax avoidance. And we now find, lo and behold, that she herself was up to saying certain things like that. But that doesn't alter the fact that there's now going to be a bit of a hole on the government front bench, because there aren't enough of them, I think, and this is true in our politics as a whole. There aren't enough people there who look as though they could happily sink a whole bottle of rosé in one sitting.
While on a lilo with a vape.
Yeah, well, why not? Why do we expect our politicians to be such prudes and sort of stuck-up bores? And so this is what I think is going to be missing. But I think undoubtedly she did have to go. And don't let's...
can you set out why you think...
eyed about it.
Quentin, can you set out why you think she had to go? Because I think it's actually... ties myself into knots, but I think it's pretty simple. If you're a housing minister and you've got a government that's going after people's main properties to try and sweat their assets, and it looks like that you were trying to avoid sweating your own asset, I'm afraid it's a cut and dried case for me. But what did you think?
Well, she has posed as a tremendous assailant of anyone who doesn't pay their full whack of tax. And she wasn't paying her full whack of tax. So, ergo, middle stump goes cartwheeling to the boundary. I think also the thing about Angela is that I think actually in any other life she would have been a Tory or maybe a reformer. I don't think she's really socialist at all.
Yeah, but you see, this is where I feel that she had the three properties. Well, the one's great in favour, but then wanting to buy an £800,000 flat in Hove on the seafront, having a pretty much a dream home in her constituency where she could have a nesting arrangement for her disabled son. All of these, she represents a kind of Tory agenda to my mind. A Tory way of life and aspiration, yeah.
She's aspirational. She's got a certain joie de vivre about her that is not always apparent in lefties. Although I think Wes Streeting's quite good fun. And Johnny Reynolds is all right.
You're so right about it.
Some of the others are total miseries.
Hair
and
shirt,
also,
yeah.
She's the sort of person you can imagine going to the pub with, and when it comes to 11 o'clock, she says, no, we're going to stay for the lock-in. Whereas the others would all be sort of thinking about health and safety rules. So, I think that, actually... although she claims to be a socialist, I'm not sure she really is, and that's partly the reason that she's been found out. There she was indulging in trust funds, and it was for her disabled son. But anyone who talks about the wickedness of middle classes avoiding taxes and then has a trust fund, I think you've got a problem.
I'm afraid a trust fund for funds that she has accumulated by, I think, suing the NHS for a settlement for the birth injuries or the of her disabled son. So it is complicated, and one's heart goes out to her. Can I ask you, Quentin, finally, to talk about the loss of Angela Rayner for Keir Starmer? Because in a way they were she balanced him out. She was Rabelaisian, he was Puritan, he was Jack Sprat, and she could eat no lean, and so they kind of made a balanced ticket at the top. How's it going to be now without her?
She was John Prescott, if you like, to Sir Keir's Tony. Yeah. And if you think back to Prescott, what Prescott did for Blair was he connected him to the Labour movement as a whole. And I think that the loss of Rayner now makes Keir Starmer's link to the Labour movement a little bit less sure. And we will see who now becomes the deputy leader of the Labour Party. There'll probably be an almighty fight for that. But I think that the real problem for Keir Starmer now is that he lacks that link to the wider Labour movement, and therefore it makes it more likely that people might drift off to the
reform.
To the new
reform. Farage is talking about getting recruits from Labour,
well,
and
I think
course
he will,
the other
but also, to the new Corbyn party as well. So I think it makes Sir Keir look a slightly less exciting proposition. He's pretty unexciting before, but it makes him look even duller.
Just lastly, Quentin, Nigel Farage was telling conference that he knew they wanted it now, i.e. a general election, and he was he was trailing the prospect of having a very early election, even in 2027. What's your estimation of whether that could be achieved? Is Keir Starmer so weak now that we could see an election in a couple of years?
I'd be amazed if that happens, because he's still got a vast political parliamentary majority. But I've learned in the past few years not to take big parliamentary majorities too seriously. I was in Birmingham today for the Reform Party conference. They've got a bit more grown up. They're a bit more persuasive as a political party. But there's a long way still to go until they've got any sort of degree of, let's say, sort of managerial or technocratic expertise that you need to go into government. So I'd say it's probably 27 sounds early to me.
OK. Quentin, lovely to get you on as ever. Thank you so much. The parliamentary sketch writer and feature writer for the Daily Mail. Wonderful. Do look up his pieces. I'm going to squeeze you in quickly, Richard, before we get to the news. Richard in Belfast.
Hi. I can't accept that she innocently and naively accepted wrong advice about her stamp duty, because the advice was, in our opinion, it falls into the lower bracket. But don't accept our opinion, because it might not. Could be the higher one. Get a tax expert to tell you. Say the advice had been, in our opinion, it falls into the higher bracket. But don't accept our advice, because we're not experts. It could be the lower one. So go and see a tax expert. Do you think she would have said, no, that's fine, I'll pay the higher one?
Well, why would she choose to pay the higher one? Sorry, am I missing something?
No, because she chose to pay the lower one.
Yes, she did,
without checking whether it was the higher one. But if she had been told it was the higher one, but check it in case it's the lower one, do you think she would have said, no, I'm happy to pay the higher one?
Yeah.
Because she was happy to pay the lower one without checking whether it was due or not, whether it should have been the higher one.
Yeah.
She ignored that possibility.
So, according to Laurie Magnus, if she had solicited expert tax advice, it would have been likely to have advised her that a higher rate of stamp duty was payable, not the lower rate.
Yes.
I know.
But she didn't want to hear that.
She didn't,
so
no, because it would have cost her an extra 40 grand.
Yeah, but if she had been told, the initial advice had been, it's the higher one, but check it out because it could be the lower one, she would have gone to a tax expert.
Which she didn't want to hear, though, did she? So maybe, yes, you're right in saying that she shut her ears to the idea that a tax expert might give her a different answer. She went with the answer she wanted, and look where it's ended up for her and the government.
Well, she got caught out.
And of course, as Quentin Letts was brilliantly saying, now Keir Starmer has lost his connection to the Labour movement, leaving him in a much less unassailable position when it comes to trying to win another general election. 9 o'clock is the time. We're going to get some news, and then, of course, we will carry on with all these calls about Angela Rayner, the reshuffle and reform. You're listening to me, Rachel Johnson. It's 9 o'clock.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 9 o'clock. The resignation of Angela Rayner has resulted in a major reshuffle of Sir Keir Starmer's government team. She's left her role of Housing Secretary and Deputy Prime Minister after being found to have broken the ministerial code because she underpaid the stamp duty on a flat on the south coast. But the independent peer and former government advisor Lord Walney has been telling Rachel Johnson on LBC the loss of Angela Rayner could be an opportunity for the government.
There is a lot of good, talented MPs who have come through as new members of Parliament in 2024. Now, the vast majority of those were rightly made to just learn how to become a member of Parliament, but they need to be in those government jobs. So I'm really hoping there will be quite a substantial change around at those lower ministerial ranks to bring some of the new talent in.
Today's cabinet reshuffle means David Lammy takes the job of Deputy Prime Minister. Yvette Cooper moves from the Home to the Foreign Office, and Shabana Mahmood is now the Home Secretary. The leader of Reform UK has warned its members to prepare for a general election in the next 2 years. Nigel Farage has made the prediction during a speech at today's conference in Birmingham. It was brought forward following Angela Rayner's resignation. LBC's political editor Natasha Clark says Mr Farage is sensing an opportunity.
He told us today he's setting up this new team to get ready for government. You know, he's putting this down to, and I think, look, a lot of people doubting the whole 2027 thing. He's put that down to the fact that he thinks the right of British politics, we've seen that with the Tory party and the Reform Party, he says that's already split, and he says that now it's only a matter of time before the left will split too.
Another 24 people have been charged for showing support for the banned group Palestine Action. The decision means 138 are now being prosecuted after it was designated as a terrorist organisation in July. A man's been charged with murdering a 29-year-old woman in southeast London. Police were sent to a home in Greenwich 9 days ago after reports of a stabbing. The 33-year-old is due before a court tomorrow. And a study is suggesting a quarter of vapes confiscated at secondary schools in England contain the synthetic drug spice. Researchers at the University of Bath are now warning children of buying the illegal devices through social media. In the city, the FTSE 100 closed down 8 points at 92.08. The pound buys $1.35 and €1.15. LBC weather, dry with clear skies for most of the UK overnight. There could be some patchy rain over Scotland as well, and we'll see a low in some areas of 12 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Tim Daly.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Rachel Johnson.
Good evening. The time is 3 minutes past 9, and you're still listening, I hope, to Rachel Johnson here with you for another hour this Friday on LBC. And I was just trying to work out, for my own purposes, what I feel that the big political takeaways of today and also our conversation so far tonight. A few things have jumped out to me, which I'll just mention before we get to our guest, who's James Mathewson, a political commentator. One, the idea of an early election and Keir Starmer losing grip on the Labour Party, some kind of fracturing within the mainstream Labour Party, on top of what we've already seen with Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana. Very importantly, the loss of Angela Rayner, as Quentin Letts was saying about 10 minutes ago, severs that contact that Keir Starmer had to the so-called Labour movement, the unions, the rank and file, the people who roared their approval when she called out the Tory government as Etonian, misogynist scum. All of those. And who also, she resonates with them because of her background, which she was never shy about coming forward about. Even in her resignation letter, she called herself a teenage mum from a council estate in Stockport. So there's those two things. But then on top of that, you add the Reform being riding so high in the polls and never seeming to dip in that buoyancy level week after week, month after month. When you've got a new cabinet in place only after a year. So you've got a new government with a lot of quite new politicians who've never been in power or office before, being swapped out for a lot of other ones who've only been in power or office before for a year. I mean, I think Yvette was in government before, but I don't know how many of the other members of the new Labour cabinet have been. And of course it is very short on women. I think I counted 4: Emma Reynolds, Yvette, Liz Kendall, Shabana Mahmood. I'm sure there are others. James Mathewson joins us. He's a political commentator and former Labour Party spokesperson. And do keep your calls coming in if you want to join this conversation on the political events of the day. We've seen no end of drama, and it's going to continue here on LBC throughout tomorrow as well. Of course, we've got the Reform Conference continuing then. James, what have been your main takeaways from what's happened?
Hi, Rachel.
Hi there.
Yeah, it's a real mess of a day, isn't it? It's been one of these days where you wait for something in politics to happen and everything seems quiet, and then it all happens at once. And of course, it's chain reaction. We saw Nigel Farage bring his speech at conference forward by 3 hours because of the Angela Rayner news. And then before you know it, you've got heaps of interconnected stories. And it's important. You can't talk about the Labour kind of prospects and hopes for the future without talking about Farage and the Reform Party, of course. But for me, overall, the story of Angela Rayner, it's a tragedy. And I don't, use hyperbole when I say that. For me, on a personal level, having worked with Angela and knowing her, not only am I convinced that we've lost an absolute political titan and an excellent politician, but also we've lost somebody who inspired me. I mean, I didn't go to university. I came from a single parent household in the northeast of England. Angela showed people like me that you can do it. That you don't have to follow the traditional route, that there's a way to change your community first and then get to the highest level of changing your community, which is the very top of government. She did it. And we can't, people are saying, talking about our past is tokenism and all the rest of it. For me, it's crucially important to the story of Angela Rayner. And I just think this is a real shame overall.
Why do you think Keir Starmer was willing to lose such a political titan, as you say, and Labour superstar as Angela Rayner? He could ill afford to lose her, surely, and did he have to?
I'll be totally honest with you, Rachel. I think more and more that we see, one thing I used to think that Keir Starmer had was conviction and a spine, and that he had his own beliefs and that he stood by them. I'm not convinced of that remotely anymore. Anybody who comes between Keir Starmer and a bad headline or causes any sting, whether it be Louise Haigh with that ridiculous story about what she did years ago before she was
with the mobile phones,
with the mobile phone, all of that. I mean, she was a phenomenal politician as well. Anybody who gets between him and the headlines, gets thrown under the bus. They will end. And look, I'm not excusing what's happened with Angela, but the way that she's handled it, I think, is the best way you could handle this. And I do think the way she's been represented, whether it be three pads Rayner, the old two Jags Prescott thing, whether it be trying to make out that she's on the take. I mean, Jeremy Clarkson today came out and tweeted something saying that everything in Angela Rayner's life has been funded by the taxpayer.
Is that wrong?
Completely shit. It's not wrong, but the fact that you would shame her, for having been supported. She's a success story of why the state intervenes in people's lives and why we should have a state that is able to uplift everybody and bring us all to the table. That's what Angela Rayner is. And unfortunately, this to be the end of it, it's a shame. Of course it is. The advice, the technicalities of it. I think, when it comes down to it, complexities, there is very little space for complexities in our political system. People want quick, easy sound bites. They want to understand things quickly. And if you have to spend more than 5 minutes explaining why you've done something or how it's been done, you've already lost the race. And
do you think
she
didn't have to go then, James?
In a different government, in a different approach. I don't think Louise Haigh would have went. I don't think she would have went. I think any government that would have been able to stand by them and say, no, they have explained themselves. Here is the story. But of course, that's looking at an ideal world, and we don't live in one. Yes, the media governs a lot of things, and if things are going to be bogged down with headlines and stories, I mean, the way the Telegraph are talking about her as if they've claimed her scalp, is really, it just reminds you of the worst of our politics, doesn't it? And every politician knows it. Everyone who's been around it knows it. But it's a sad day, I think.
Do you think she can come back?
Yeah, in the future. Whether she wants to or not. I mean, this is a woman who's incredibly driven, and she's been at lower lows than she is right now, and she's picked herself up and fought them off. I have no doubt that she would be able to mount a comeback. So whether she wants to or not, and if the Labour Party is going to be a place in the coming years where anybody who has progressive values wants to go and try and put their effort in, or if they would look at going elsewhere and doing that on their own or in their own communities, or just, doing what they can at home. Because right now the Labour Party feels inhospitable as a progressive person, to be honest.
I think you're making a really good point about Angela. Even if she has not, if she's always been in receipt of public funds her whole life. What she has given back as a public servant is vastly outweighs that. I mean, in terms of debit and credit, she is way in credit.
And exactly. And listen, we don't even need to measure things like that, Rachel. That's not the way we should be doing.
Maybe,
you know,
maybe not. But when you have a very, very, very large state, we can't all be Angela Rayner. And I think that's what Jeremy Clarkson may be trying to say. We need wealth creators. We need people who are...
No, but I just feel that it always comes back as like the starting point for people like Angela, for people like me, is so vastly far away from the starting point of those who always mount those arguments and always come up with the, well, we can't pick up the bill for everybody, can we? We can't. Well, I'm sorry, that's simply not the world I want to live in. If we go back to the drawing board and we say, what do we want from a state? What should it do for its populace? Then I want a state that actually, you know, the tide that raises all boats. And Angela is a success story of that. Even if she didn't go into politics, she would still be a success story of that.
Thank you, James Mathewson, for your time this evening. He's a political commentator and former Labour Party spokesperson. Well, let's get back to your calls on mainly Angela Rayner, but also Nigel Farage. And where does this leave the Tory party? Nadine Dorries left the Tory party and came to Reform and was the great trophy guest at conference today in Birmingham for Reform's Nigel Farage when he brought her on stage. And also, where does it leave Labour without Angela Rayner? Sorry to keep you from speaking, Lawrence. You're on here. Lawrence?
Hi, how are you?
No, he's there.
Yeah, I'm okay. I mean, the first thing I would like to say is that I actually feel I feel pitiful for her.
You feel sorry for Angela?
Well, yeah, because I think that, you know, if that was a man, because they've been doing it for a long time, if that was a man, they wouldn't have berated her this way. And I feel sorry for, I don't know how she feels now sitting at home listening all day long, 25, 26, 20, 30 hours a day, talking this way about her. Now, I wasn't there, so I don't know what exactly the situation was. I don't know.
Do you think it's misogyny?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure it was. I think Angela Rayner was celebrated and much loved and successful because she is a working class woman.
Okay. Let me tell you something now. And I was never, ever a fan of Margaret Thatcher, but I thought, well, hey, man, at least she stands up for women. At least she shows that there's some kind of strength about women. When these men who are half drunk, who are sitting in these places and judging women, and it's just like, come on. And by the way, she was about as good as we got to Rosa Parks, okay, in this country. And Nigel Farage, for me, is nothing but a Nazi. And I tell you what, if you let that man riot, we're going to be in trouble. And if he gets in, and I promise you this, and I pray, and I will swear on the life of my children, if he gets in, I'm leaving this country.
Okay, Lawrence, we will hold you to that. Thank you, Lawrence in Camden. You'll have to be ringing from somewhere else maybe in a few years' time. Coming up, we'll briefly break away from what's going on in Labour to look ahead to LBC's Online Safety Day, which is on Monday, and the impact that smartphones are having on our most important relationships. You're listening to me, Rachel Johnson, on LBC. It's 9:16.
LBC.
At Lidl, you can save like a hero by switching from Sainsbury's to Lidl and saving a super £36 on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/save more. Save like a hero on your weekly staples, your fresh 5 a day and big brands. Lidl, Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. Prices check 2nd of the 9th 25. Sainsbury's also sell other products. See online for more details.
Now, focus on your car. That's right. The one you're ready to sell. See it clearly in your mind, waiting to be sold. We can make it disappear. Just watch carefully. Your car sold, collected and paid for in almost no time at all. It's not magic, it's motorway. Sell your car today at motorway.co.uk.
body pain might not sound like this. Or this. But it might sound like this.
I'm fine.
Hiding your body pain behind a smile? Let us help. With up to 12 hours of uninterrupted muscle and joint pain relief. Voltarol, the joy of movement. Voltarol Joints and Back Pain Relief 2.3% gel contains diclofenac diethylmonium. Or read the label.
A Thameslink train is a place where you can have more me time. A chance to recharge yourself and your phone. To stretch out, sit back, and when you hear "all change please," you'll know you already have. Go with your flow with great deals at thameslinkrailway.com. Terms apply.
Rachel Johnson on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
It's 17 minutes past 9. We're going to break for a few moments from our conversation about Labour, reform, the Tories, Nigel, Angela, because it's Online Safety Day on Monday. And also I've just read a piece in The Spectator which really made my blood run cold. It was written by a foster carer and an adopter, and it was all about how children have completely lost connection with their caregivers because the caregivers are always on the phone. Teachers are reporting 1 in 20 pupils now have EHCPs, which are Education, Health and Care Plans. That is a huge increase, just even year on year. The plans are supposed to support children with special educational needs, but it's increasingly children who have really failed to have any human contact with their caregivers, and this is being blamed overwhelmingly on the effect of phones on mothers and children. It's shocking. I mean, if I had a tiny baby now, I mean, I can't imagine how difficult it would be, as I'm probably quite phone addicted, but I mean, I don't want my grandchildren to go anywhere near screens for years and years and years. Dr. Charlotte Armitage is a psychologist, a psychotherapist. She's the author of Generation Zombie, Why Devices Are Harming Our Children and What We Can Do About It. Dr. Charlotte Armitage joins us now. Thank you for coming on LBC on this busy evening.
Hi.
Can we start with this business about teachers reporting children needing special educational needs statements and education, health and care plans, and blaming phones on that rise? Can you set that out for us?
Yeah, so I do a lot of work with schools, and this is something that I'm commonly hearing, is that teachers are seeing that children are starting school with speech and language delay, they're starting school unable to communicate their basic needs, unable to recognise basic emotions. Even their musculoskeletal development is being affected because they're spending so much time sedentary, sat on these screens in the early years when the body and the mind should be active, exploring the world. That's how we grow and develop. And teachers are seeing this when children make that transition into school. Attentiveness has been compromised significantly. So we've seen research that's found that the children can no longer focus now for even just half an hour of a TV show, but I would say it's even less. Lessons are broken down into 10-minute chunks now. And this has largely been blamed on the overuse of devices for the child, but you're right, it is twofold. It's the child and the caregivers. And this is really why the book was called Generation Zombie. It's not about Gen Z, it's about all of us, and the fact that we are all face down in our phones, not really noticing what's going on around us, which is why this problem has escalated to the point that it's got to.
And so the fact that, in a bingo hall they say eyes down, but if you walk along the street now, it's as if we're like weird human bats and we've got a radar. We don't even need to see where we're going. We're staring at our phones and we're somehow managing to navigate busy pavements or roads even, getting on and off trains, getting on and off tubes. Our focus is on our phones. I mean, what is this doing to us all mentally?
Well, I think it's causing this mass disconnection, because we, instead of being focused on people in the real world and eyes up, making eye contact, those facial expressions, smiling, those micro expressions that we make to other people on a daily basis, we're now walking around headphones in, so we're not really listening to what's going on around us. We've got our eyes down, so we're in our own little bubbles floating around. like little islands all moving around next to each other. No one's actually connecting with each other. So we're becoming more and more disconnected, and we're seeing loneliness rates skyrocketing as a result of that as well. And it's worse with children. So if they don't learn the basics of their interpersonal skills in the early years, it can be really difficult for them to then build upon that as they go through school. So when we have children that we're recognising as having interpersonal, this is the thing with there's a lot of people want assessments on their children all the time at the moment, and we do have to question, is it that they need an assessment and they have some sort of disorder, or is it that they're spending too much time behind devices, so how they present looks like some sort of disorder, but it isn't. It's the fact that they've spent so much time on a screen that they haven't developed their speech and language, they haven't developed their interpersonal skills, they don't understand social cues, they are highly sensitive to the environment because they haven't spent enough time actually sitting and engaging and becoming accustomed and acclimatised to that environment.
And what would you say to people, grandparents or parents listening, who've seen small children in the family, 2, 3, 4, in pushchairs with iPads, on planes with iPads, at family occasions with iPads, quite noisy ones, or headphones if the iPad is connected to headphones?
You know, a book, pens, paper are not going to be as enjoyable. So once the child's got used to having the iPad, you can forget it with the pens and papers.
And the other thing, I want to talk about adults and smartphones in a second, so very quickly, but when you see a child in a pushchair, instead of looking at the world, or then if the pushchair's facing backwards, looking at their mother or their father, the child is looking at Peppa Pig. What's that about?
I know. And so they're missing out on that interaction and that connection. But the world around that child is, like I said a second ago, it's really stimulating as it is.
Look, they go a doggy, you remember?
Listening to the noise of the cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of that is saying, oh, look at this, look at that blue car, or
and it's
look at those 3 trees you're teaching.
All the time, I agree. I was reading, as you mentioned emotional regulation, and I was reading that the reason why we adults are very dependent and addicted to our smartphones too is because we use our smartphones as a way of emotionally regulating instead of because of the dopamine hit that we may get if we see something on Instagram or we've had a like. And so instead of using, normal connections and relationships and events to regulate, we're using our phones. Is that something you found too?
Yes, absolutely. I think as adults we have become quite addicted. So it's the dopamine that we're looking for. It's not. I don't think it's always about regulation as adults. Adults are using all sorts of things to regulate their emotions. I think we have become, of a certain age. I think sort of 35, maybe 40 upwards. We are that generation of people who didn't understand anything about the algorithm. When these iPhones came in, the algorithms, the techniques that the makers of these devices were using were innovative. They were new. Nobody knew about them. So we all fell victim really to these algorithms, and so people are quite addicted. So it's force of habit. I don't necessarily think it's always about emotional regulation in adults. I think it is the fact that we just have become quite addicted to needing that dopamine hit.
Okay, and just in a sentence, how can we stop allowing smartphones to making us neglect our important relationships? What's the best thing we could do?
Set some boundaries, so no devices in the bedroom, try not to have devices at the dinner table, have device-free zones in the house, and just set some times where you're not using your phone, take your notifications off it.
Okay, that's been very helpful indeed, Dr. Charlotte Armitage, psychologist, psychotherapist and author of Generation Zombie. Right, let's get back to your calls on politics. Michael is in Sunderland.
Hi, Rachel. Thanks for taking my call. And as somebody who's born in poverty, okay, I've done well for myself, but getting back to Angela Rayner, I've had to ring this because I'm getting sick of people trying to defend this woman. Let's after add your she had the second highest position in this country. Okay? And I think what she did was she abused her position. She had a lot more people to contact than normal people in the street. Okay?
How did she abuse it?
I think like most people, like I was going to say before you interrupt there, like most people then they get into politics and become politicians and they get into a position of power. Like most people have abused it, all the freebies, whether it's the what was it getting before? Was it getting the suits or the shoes
She
or whatever?
got clothes from Lord Ali, didn't she?
Yeah.
She wasn't the only one.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. Everybody, they're all going to politics to say they're doing well for the working class or for the people of the country. But unfortunately, they get hypnotised by all the freebies. I know because our group was nothing and I was in hospitality and the thing that was thrown at me, like going to the races, hobnobbing with this one. And I've never been to the races in my life. You know what I mean?
Never what?
I never went to the horse races. You know, like
the races?
Yeah, the horse racing. Sorry.
She went to the opera, do you remember? And everyone had a go at her for that. Why was that?
Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know. That probably was snobbish. I like opera. I like all different disciplines. But the only thing what I'm getting at is these people who were phoning up and saying, oh, because of a working class background. And to be truthful, we went even worse now. We've got David Lammy in charge who didn't even know you needed a fishing licence to go fishing, and I hope he does a better job in
to be honest,
Parliament.
I wouldn't have known. It's a private lake at Chevening House. I wouldn't have known you needed a fishing licence to fish in a private lake. I wouldn't. And my husband is a fisherman. He's a member of the Piscatorial Society, and I didn't know.
I took my grandson who's only 5, and everybody knows you need a fishing rod.
You need a licence?
Yeah, you need a licence to go fishing.
But on a private lake?
Yeah.
Okay, you see, it was news to me, so I would have thought...
I took my grandson to a private place where you've got to pay £15 to try to catch trout, salmon, whatever you've got to pay for. It's private, but you still need... You've got to show them your licence.
Yeah, you see, you learn something new every day, Michael. Isn't it wonderful doing this show?
Every day you're learning, dear.
It is, Michael. I'd love to get you on. Just to say that if you enjoyed that conversation I had about smartphones and... what's it called? There's an amazing phrase for it about how smartphones are affecting our relationships. Oh yes, intimacy famine, when we interact with our phones rather than our loved ones. You must tune in to LBC's Online Safety Day, which starts 7 a.m. Monday.
Or your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the way.
Buying a home on a holiday park was a dream that became a nightmare. High-pressure sales tactics, huge site fee increases, and a loss of value have left many customers feeling misled, angry, and trapped. But the Holiday Park Advice Centre can help. Contact us today and we'll help claim back any money you're owed on your holiday home. Text ASSIST to 78900 to get started.
Hello, Holiday Park Advice Centre.
That's ASSIST to 78900.
Leading Britain's conversation with Rachel Johnson. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
9:33 is the time you're listening to me, Rachel Johnson. Plenty more to come before I finish my show. We're going to speak to another political commentator in just a second, Richard, and then Robert Jobson about the death of the Duchess of Kent, aged 92. You're also going to hear from my podcast, and I'm going to get back to your calls on Labour and what it all means. But first to Jennifer Nadel, political commentator, co-founder of the think tank Compassion in Politics. Jennifer, welcome to LBC. I don't think I've had you on before. It's great to have you.
Thanks, Rachel.
What a big day. I mean, who do you think comes out of this smelling of roses?
It's a huge day. It's so many things have happened today. Obviously, we have the resignation of Angela Rayner. We have a very heartfelt letter that she wrote, and anyone who reads it could not help but feel compassion for her. She's been in a really difficult situation, and any parent knows, let alone a parent of a disabled child, trying to juggle that with running the country, with getting over a divorce. We all know that, so we can have compassion for her. But the office that she's occupying requires the highest standards, so it's right that she's resigned. I personally think she should have resigned the moment she realised she'd made a mistake, because that would have shown integrity and it would have shown, I've made a mistake, I'm going. But instead, she waited to see what would happen, and I think that's detrimental to her career and to the government. And then we have this huge reshuffle Keir Starmer trying to distract us all with huge moving around of the deck chairs on what may or may not be the Titanic. This huge procession of the big guns of Labour all being swapped around.
But is that a good idea? I mean, if you're talking about compassion for people, these are politicians who've only been doing a job for a year and suddenly they're doing another huge job. Is that a compassionate approach?
No, and it's not a functional approach. The way we do politics is not functional. You wouldn't run any other organisation in the way we run this country. It's archaic, it's patriarchal, it's based around conflict. If children were behaving the way our MPs behave on the floor of the House, they would all be given detentions. And yet somehow we've got so used to it that the most dysfunctional behaviours, farmyard animal sounds, jeering, booing, point scoring, sarcasm, all of these things have just become normalised, and they're not normal in a place of work. So it really highlights, this crisis really highlights the way we do politics is not functional, and having people in positions and then rotating them round the moment they've got a little bit of knowledge about the field is not a functional way to do it. And it's all because we have a zero-sum game. You cannot afford to make a mistake or the other side will weaponise it. You cannot afford to have the kind of leadership we need, which says, this is really complicated, I'm not quite sure, but let's give this an idea, let's give this a go, and if it doesn't work, we'll try another way. Or, you know what, I thought that was a good idea, I think there's a better way of doing it, so we're just going to pivot. That's the kind of leadership we need. That's the kind of leadership we have at the top of other organisations, and yet our country, it is run in this dysfunctional way.
And so with the compassionate, sorry to keep using your word.
I love you using our word.
With the compassionate way of approaching the Angela Rayner problem, you've pointed out you think she should have gone as soon as she realised her mistake. I think that's something Amber Rudd would agree with. That's what she did as Home Secretary. As soon as she realised she had blundered, she went. Should he have simply replaced her and left everyone else where they were? Even though he felt the government maybe wasn't at its maximum strength and he wanted maybe to try something different.
It's about politics, isn't it? And it's about the fact that he announced a reset. It's about the fact that the headlines were dominated by Angela Rayner and he needed to create new headlines and also try and show that there was a shift. He's behind reform in the polls. He's not popular. He's got 100 or so backbenchers who are not happy, who came into Parliament already to change things and lead and innovate and have found more of the same. So he needs to do something as the Prime Minister to try and reinvigorate his supporter base. But I don't think this is going to work. He's just rearranging the same people. He's not showing a change of heart. He's not showing a change of direction. And, it's interesting that it come on the same day as Nigel Farage is in Birmingham saying he's going to win the next election. And also the day after, we've seen this newly reinvigorated Green Party with the populist young leader and, of course, Jeremy Corbyn coming up. So he's really sandwiched between the far right and the further left. And he's kind of frozen. He's just trying to do more of the same, and that's not going to work.
Jennifer, I'm sure you've given our callers much to discuss, and thank you so much for coming on. You're a political commentator and co-founder of the think tank Compassion in Politics. Very interesting, I thought, Jennifer Nadel there. I mean, Keir Starmer's completely skewered by events, dear boy, events, hemmed in by the popularity of what Jennifer calls the far right, i.e. reform, and the increasing popularity of the far left, from the Green Party to the new entity that's being led by Zara Sultana and Jeremy Corbyn. And she's described him as being paralysed. I wonder if you agree that's a good description. 0345 6060 973 is the number. Hassan in Westminster.
Yeah, hello, hi. Yes, look, I'd very much like to talk about what happens next, because Angela, look, somebody described her as Rosa Parks. She's no Rosa Parks, but I really liked your contributor's description of her being somebody which the welfare state did good, and she did a lot for them in return.
That's what I said.
I think moving on from there, and also, I mean, Jeremy Clarkson's sort of nasty comments, I think we should just dismiss them. But coming to, I think this triggers a sort of a succession process within Labour. I think Starmer is very weak. Angela was his sort of working class shield that he could sort of point to whenever people said you're straying away from Labour ideals, and she's gone. And I think it will be interesting to see who comes forward in the deputy leadership election, because that's an elected seat. And I think West Keating would be the darling of the Labour right. And though he's sort of deeply unpopular, especially in his own seat, I think he will try and make a grab for it. There could be somebody from the more moderate side. I mean, I don't know whether Ed Miliband wants to fancy another try. But I think all of this will be jostling in an environment where Starmer is not expected to last his full term. I don't know whether it will be 2027, but I think some very bad results in 2026 could tip Starmer over the edge. And I think for anybody who's been following his sort of disastrous 12 months, I think that would come as no surprise.
When do you think they should hold the election for deputy leader, Hassan?
Look, I think they should do that as soon as possible.
A conference?
Look, I'm not sure what the Labour rules are. I mean, I used to be Labour, and I did not vote for either Angela or Keir Starmer. I was more sort of Richard Bergen and Rebecca Long Bailey. But I think a lot of people from that side of the party have long left and are either with the Greens or with waiting in the wings for your party to materialize.
Hassan, I can't, as you're on the phone, I mean, I'm looking at the 12 appointments or so that Keir Starmer made today. There are no obvious left-wingers in his new cabinet. What would you... I know we've talked many times about immigration and the small boats and the crisis on the southern border in this country. Are you pleased at the appointment of Shabana Mahmood as Secretary of State for the Home Department? I'm not sure this is the first time we've had a Muslim woman Home Secretary, but do you think there will be a change of tone, maybe when it comes to the rhetoric around an island of strangers?
Look, I hope there is, but I don't have much confidence in Shabana Mahmood being that change. I hope she's an improvement on our Yvette Cooper, who sort of seems to surround her home with flags everywhere. But I think
that was she was going along with a kind of a mood when she talked about that.
Yeah, but I think Shabana Mahmood is very much a Labour loyalist. They're terrified by Starmer. Starmer is terrified of Farage. I think they'll continue to peddle that tune. I don't expect any changes, even though
not even
I
from
would welcome
Shabana Mahmood. Okay,
not even with Shabana Mahmood.
Interesting. Well, we'll wait to see whether you're right or not. Let's quickly squeeze you in, Matthew in Manchester, before we get to a break. Hi there.
Hi, evening. First time caller, long time listener. I'm from Manchester. I'm from a place not too far from where Angela Rayner is from, and I'm really annoyed at her. She should have resigned a lot sooner than she did. She had the opportunity to live by the values that she espoused herself, but I think, as other callers have said, she's in a position of trust, and the context of her job, if she's putting rules on people with respect to tax, on how stamp duty and so on, if she doesn't know those rules, then what's she doing in the job? So the reasons for her needing to resign were many, but I think the biggest thing is it might be a little bit unfair for her. She's made a name for herself to be different to all of the other politicians. She's made a name for criticising. So when you do that, you no longer get to kind of lean on the things that made your name for yourself.
Yeah. I'm thinking of two phrases. Those in glass houses don't throw stones, and pot calling kettle.
Yeah, and exactly. And she's made no hesitation in calling for other people to resign for similar breaches of trust and so on. And I think it's a bit hypocritical. And when I don't buy this. I mean, you had a caller on before who likened this to Rosa Parks. I mean, what a word salad. That's just ridiculous. She's probably the opposite of Rosa Parks.
I wasn't sure whether that caller was talking about Thatcher or Rayner when he said Rosa Parks, actually.
Well, it's neither anyway. I mean, I'm a lifelong Labour voter. I'm not. It's not a pleasant thing to envisage, but I'd rather slice my gums than vote Tory for what they've done to the country. But I can't support people who do that. And all she's done, she had the opportunity to just fall on a sword. Amber Rudd, I think your political commentator mentioned Amber Rudd, a bit of a pedestrian Home Secretary, not that memorable. She resigned right away. We could have predicted her options. She could either go right away on principle, because we all know she's really principled, or she could have done the predictable merry dance, and she looked greedy. And the circumstances, when you think about this case, you just layer it on top. It just, I'm sorry, I mean, I'm from probably a worse council estate than Angela Rayner. What socialist has 3 houses and an £800,000 third home in Brighton? It's a nonsense. So she ran out of currency and capital, and she rightly went, but she should have went sooner.
I don't think she should have resigned because she was 3 pads Rayner. She just failed to pay the correct amount of stamp duty when she was housing minister, as far as I'm concerned. Coming up, we'll pay tribute to the late Duchess of Kent, who died today at the grand old age of 92. You're listening to me, Rachel Johnson, on LBC. It's 9:47.
Coming up at 10, Nick Abbott, leading Britain's conversation. Next on LBC.
It's a chilled summer's day. The twins are splashing in the paddling pool while Mrs. Thing puts her feet up. She's proper chuffed, having saved money on a British Gas boiler service. Now just £69, down from £109, with a free British Gas membership. Bliss. Well, it was nice while it lasted. British Gas, taking care of things. T's and C's apply. Applies to first year of annual boiler service only and renews at standard pricing. Membership required. Available to new boiler service contract customers. Ends 9th of September. Service by 13th of September.
Welcome on board this LNER service from London King's Cross to Edinburgh. My name's Paul, your train manager today, and hang on, is that a Scrabble tournament in coach here? Yes, G with an X is a word. Right, we're cruising at 125 miles per hour. Same speed this lad next to me is typing. Someone's on a roll. The cafe bar's in Coach G if you fancy a brew, or if you're mid-box set binge, just order through the QR code at your seat. We'll deliver it. So sit back and enjoy your journey. With LNER, it's freedom all the way.
Summer's nearly over. It's time to get back to real life. Luckily, Cinch has got all the essentials sorted. And we're not talking about new textbooks. Let's see. The biggest range of cars to buy entirely online? Check. Free 90-day warranty? Sorted. And faff-free Cinch servicing at a Marshall store near you? Absolutely cinched it. Everything you need and not a pencil case in sight. Cinch it for yourself today. Visit cinch.co.uk. Comparison against equivalent retailers. Visit cinch.co.uk/range claim. Terms and exclusions apply.
Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. You can't hold it in your hand or pack it in your bags. You can't touch it. But our network is around you, like oxygen. Near or far, we're there. That's why we've been awarded Best Mobile Network Coverage by Uswitch. O2, essential for living.
Based on OpenSignal Awards UK Mobile Network Experience Report, September 2024. To verify, see opensignal.com/UK Mobile Report.
This is LBC with Rachel Johnson. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Alexa, send a comment to LBC.
9:49 is the time. We're going to interrupt our conversation about politics to pay tribute to Catherine, Duchess of Kent, who has died aged 92 on the 4th of September. She was, I think, the oldest member of the royal family after the Queen. Since the Queen died, she became the oldest. She was much loved, a familiar face at Wimbledon, did many good works, and was musical and converted to Catholicism. But apart from that, I don't know an awful lot about her. She was obviously married to the Duke of Kent and is the mother of Lady Helen Windsor. Robert Jobson is the Royal Editor for the London Standard and the Sunday Times bestselling author, and Robert joins us now. Robert, what would you like to say to our listeners about the Duchess of Kent? What did she mean to the royal family?
Well, hi, Rachel. Yeah, I think you summed it up very well, actually, there. She's a very kind lady, worked very passionately for her charities, was the face, if you like, the Queen of Wimbledon for many years. We can remember in '93 when she embraced Joanna Novotná, the losing finalist of the women's final. But she was actually quite a remarkable trailblazer, actually. Her husband, the Duke of Kent, who I did interview and known and travelled with, they did a lot of work behind the scenes. They don't get very much publicity, but they're out there doing the work for the late Queen. And I think as a couple, their marriage when in the 60s was actually televised. So, I mean, it does seem remarkable now.
Really?
So it just shows you that in those days, they were seen as a glamorous young couple, star couple. I mean, he was the Queen's cousin. He was George V's grandson. His father, the Duke of Kent, died in a plane crash during the war. But she was a very interesting person. Not only did she convert to Catholicism, but she retreated from royal duties in later life and was just a school teacher, a music teacher in Hull, in a state school, where she was very passionate about kids learning music, and was just known as Kate Kent, Mrs. Kent, or Catherine Kent as a teacher. So she had a very interesting life, but was a very kind person, I think, and very understated.
It's just astonishing. I mean, she had separated, I presume, from the Duke of Kent, and she lived in Hull for that time of her life. Yes. Do you know why?
They remained married throughout their life. But I think they were.
She was Catholic, so I'm sure she didn't, think that divorce was necessarily on the cards. But how old was she when she was a teacher in Hull? What period of her life was that?
Well, this happened around about after the 90s. She was probably until the 90s, but she was in her 50s, 60s when she started teaching, I think. So she did it for, I think it was about 15 years, something like that.
But do we know why Hull?
Well, she's originally from Yorkshire. Her whole family. She's the daughter of a Yorkshire baronet. She's from Yorkshire, and so she just decided to go there, and so that's why she went there, I presume. But it was just that, I think, because she could just live a pretty simple life, and she could just go to do her job that she loved, and educating and bringing music to the kids. She used to say that her husband just liked sort of serious music. She liked any music, and she was fascinated by it and wanted to pass it on to the kids. But yeah, I think that took quite a lot, and also she was very much well loved by the children. They had no idea who she was, really. No one was, the fact that her wedding was televised and she was married to the cousin of the Queen had no bearing with the kids. She was just the music teacher.
Her father was a baronet in the North Riding of Yorkshire. Her mother was a woman called Joyce Brunner. What do we know about her?
Well, the family itself are very well established. Effectively, in the 50s and 40s, the squires of that particular area. So, I mean, apart from the fact that I don't know an awful lot about her mother and father, but the fact that she was, if you look at photographs of her just in her 20s, she was an incredibly beautiful woman, and they were very much a star couple of that period. That's why you see the pictures with them with movie stars going to glamorous openings and things like Princess Margaret. They were seen as a very much star couple in the 60s.
Now, as it's almost the end of the show, I must be permitted to name drop a bit. But when I was last in Yorkshire, I actually visited her old house, which is Hovingham Hall, I think, in North Yorkshire. And it's an extraordinary property, and it's kind of in the village, and you enter through a manege or a menage or whatever they're called. You enter the house through the largest indoor stable and riding school, I think, in this country, and then so you walk through this great kind of interior stable, and then you get into the main areas of the house, the reception areas, which is, I think, unique. It's completely unique. And then when I was walking around the house, I couldn't understand why there were photographs of Helen Windsor or Nicholas Windsor and the Duchess of Kent, and then they said, well, this was her house, and I was, it was lovely to be able to see it.
Fascinating family. He was a baronet, so therefore, it was quite an old, long-standing a period of time. But I met him many times. I mean, he's an interesting guy. You wouldn't have seen an awful lot of the Duke or the Duchess. They do the work behind the scenes, and I think you should remember that.
Absolutely, Robert. And thank you so much for coming on to remember the Duchess of Kent, who died this week, aged 92. Now, it's time for you to hear a tiny bit of my podcast. This week, my guest is the renowned shirt maker, not the television presenter, Emma Willis, who shares her journey from starting out on London's Jermyn Street. Well, actually, she started selling her shirts to city traders in pubs and to building an internationally respected brand. And she is one of the UK's only female manufacturers. Listen as she discusses her work with Style for Soldiers, which is her charity, and discussing the power of clothing to restore confidence and dignity to veterans.
I was absolutely shocked. I had no idea the amount of casualties that were returning, how bad the injuries were. But I was so impressed with these two young men who were being interviewed. The one had lost both his legs, one had lost both his visions, all from IEDs, these improvised explosive devices. And I was just so moved by them because of their courage. They were very humorous. They showed no self-pity whatsoever. And they just were, you could tell, the only fear that you heard in their voices was talking about losing their jobs. And I thought, what happens to a young man who's signed up to serve his country, who comes back, is spat out of forces, having lost both his legs, and how does he start his career again? And I just couldn't stop thinking about it. And then I was standing on the tube one morning and just thinking, and then I thought, I could go and make them a shirt. It's not going to be life-changing, but I could go because I can measure a shirt to fit anybody. And so I tried for about a year to get in because it's obviously very tight security. You've got to make sure. I didn't know how to fund it. I was going to do it as I didn't want to set up a charity. I just wanted to go in there. I wrote to a lot of the big charities to see if they'd fund it, but I couldn't get any funding. And then in the end, I was introduced through a friend to a general who knew the head medical officer there. And he kindly wrote to him for me, Colonel Jerry Tuck, and I went in they gave me a go. I said, my wonderful chairman and backer, was one of my initial customers when I was door to door, he said, let's just do it, Emma. And we were far from flush at the time, but he said, let's go. And I said, well, we're going to give everyone a Christmas present. So that was 2008, and went in, and actually Jerry Tuck was sitting in the corner. He was checking me out in his combats. I didn't know it was him. And I was measuring all these, just with terrible, terrible injuries, and all these young lads because at Headley, it's before they had prosthetics and things. They're straight from Queen Elizabeth Hospital where they had their amputations, etc. All their probably lost limbs out in Afghanistan. And the banter, the courage of them all, the friendliness between them, the funniness, and
On a chair, and all you can see is the Union Jack, and it's draped over his head down to his knees. And right now, like next to him, there's an EU flag on a table and a mirror, and he's completely blinded by everything other than the Union Jack. And actually, if you look at his shoes at the bottom, they've got blue satin bows on them, and at that time, I guess we had a big empire. But these people with their flags, when we could get real, honest to God, I am sick of seeing flags everywhere.
Yeah, well, don't worry about it, because they'll be bored shortly. This is a passing fad. It will go away. You know, like hemorrhoids.
I hope it will go away soon.
Right. But that sounds like an interesting mural there, Lucy. If only I had a picture of it, and then I'd be able to describe it in detail. Yeah, okay, I'll do just that. Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. This says, hi, Nick. I told you a year ago Fancy Pants Starmer and his travelling circus would be equally obnoxious and septic as Shifty Sunak and his delinquent clown shop. Yeah, I bet you'd forgotten that he even existed.
This government will have integrity at every level.
Every level. Still not missing you, Fishy, in case you were wondering. He says, now Captain Farage wants to refloat the good ship Britannia with that lazy, useless, irritating lump Nadine Dorries as a crew member. I'm going to put my acne cream on, pour myself a large cream sherry and lose myself in your wonderful show. Thanks, Nick, says somebody. An anonymous person. You are Britain's greatest source of joy. Okay. Well, if that is even remotely true, then this country is in big trouble. Pauline Chatham says, freedom of speech lover Farage wants to leave the tatty made-in-China Union flags flying, but doesn't want to stay in his constituency or Parliament, bans certain reporters from asking questions, and still insults James O'Brien. He is never going to get over that interview. No, he would rather slag off Britain and compare us to North Korea, and the amount of TV coverage that bloke gets is ridiculous. I'm off to hang up loads of European Union flags and to find the nearest black hole to jump in so I can find another universe, says Paul in Chatham. Well, I'll see you in security before you board the plane. Let's make that jump together. Why not? It's worth a go. Another universe couldn't possibly be as badly run as this one. Surely not. Yeah, the flag people are going to get bored of it shortly. Plus, the weather's going to turn and it'll be raining and, you know, you can't demonstrate your patriotism when you're damp. So they'll just, you know, busy themselves doing something else, like beating up their girlfriend, for instance. You know, that kind of thing. It's going to go away. They just will. And I was thinking about that, you know, it's like 40-mile-an-hour winds where I live this week, and I think all those badly put-up flags, you know, by those toothless morons with a beer in one hand. You know, it's 11 o'clock in the morning, and already they're on the sauce. Booze. And with their other hand, they're tying a flag halfway up a lamppost. Yeah, what could possibly go wrong? Apart from they fly off, cover somebody's windscreen, and they drive through a pensioner into a shop. Of course the council's going to have to come around and take them all down. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Paddy in Cheltenham says, did you happen to see RFK Jr.'s admittedly expected car crash appearance in front of the Congress this past week? Wild doesn't even touch the sides, let alone come close. It appears that the bottom actually has a basement. This is real life, right? Says Paddy. Yeah, America is going all out to rid parents of the need to inoculate their children against, Victorian diseases. And they are instead going to rely on the power of prayer. I would cancel all forthcoming visits to America, and if you have American friends or relatives coming over here to visit you, then I would move home immediately and don't leave a forwarding address. That's my best advice. I'm just here to help. Am I helping yet?
Yes.
I think just a little bit, yeah. What with me being the foremost source of joy in this country.
LBC. Calling all little wildlife explorers. Playmobil is now in Happy Meal. Look, is that a seal? And a sea turtle? They've been around for millions of years, just like me. Which will your little ones discover? Some fun, some food, it's all inside this Happy Meal. Until the 14th of October from 11 a.m, Playmobil comprised toys only subject to availability.
Bill?
Yes?
Can you throw my green dress in the bin?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It's not that bad, love. Your sister said you looked like a courgette. I'm sure she meant it in a cute way.
Bill?
Well, we could at least donate it. There must be someone who could get your side of it. Maybe turn it into a pair of curtains.
I said put it in the laundry bin, Bill.
Oh, right. Hearing the whole conversation? Book a free hearing check with one of our experts at Specsavers. I've always loved courgettes.
Body pain might not sound like this. Or this. But it might sound like this.
I'm fine.
Hiding your body pain behind a smile? Let us help. With up to 12 hours of uninterrupted muscle and joint pain relief. Voltarol, the joy of movement. Voltarol joint and back pain relief 2.3% gel contains diclofenac diethylammonium. Or read the label.
Managing your business is a big task. To then stay on top of the numbers as well? You're only human. That's why the Intuit QuickBooks AI-powered platform supports your business growth as the #1 recommended cloud accounting software. Intuit QuickBooks. Based on a survey of 506 UK accounting professionals. Verify at quickbooks.co.uk/verify.
This is LBC with Nick Abbott. Call 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Send a comment to LBC.
Hot H-O-T-A-I-R.
Lexi text. Nick, I wanted to tell you that I live in the US, but all of my extended family lives in Poland, and I wanted to buy my cousin a hatch restore, so in order to avoid the astronomical shipping costs. What's a hatch restore?
I'm looking up...
He's looking it up straight away. One moment, please. We will be with you shortly. Your call is not important to us. Otherwise, we would have picked it up sooner. He says, I wanted to tell you I live in the US, but all of my extended family lives in Poland, and I wanted to buy my cousin a hatch restore. What's a hatch restore?
I've put an image on your dock.
It's a clock.
These headphones are not working, so I cannot hear you.
It's a clock. Oh, it looks like one of those clocks that wakes you up in the morning with the beauty of light, as opposed to ringing an annoying bell. Well, that sounds lovely. He says, so in order to avoid astronomical shipping costs, I decided to purchase it off Amazon UK. Last week, I got an email from Amazon UK telling me they were refunding me 67 cents in export tariffs. I hope the trend continues. Well, don't spend it all in the same place. 67 cents. Wow. Can you get an egg for that?
No.
Can you get a penny chew for that?
No.
How much does a penny chew cost these days, by the way? What's a penny chew, Grandad? Soraya says, watching the front-faced fascist. Wow. Am I allowed to say that? I don't think so. Getting his backside handed to him by Jamie Raskin in America Was Glorious. Definitely one of the highlights of the week, says Soraya. I do not associate myself with that comment. Somerset, hello, John.
So, hi, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Do you know what? I was going to talk to you about Angela Rayner and all that, but have a lot of people talked about that already?
Yes, constantly, I would think.
Okay.
Not on this particular show, though. Not yet.
Oh no, but all day on wall-to-wall TV coverage and radio.
It's the news. Yeah.
Okay, I'll talk to you about dogs instead. I knock doors for a living, as I mentioned to you before.
You do what now?
I knock doors. I don't, not to test the knockers, but for various projects, like solar panels, this type of thing.
Oh.
And you know, you said before, I know you're not a fan of these people who own these terrible dogs that attack people and all the rest of it. Me neither. But one thing I've noticed is, am I safe from the dog?
Oh.
So anyway, but I always notice they're like grappling with their own dogs.
Yeah.
And it's like they're the least relaxed people on the planet.
Yes.
But also, you like sometimes you knock on a door or you see a sign on the door, and it says, "Please don't knock here. Night worker lives here."
Oh yes.
And I'm terribly empathic, so I think I can't possibly knock that.
So you ring the doorbell instead?
I don't even ring the doorbell. I don't leave a message. I don't need sleeping pills or anything.
Yeah.
And then I go about 5 doors up the road where I think it's safe, and I knock on the door, and then about 8 dogs start barking and howling inside that. And the whole neighbourhood hears it.
Thereby waking up the person that you just tried to leave sleeping. Yes.
Absolutely, waking everybody up. Now, I want to go back to the other issue.
Are you really selling solar panels door to door?
What I do is very simple. It's like, are you thinking of it? And someone says, yes, we are. And I say, we'll have a chat, come and talk to you about it endlessly until you sign on the line that is dotted.
Do not let this man across your threshold, because he is not leaving.
So that's what I do. I do the easy bit. I just say hello. I make them feel sorry for them.
Right.
Normally by wearing the wrong attire in heavy rain. That's how I do it. But anyway, Andrew...
I would say that asking them if you are safe would make them feel sorry for you.
Oh, I turn up with war wounds, with a limp, scars, all that, no problem. But also, I have to go back to the Angela Rayner thing.
Yeah.
Someone knows more... Sorry, Andrew Marr, who I really respect, he earlier on today said this is such a disaster for the Labour Party that if there was an election tomorrow, Nigel Farage would be Prime Minister. And I just thought, that's the most ridiculous thing I don't know what polls he's reading, and I respect Andrew Marr, but really, like, the demographics of the concentrations of reform vote are in the very small minds of ex-football hooligans. I can't see that Farage would be Prime Minister tomorrow. What do you think?
It's as ludicrous as thinking that Donald Trump could become the President of the United States of America.
I'm President! Can you believe it?
It's that silly.
It's that silly. So maybe you're right. But also, I think that the other thing is, have you ever seen Witches of Eastwick?
Yes. Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson. That's a great film. Now, there is a scene in the film where he uses very bad language, builder's language.
Right.
But he talks about when they used to burn witches.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's happened with Angela Rayner. I love her to bits. I think that she could be a future Prime Minister. And 2 years ago, I was saying to people, she's so good, she will get destroyed. And that's what's happened, is because, she's a woman, she's got ginger hair as well, for Christ's sake.
And she's from the north.
And she's from the north.
And working class.
And she's working class.
That's four strikes and she's out.
Yeah, 4 strikes and she's out, absolutely. They were always going to go get her, and it's like, if you rewatch The Witches of Eastwick, there's a very rude scene and he says that men in particular...
Don't tell us.
I won't tell you the words, but he says men in particular, parts of their body go limp when confronted with a woman of obvious power.
Yeah, their wrists, mostly. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Zach says, interesting to see that the right-wing media have found a backbone. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that they paid extra attention when it comes to a female Labour working-class politician's error. It's as if Partygate never happened. Partygate never happened, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know. It's, okay then. Suppose I'll have to. Here are the headlines from the Telegraph. This was on the 29th of August. They wrote the following. Angela Rayner dodges £40,000 stamp duty. No! Deputy Prime Minister reduces tax bill for Hove flat by declaring it as her main residence. That was published on the 29th of August in the Telegraph. Also published on the 29th of August in the Telegraph, headline, How to avoid tax on your second home. From stamp duty to council tax, shield your wealth from Labour's tightening net. Same day, same paper. And fast forward to today, headline, Angela Rayner resigns over tax scandal. Deputy PM steps down after Telegraph reveals she underpaid stamp duty on new £800,000 seaside flat. And in the Telegraph on the same day, how the Telegraph's tenacious reporting led to Angela Rayner's downfall, while they were literally and tenaciously telling its readers how to do the same thing it was decrying on other pages. And that is, I think, the response to the right-wing press in a nutshell. They're so utterly pleased with themselves. Gleeful they are. Another one's gone, and another one's gone, and another one bites the dust.
Rock and roll!
Here's a short list of the Tories that have been fired, or had to resign before they were fired, or resigned because they could not live with the absolute rule-bending shower that they were working for. This is just recently. Within the last 5 or so years, Matt Hancock, Health Secretary, resigned after he violated his own department's social distancing rules by having an affair with an aide on television.
Disgusting.
Sajid Javid, Health Secretary, resigned following Boris Johnson's handling of the Chris Pincher scandal. Pincher by name, remember? Crazy Kwarteng, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, sacked in October 2022 after the financial market chaos caused by his mini-budget.
Absolutely.
As though it was all his fault, and his alone. Right. Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary, resigned in October 2022 over a security breach just 6 weeks into her role. Dominic Raab, the Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary, resigned April 2023 following a report that upheld findings that he had engaged in bullying behaviour towards civil servants. Nadeem Zahawi.
And 1.
Yes.
2.
3.
11.
No. The Conservative Party chairman, Nadeem Zahawi, sacked January 2023 after an independent ethics inquiry found he had committed a serious breach of the ministerial code regarding his tax affairs.
What?
Gavin Williamson, May 2019, forced out over a leak from a high-level government meeting on the Chinese tech firm Huawei. which did not stop him from returning to government 2 months later, after which Gavin Williamson, the Minister without portfolio, resigned in November following bullying allegations. Liam Fox, the then Defence Secretary, forced out amid pressure over his links with Adam Werrity, a friend who was given access to Whitehall meetings. Maria Miller, the then Culture Secretary, resigned amid continuing revelations about her use of parliamentary expenses. Stephen Crabb resigned when he was forced to admit sending suggestive text messages to a 19-year-old woman he had interviewed for a job. Michael Fallon forced out following allegations of sexual misconduct. Priti Patel, the then Development Secretary, sacked following revelations she had unsanctioned meetings with Israeli politicians on a family holiday. Damien Green, sacked after he made misleading statements about pornography found on his computer. And Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister himself, was forced to resign in July 2022 after a record number of ministerial resignations crippled his government. The mass walkout was a culmination of scandals, including but not limited to Partygate. Remember?
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times. I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Doesn't really matter how many times you say it, Bodge. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on WhatsApp, it's the same number as the phone, 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC. It's 10:30. The news headlines with Tim Daly.
David Lammy is to replace Angela Rayner as the Deputy Prime Minister after her resignation following the purchase of a second home. She's been found to have breached the ministerial code because of underpayments in stamp duty. Hamas has released a video of 2 Israeli hostages seized from a music festival on the 7th of October, nearly 2 years ago. In the footage, one of them says he's being held in Gaza City. And a further 24 people have been charged for showing support for the banned group Palestine Action. The decision means 138 are now being prosecuted after it was designated as a terrorist organisation in July. LBC weather, dry with clear skies for much of the UK overnight, with patchy rain over Scotland. We'll see a low of around 12 degrees.
This is LBC.
This September, the world's loudest bands... These go to 11. ...reunite for the gig nobody asked for. We have Spinal Tap! Stonehenge! Tap is back, so turn it back up to 11. Witness the return of Spinal Tap on the big screen. Spinal Tap 2, only in cinemas September 12th.
As a small business owner, you've got to be ready for the ups and the downs. Ready to think on your feet, ready to be rushed off your feet. Ready to make the big decisions and make the tea. 2 sugars in mine? Tough. Ready to be there for your customers whenever they need you. Well, ditto. Virgin Media Broadband's ready for anything business can throw at it. Yeah, it's business ready broadband. Search Virgin Media Business Broadband.
Managing your business is a big task. To then stay on top of the numbers as well, you're only human. That's why the Intuit QuickBooks AI-powered platform supports your business growth as the #1 recommended cloud accounting software. Intuit QuickBooks. Based on a survey of 506 UK accounting professionals. Verify at quickbooks.co.uk/verify.
You've packed enough suitcases to know quality when you see it. Well, Saga Travel Insurance has been named a Which Best Buy. And now get 20% off when you buy before the 30th of September. Search Saga Travel Insurance for a quote today. New policies only, Standard and Plus are Which Best Buys May 2025. Terms and conditions apply. Over 50s only.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Listen to him. He knows everything.
Albert in Croydon says, evening Nick, I predict a leadership challenge for the Labour Party and Starmer can't blame anyone but himself. The man has lost control! Exclamation mark. As though that punctuation point at the end there makes it true. Shouting at me. Yeah, whoever shouts the loudest wins. That's the new rules. Kieran in Maidstone says, did I just hear in the news that Donny has passed an executive order to rename the Department of Defence the Department of War? Yes. Yeah, you did. Yeah. Anything to own the libs. Yeah, and to get us to stop talking about his most close personal friend in the whole wide world for a good long while there.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Donny. Yeah, we're still talking about that, yeah. Lewisham. Hello, Peter.
Hey, Nick, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
I was just wondering, you might want to carry on the theme of political, what's the word? Bad things happening, which involves me in a way. I've been a chauffeur in London for 25 years, and years ago I did a job including Gorbachev to Downing Street when Gordon Brown was in, and he was having breakfast basically at Gordon Brown at 7:30 in the morning. Now, I was the lead car in a 3-car motorcade, and Gorbachev, being the principal, was in the second car, and we had a third car as flank. No police outriders, so really under the radar was the way Gorbachev liked to be. Anyway, we got to Downing Street, dropped him at the door, parked up, and being 7:30 in the morning, I said to the copper on the front door, now, understand that we're just 3 civilians driving.
Yeah.
I said to the copper on the front door, is there anywhere we could get a bacon butty or something? And the copper's fine. He said, well, we've got a staff canteen inside. I said, that
Really? A staff canteen inside number 10?
Yes.
How many people work inside number 10 that have got a staff canteen, crying out loud?
No idea.
No idea.
I was a very short visitor. Anyway, I waved the other 2 guys who were at the other side of the road. No paps about, you understand?
Yeah.
And anyway, the little civil servant opens the door, and the copper says to him, these are Gorbachev's drivers, can they use the staff canteen? And he looked at me as though he knew me or we'd met. And he said, oh, you're SB, aren't you? Not knowing what SB was, I just said yes. Apparently it was a special branch.
Right.
So he said,
you could have been admitting to anything.
Well, the thing is, Nick, when you're a chauffeur for 20-odd years and you drive Rolls-Royces, Bentleys and all these high-end cars, when you get to security gates and you've got somebody important in the back, anybody asks you a question, you just say yes and they let you through.
Yeah.
So that's how it kind of goes. Anyway, he says, down the corridor, down the stairs, second on your left, on you go. So we goes in, there you go, there's a little canteen, and one of the other chauffeurs is an ex-copper, and he said, what did you say to get in to number 10 Downing Street? And I told him. And
you used the magic key by saying the word yes.
Yes.
I didn't deny anything. So the thing was, he said, so you've just pretended to be special branch to get into the most secure building in the country. I said, yeah, well, you know.
You're hungry. Yeah, exactly. Bacon butty.
I've got the photographs to prove it and everything in front of the number 10 door with the copper and the other 2 chauffeurs. It's one of my quality memories as a chauffeur. I hear, is it right you're a big Who fan?
Oh, that's it?
Oh, right, your ears pricked up there, because I used to tour with the Who.
Did you? Well, hang on a minute, because I thought that there was definitely going to be more to that story than that.
Oh, no, I didn't get arrested or anything.
But what did you get for breakfast?
Oh, big fry-up, subsidised, about £1.25, it was great.
Oh, well, you're welcome.
Yes, by the taxpayer.
Yes. Yeah, that was my sausage links you ate there.
There you go. No, it was great, and you know, the news was, BBC News was on, and we came out before Gorbachev, and Gorbachev, by the way, is a lovely guy. I don't know if you've ever met him. He's the coolest guy I've ever met, and we drove him for a week. He was doing his Ryoza Gorbachev Foundation charity meets. He met with U2 and all these superstars, but for years I used to do high-profile stuff like the Brits, the BAFTAs. I toured with the Who. I drove Al Pacino, Robert De Niro for a week.
In what capacity did you tour with the Who?
Well, I was driving. I don't know how long. Well, you'll probably know these names. Pino Palladino used to be the bass. Cy Townsend, Pete's brother, and a guy called Tex, who was from Texas. He was percussion. Yeah, it's true. I was driving those 3 guys, and there was 2 other guys who were driving the rest of the band. And we closed Glastonbury on the Sunday night.
What year was that?
Awesome. It was, I think it's 2007. 2007, I think they closed.
The Who closed Glastonbury on Sunday night?
Yeah, they had the Legend stage. I've still got my tabard. hanging up. One sec, that says...
But they were the last act on Sunday night.
In 2007, yes.
Wow.
They were the Legend stage. It's probably on YouTube.
Right, but there is no Legend stage. There was a Legend slot that's on in the afternoon on Sunday about 3 o'clock. And I wouldn't have thought that The Who would occupy that position. They would have think that they're still, too relevant to be talked about as the Legends.
Maybe I'm wrong referencing it, but they were the last act on the Sunday night.
Okay, well, I find that surprising as well, because usually when I was going, the Sunday night act was very, very sort of on the down low, because they wanted everybody to leave. But if The Who were on, then everyone would have stayed. So maybe it was the Saturday night. Maybe you were confused, Peter. You didn't smoke anything that Keith Boone left lying around the place, did you? Oh, no, he would have been long.
That would have been terrible.
That would have been a bad mistake.
Too professional for
Big
that.
mistake, huge. All right, well, thanks for the memories. Kieran in Maidstone says, read that. I thought one of those, I bought one of those electric fly swatters after your recommendation, says this, and now spend hours zapping the fruit flies in my compost bin. The wife is going mad having to listen to the sound of hundreds of crackers. I swear, I've gone through my entire life without noticing those tiny little fruit flies. They're about a quarter of the size of an ordinary housefly. And I'd say that they're more annoying. Okay, they don't make a noise, but they're just in your face. They fly too close to my beautiful face. And I'm not going to wave an electric bat around my face, because I'm not that stupid. But, and I would have thought that actually they would go straight through. Imagine what if you imagine a tennis racket that has electrified strings, that's pretty much what it is. But I would have thought that those tiny little flies would have sailed straight through the strings. But maybe you have a more closely woven one, in which case I'd like to know where you got it. Wendy says, please let me know if you got my message. Thank you. No, I didn't, Wendy. This says, what's your take on Vlad the Insaner, Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un discussing living to 150 and organ harvesting? Yeah, nothing to be concerned about there, no. And I bet they've all tried it already. Merthyr Tydfil, hello, Jeff.
Hiya, Nick. Did you see some of these events in the reform job today?
No, I did not. No.
Well, I was a bit open-mouthed actually, in the sense that I've never seen a show like it. Andrea Jenkins came on in a silver lame outfit, singing, "I'm an insomniac."
What?
I've never heard the song before, but it's only a one-liner, and she sang it for about a full minute.
Why is she? Of course, yeah. Why is she singing?
I have no idea, but it absolutely dumbfounded me.
Speaking to the crowd after her musical introduction, a dame. Oh, she's a dame. Nothing like a dame. She said, "Is this god-awful Labour government giving you sleepless nights and insomnia too?" She said, "I co-wrote this song nearly 20 years ago with a now dearly departed friend, God bless him. At the time, I was in a rock band, and I was always a bit of a rebel. Then I became a Conservative MP."
Well, this event was followed by none other than the glamour boss Nadine Dorries coming on.
Yeah, Nadine Dorries.
With huge. She was like Beyonce coming on. You know, it was a real show. You know. Yeah, well,
it's not the kind of show that I would cross the street to see, even if it was free. Even if you picked me up and carried me over the road, I would still find some way not to go.
Well, all I can tell you, Nick, is that I was expecting to see somebody like Anne Whittaker coming on with an outfit on.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. Anyway, it was followed by a woman who has deserted the Conservative, a refugee from the Conservative Party, like they all were. she was a member of the Senate, and she came on to say that there's got to be a time when when the Welsh Assembly or the Welsh Senate is not going to perform as it should do, and we'll abolish it. And apparently, it's annoyed Farage because he's got to run in an election next year, and it has caused great displeasure.
Right. Well, the problem with him is that the people he keeps choosing keep being inappropriate for the job that he's choosing them for.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
I couldn't agree more.
And just to keep you informed, there's, the guy who was carrying the drone in that massive event for Trump with the military march past.
Yeah.
In magnificent.
973. You can text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on WhatsApp, it's the same number as the phone, 0345 6060 973. Friday, Saturday, Sunday night at 10. Nick Abbott, LBC.
6 months ago, New Powers promised to protect our children from images of self-harm, violence and pornography online.
We've got some measures which are there to protect children. We've had too many cases in the United Kingdom of young children taking their own lives.
But has it been a case of over-promised, under-delivered? Can you tell me, father to father, hand on heart, you believe the company's doing everything it can for online safety?
Hand on heart, I think they... I'm not going to say everything.
This Monday, LBC will dedicate a whole day to the harms children still face online and ask how the challenges of social media are affecting your family.
The dangers that social media poses, and not just to children, but society as a whole.
I think about young boys, the attitude towards women and girls, terrifying.
Online Safety Day, this Monday on LBC.
The minister who's in charge, he should listen to LBC's Day of Online Safety, and he will learn everything that he needs to know.
Just because you can't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. You can't hold this in your hand or pack it in your bags. You can't touch it. But our network is around you, like oxygen, near or far. We're there. That's why we've been awarded Best Mobile Network Coverage by Uswitch. O2, essential for living.
Based on Open Signal Awards UK Mobile Network Experience Report September 2024. To verify, see opensignal.com/UK Mobile Report.
At SSE Energy Solutions, we know businesses are full of different kinds of energy.
Like your fourth coffee of the morning energy.
Your yes chef energy. And even, as per my last email, energy. You can bring any energy you like to your business, but at SSE Energy Solutions, we bring simple, affordable energy. Choose SSE Energy Solutions, a different kind of energy.
When did you come in, John? To Scotland. We decided it was time for a change.
The neighbours have invited us over for dinner. The last thing those people are is normal.
Something happened. This is on my conscience. Wax, John. Everything is under control.
Andrew Lincoln stars in a brand new drama, Cold Water, starting the 14th of September on ITV1 and ITVX.
We check your chickens. Checking that they're all chirpy. Look for a better labeling. Have a better bit of chicken for tea. Your roast will taste so tasty from chicks that we've checked out. So take your chicken to the checkout when you've done your chicken checking. Waitrose Chicken Checks Out.
The only supermarket where all our chicken checks out against the Better Chicken Commitment standard or higher. Waitrose, the home of food lovers. Applies to all Waitrose own brand chicken.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Now, wait a minute. I don't like that kind of talk. Now, just stop it. It upsets me.
On the subject that we were just discussing, Lee in Worthing says, Nick, have you seen the new Andrea Jenkins Eurovision entry? I think we've peaked as a nation. I think we've peaked as a species. Greenwich, Kathleen.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Hi. Thank you for taking the call.
Thank you for making your call.
Just listen to the news, and I'm sure that David Lammy has taken Angela Rayner's position. Is that true, or did you listen to that? Do you think that's right? Is that so, or?
Are you asking me if it's true, or asking me whether it's a good idea?
No, I'm imagining it.
Are you what?
Is that true, or am I imagining?
Oh, are you hallucinating? God, wouldn't it be marvellous if we were hallucinating? Yeah, no, David Lammy is going to be Justice Secretary and Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, he's a nice fella. Don't you think he's a nice man? I think he's a nice man.
I've never met him.
No, I've never met him, but I think he's okay.
Okay. You admire him from afar?
Oh, yes, far away. The other thing is, like, I love Ken Dodd. The music you play, Ken Dodd, happiness.
Mm-hmm.
Like when he got off the train in Liverpool, there's a giant statue.
Oh, Ken Dodd. When Ken Dodd got off the train in Liverpool, there was a giant statue of him.
No. No, there is a giant statue when you got off the train in Liverpool. Did you know that? Have you ever got off the train in Liverpool?
I've never got off the train at Liverpool.
No, it's amazing. You got off the train in Liverpool.
It's amazing.
The giant statue is amazing because you got off the train in Liverpool. Giant statue of Ken Dodd, and not only that, you go a few steps away and there's a shopping centre, and there they have their own radio station that blares out the whole Liverpool, and it's amazing. It's like
it's Ken Dodd all day, every day, 24-hour Ken.
No, it's 1960s, 70s, Beatles, all that. Music, all that. They have their own radio station in the shopping centre.
Wow. Okay. Well,
have you ever been there?
No, I have not, but I know where to send my CV. All right. Good work. Thanks a lot, Kathleen. 0345 6060 973. I have the new the list of the new look cabinet. Would you like me to read them from top to bottom?
No.
Okay then. They may not be around long enough for you to bother yourself remembering their names. So let's just pass on that. But I do want to talk about Nadine Dorries. Nigel Farage has welcomed Nadine Dorries' move to reform as a big signing. You know, like when David Bowie signed for EMI.
Rock and roll!
And at the news that Nadine Dorries has left the Tories in a big signing move, Fagash said it shows the Tory party is beginning to disintegrate before our eyes. Well, I think that started during the tenure of the man that Nadine looks at like no other person.
Yeah. Where do we...
Like she's in love, L-U-V. The Tories are disintegrating because the previous leader, well, not the previous one, but the one before that. Oh, no, there was the Blink and You Missed It leader. The one before that. Him. Yeah, he started the party rotting from the inside. And now they're together on the pages of the paper that patriotically tells you what a hellhole this country is on a daily basis. Nadine and Mr. Blobby both write a column for the Tally. The Mail, isn't it? After months of secret negotiations, the former Conservative Culture Secretary, Ms. Dorries, is joining forces with the Reform UK leader. That's right. She was the Conservative Culture Secretary, you remember, when she insisted on television that Channel 4 should be privatised because it should not get public money. Which would be fine, except that it doesn't get public money. Something you'd think an actual culture secretary would know, or at least look up, before appearing before a select committee on television. And she was the one that tried to defend the indefensible Bodge for all that partying that he did while fining us poor dopes who pay taxes for meeting one other person on a park bench. You know, his up-all-night business meetings. And you might remember how she stood swaying in the lobby of the Palace of Westminster, looking like she was trying to balance on a football, when she was telling us how great a human being the Bodge was. And that was when she offered the news that Boris Johnson always tells the truth.
I followed the ministerial guidance at all times.
Yeah, sure you did. At all times. Wasn't Nadine Dorries the one that Liz Truss said would make an excellent... No, she was the one that said Liz Truss would make an excellent Prime Minister because she wore £4.50 earrings. The shortest-serving Prime Minister in history who single-handedly tanked the economy at about the time it would take to put on those earrings.
Absolutely.
That Nadine Dorries. The one that Fagash celebrated defecting to Reform as a significant addition to the team. He said, she's been there, she knows the problems, she crosses the line from being just a politician into celebrity. She's been in the jungle like me. He actually said that. And the thing about her being a major signing, well, it would be a major signing if the party that she was leaving would miss her. It's like in football. If it's a major signing, but the team that you're signing them from is eager to let them go, it's not such a major signing then. I mean, would the Tories miss Nadine Dorries? Would the defection of Nadine Dorries affect the Conservative Party in any way?
No.
Is she important to them?
No.
Will there be a big Nadine-sized hole now she's gone?
No.
I don't think so. So, is she a big signing? And the Mail is on a mission to make Fagash our next Prime Minister for some reason. Could it be that it has something to do with offshore media-owning billionaires being confident of paying less tax under a Farage leadership? I don't know whether that's true. We're just asking questions, you and me, Nige. Hey. The Mail says the move by Nadine Dorries has spent 18 years as a Tory MP and is now a novelist and Daily Mail columnist. Will help to counter criticism that Reform is just a one-man band. Even senior figures in Reform have conceded that, as things stand, Farage would struggle to fill the seats around the cabinet table with ministers of sufficient experience and ability. I think he'd struggle to fill seats with Reform members who would be able to find their way to the room the cabinet meets in. But anyway, don't worry about that. If a future Farage cabinet gets any criticism of their inability and experience, they can simply ban those journalists doing the criticising. Like the Reform Council leader did in Nottingham. Problem solved. And then they can lecture us about free speech behind a wall that keeps journalists out. Because nothing says integrity like doing the thing that you're condemning the other side of doing and expecting to get away with it. But of the defection of Nadine Dorries, a Conservative friend of Ms. Dorries said last night, the Ravens are leaving the tower. Well, right idea, wrong bird. 0345 6060 973. Wandsworth, Emily. An ecstasy of fumbling. Yes, Emily.
Oh, it's good to talk. I haven't spoken to you for quite a while, so it's great to speak to you again. I just wanted to confirm the guy that you had on maybe 3 calls before me.
Yeah.
The Who did close Glastonbury in 2007.
Huh.
And the reason that I was kind of passionate about calling in about that is because I work in that industry. And basically what happens with festivals is they will have at least 3-4 really big main acts, and they spread them out over the 3-4 days the festival goes on. So it would be like a massive act opening. There'll be smaller acts in between.
I know all this, Emily, but the thing with Glastonbury, that's not like other festivals, is...
It is, and I've worked for some pretty big festivals.
You should listen to what I'm saying before you disagree with me. The thing about Glastonbury that's not like other festivals is that you can't just buy a day ticket. That's why they string big acts over
But it's a weekend ticket, and that's why they do it. So when they're closed, they have a big closure and they have a big opening. And the Who actually did close it in 2007.
Well, I believe you. I mean, it was one of the years that maybe I stopped going by 2000.
So
I guess I had. 19.
Believe some of the stories that guy was telling you, because I've been in similar situations where I would tell people stories and they'd look at me and go, wow, no, and unless you're there. And
all right, okay. Well, I mean, my experience of going to Glastonbury, which is about 10 years from 1982 onwards, they always put a very, very low-down act that wasn't going to excite the audience last thing on Sunday, because they really did want us to leave. So it would be like Fela Kuti or somebody of that ilk, somebody that people would think, well, let's just go. But thanks a lot, Emily. Cheers, my dear.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock. The government has a new Deputy Prime Minister following the resignation of Angela Rayner after admitting to underpaying stamp duty on a second home. David Lammy is taking over the role. Yvette Cooper's becoming the Foreign Secretary. That means Shabana Mahmood takes her place at the Home Office. A watchdog on ministerial standards found Angela Rayner acted with integrity, but she ultimately broke the ministerial code. The political commentator Jennifer Nadal has been telling LBC she got something else wrong as well.
I personally think she should have resigned the moment she realised she'd made a mistake, because that would have shown integrity and it would have shown I've made a mistake, I'm going. But instead she waited to see what would happen, and I think that's detrimental to her career and to the government.
3 environmental protesters have been removed from Reform UK's party conference in Birmingham. The members of Climate Resistance had been shouting at Nigel Farage while he was on stage hours after making a keynote speech. The names have been released of a British couple who were killed in Wednesday's funicular crash at Lisbon in Portugal. 36-year-old Kaylee Smith and William Nelson, who was 44, were both involved in the theatre world. A third British national plus 13 others also died. A study is suggesting a quarter of vapes confiscated at secondary schools in England contain the synthetic drug spice. Researchers at the University of Bath are now warning children are buying the illegal devices through social media. Professor Chris Pudney has been telling LBC it's far too easy to acquire them.
We used the most banal search terms we could think of, just really straightforward stuff. And we were able to identify hundreds of accounts offering to sell this material and to deliver it within the UK, special delivery or whatever you needed.
President Trump has signed an executive order in the White House, meaning the Department of Defense in Washington will now be rebranded. From now, it will be referred to as the Department of War. The U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, thinks the move sends a message.
This name change is not just about renaming, it's about restoring. Words matter. It's restoring, as you've guided us to, Mr. President, restoring the warrior ethos. Restoring victory and clarity as an end state.
And Ryanair is urging passengers who suffer air traffic control delays to email the Transport Secretary. It's including Heidi Alexander's direct Parliament email address on a website. It's called Air Traffic Control Ruined Your Flight. LBC weather, dry with clear skies for much of the UK overnight, but there could be some patchy rain across Scotland. We'll see a low of around 12 degrees. From Global's newsroom, for LBC, I'm Tim Daly.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Nick Abbott.
Yeah!
Dude! Some whack job can say this stuff and get away with it?
They just think, what can we do today to stop people, concentrating on the fact that they've just lost their job and you can't afford anything in the grocery store anymore, and I haven't come through with any of the promises that I said that I was going to. Plus, get their minds off you-know-what.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's rename the Department of Defense the Department of War. That'll keep them occupied for, about a week, and then we'll come up with someone else. What's that? Hegseth said something like, we're going to restore victory, a sense of victory in Morocco. Yeah, well, like all of those wars that America has won, like, all the wars that America has won, like, they've started a lot of wars. I just can't think of any that they've won off the top of my head. Nope. Nothing's occurring to me. But best of luck with that name change, because that's going to make a difference. Danny Sanderson said, I spent years in schools and universities studying maths and physics to learn that time is a linear social construct. Blimey, he's just blown my mind.
Yowza.
He says, now I'm old and not so convinced anymore. Time is in log space. The older you get, the faster it goes. Well, I think it's a very, very complicated way of thinking about it, Dan, and I can't say that I understood any of it. But I think that the reason that time appears to be going faster when you get older is that each moment is a smaller percentage of the time that you've been alive. When you're 5 years old, then, summer holidays from school, it felt like it went on forever. You actually got bored. I was actually yearning for the time when, the back-to-school displays were in W.H. Smith's shop window again. Time to buy a new pencil. That's because a summer was a very large percentage of the time that you'd been alive back then. But, get to this age, and it's a much, much smaller percentage. That's why it appears to be going faster as you get older. Alex says, watching that lying toad-faced, Putin-loving, gammon-baiting grifter get utterly torn apart in the US, it was hilarious to see. Especially so given that he has potentially lied under oath and ran from the hearing like a coward. As Donny Gropenfuhrer is doing his best to copy Putin, the Clangton gas bag is doing his best to copy Trump. Well, that last part, yes. He absolutely is doing his best to copy Trump. And if you like what Donald Trump is doing to America, then you'll be absolutely thrilled with a Nigel Farage premiership. It'll be right up your street. All right, here we go. I'll have to deal with it eventually, I suppose. Angela Rayner has stood down from... that doesn't sound right, does it? Has stood down. Has stood down. I know it's correct, but it doesn't sound it. From the top, Angela Rayner has stood down from the government after the Prime Minister's ethics advisor found she had breached the ministerial code. This is over an underpayment of stamp duty on her £800,000 seaside flat, if you please. Laurie Magnus, he is the Prime Minister's ethics advisor. He found that Rayner had acted with integrity and with a dedicated and exemplary commitment to public service. Oh, well, she's got to be fired. He actually said that. Acted with integrity and with a dedicated and exemplary commitment to public service. Can you imagine that, Bodge? No. But he concluded she had breached the ministerial code over her tax affairs. So, that's it. She's out. Bye-bye. Gone. In her resignation letter, Rayner said that she deeply regrets her decision not to seek additional specialist tax advice over the purchase of her Hove property. She said she also had to consider the significant toll that the ongoing pressure of the media was taking on her family, despite her journey from a teenage mum from a council estate in Stockport to the highest level of government being the honour of her life. And that is partly the reason why the press just couldn't stand her, was that she'd come from a council estate in Stockport. Not just any old council estate, but a council estate in the north. What? Yeah. And she had ginger hair and refused to be cowed by their attacks. In his handwritten response, quite bad handwriting, I thought, for somebody in this position. It was a bit scrawly, a bit like a doctor, you could imagine. In his handwritten response, Starmer said Rayner would remain a major figure in our party and would continue to fight for the causes that she cares so passionately about. Rayner's departure leaves the Labour government without one of its most authentic and powerful working-class voices. She had referred herself to the ethics advisor after confirming that she would have to pay more stamp duty, which experts had predicted could run to as much as $40,000, because she had incorrectly paid the lower rate on the flat in Hove. And unless you are a tax expert and do this kind of stuff for a living, I challenge you to figure out how much tax you should have actually paid at the time. I mean, which I suppose that they inherited it, but they could have done something about it to this point to fix the complication of it. But they had other things to think about. At the time, Rayner said she deeply regretted that the error had been made after classifying her flat as the only property, despite spending much of her time with her children at the family house in Ashton-under-Lyne in Greater Manchester. Okay, here's how it's complicated. Months before the Hove purchase, she put her stake in the Ashton house in a trust set up to manage a payment to one of her sons who had been left with lifelong disabilities. Because her son is the beneficiary of that trust and is under 18, Rayner was still counted as having a financial interest in it for tax purposes. So because her son is under 18, that all of this happened. However, when she bought the Hove flat, she declared she did not have an interest in any other property, which is reasonable, considering that she put her stake up in that house into a trust. She declared she did not have an interest in any other property, allowing her to pay a lower stamp duty rate of about £30,000. The high rate would be in about 70 grand, something like that. So that's it. It's an inability to comprehend the unbelievably complicated rules and regulations about who owes what to whom and when. All of which, I would imagine, were written in a way that allows the super rich to jump through the kind of holes that aren't available to ordinary people like you and me. I apologise for calling you ordinary. You're not ordinary. You're a beautiful and special human being. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. The Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, said Rayner's position was untenable for days. In a video posted on X, she said, "It says everything about Keir Starmer's weak leadership that he had to wait for a report before acting. The truth is simple. She dodged tax. She lied. Her position was untenable for days," says Kemi Badenoch, who has never lied about anything at all in her entire life. In other news, doubts have surfaced over Kemi Badenoch's claim to have been offered a place at a prestigious US university medical school at the age of 16, with admission staff unable to recall the proposal and the university not providing the course she said she'd been accepted on. The Conservative leader said in interviews that she was offered a place and a partial scholarship to study medicine, describing it as pre-med at Stanford University in California, one of the most competitive universities in the US. Small problem, medicine is only offered to graduates at Stanford. There is no pre-med degree. When asked for clarification, the Conservatives then said that Badenoch had not applied, but had been offered the place by a number of universities, including Stanford, on the basis of good exam results in US standardized tests. But academic and admissions experts have cast doubt on this, saying it was an impossible scenario. Joe Reeder, the Stanford admissions officer at the time of Badenoch's application, who was responsible for international students and the allocation of bursaries, said he would have been responsible for offering Badenoch a place and had not done so. Although 30 years have passed, he said, I would definitely remember if we admitted a Nigerian student with any financial aid. The answer is that we did not do so, he said. He said, I assure you that we would not have admitted a student based on test scores alone, nor would we have mailed an invitation to apply to any overseas students based on test scores. Well, that's just one bloke. Irena Smith is another former Stanford admissions officer who began there in 1999. She said, I have not ever heard of a student being offered a spot at Stanford based on high SAT scores alone without admitting a full application. And then The Guardian also consulted Ivy League admissions coaches, an author specializing in college admissions, several Stanford graduates, and an Ivy League vice provost. All who spoke to The Guardian said they did not believe it was plausible for a place to be offered proactively on exam results alone. One senior US academic said that he had never heard of any exemptions, not even for internationally renowned child prodigies or royalty. Oh, not now. Later. But these people are just experts in possession of facts. So in this one instance, we are all very interested in what they have to say. Ordinarily, we wouldn't be, if they're just experts. In an interview with The Times in 2024 with Badenoch, the interview says, at 16, her US SAT scores won her a partial pre-med scholarship to Stanford, but her family still couldn't afford the place. So sad. The claim that Badenoch had an early offer from Stanford has been mentioned in numerous other newspaper articles. In a profile in The Spectator in 2020, it says Badenoch won a part scholarship to Stanford University to study medicine. The same claim is made in a profile in the Daily Mail last year. But on its website, the university says Stanford does not have a pre-med major. For any of the health professions, you may major in any discipline. Medicine is a graduate degree. But maybe the admissions officers and the vice provost of the university and university graduates and the university's own website are all wrong. And Kemi Badenoch really is bright enough be accepted to study at perhaps the world's most prestigious university at the age of just 16. It could be that she is that intelligent. Is there any evidence of that? You decide. Badnock, by the way, has spoken in the past of how she was let down by poor British teaching in her final school years, having moved to the UK from Nigeria. At age 16, she was studying part-time at Phoenix College, a further education college in Morden, and she achieved a B in biology, a B in chemistry, and a D in maths.
What?
And while I'm no intellect myself, I don't think that 2 Bs and a D marks you out as gifted or special or so talented that an American university would call for you to travel 6,000 miles so they could be nearer your brain. 0345 6060 973 LBC.
This is LBC.
Smart cars just got bigger and bolder. The Smart #1 and #3 are all-electric 5-seater SUVs. Now with an extra £1,500 Smart EV car grant across the range. That's up to £4,500 off the Smart #1 and 0% APR. Visit your nearest Smart showroom for a test drive. PCP, T's and C's apply, end September 30th. Smart UK Automotive Limited are a credit broker, not a lender.
At SSE Energy Solutions, we know businesses are full of different kinds of energy.
Like your 4th coffee of the morning energy.
Your yes, chef energy. And even, as per my last email, energy. You can bring any energy you like to your business, but at SSE Energy Solutions, we bring simple, affordable energy. Choose SSE Energy Solutions, a different kind of energy.
People ask me, what's my good place? Down the park, having fun with Toby, my cockapoo. And knowing that my pension with PensionBee is managed by experienced money managers. So, not chasing the stick then, Toby? No?
At PensionBee, we believe that when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. Download the app or go to pensionbee.com and be pension confident. When investing, your capital is at risk.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
This is absolute tosh.
This says, what is the difference?
you.